Good. The live stream should also go live on YouTube. So we will wait a few seconds so that we have the attendees coming in. So the list is already filling up. That's very good. We'll wait a minute. That's the usual way to do it. Good. So good morning, everybody. Good morning also to the attendees. The list of attendees are growing. Good morning to all the speakers. I'm Jan Geis, Secretary General of EUFORES, the European Forum for Renewable Energy Sources, the network of members of parliament promoting renewable energy and energy efficiency. And I'm the Secretary General of the organization. And I would like to welcome you to the EUFORES 20th Inter-Parliamentary meeting on renewable energy and energy efficiency. And today we would like to discuss a lot about the climate change, Green Deal, and how we implement all of this in renewables and energy efficiency. And it's really a huge honor to have so many distinguished guests from Commissioner Simpson to others. The German presidency, Ariane Richter is there, several MEPs and quite a lot of national members of parliament. Actually, we have around 50 members of parliament. And at the moment, we are at 19 member states represented. So that's very good. So it's a good reach out. Just to let you know shortly, briefly, before we go into the political debate, this is the EUFORES flagship event. We do that usually every year inside of a national parliament. So it's usually a physical event in a big conference room or the plenary of parliaments where we all meet and have gala dinners and lots of networking and social closeness and good debates. Unfortunately, as you know, COVID forces us to do this for the first time also as a live conference, as a webinar. So we have this setup of speakers here on stage with video, but we also have quite a lot of people as attendees in listen-only mode. So please don't feel bad about this. Whenever there is debates, we will bring you on board. We really encourage you either to raise your hand. There is a functionality in the Zoom app. Raise your hand so that we see that you have a contribution or question. There's also the functionality of question and answers where you can write questions and send them to us, and then we can see which ones we bring on board. So it should be interactive also with those who are not constantly on video. So I hope everything works well, that you all have updated your Zoom apps. So far, it looks pretty good. We tested this. We did several of smaller events in national parliaments. It should run smoothly. By the way, this will be recorded. This will be published on YouTube. And in the same time, we are already now live on YouTube. So also to those outside really only listening without chat functionality and so on, also welcome to this. It's great to have you all on board because we have a pan-European parliamentary event today. And the idea is really to learn what's going on in Brussels. And we have the honor to have Commissioner Simpson with us. And again, German presidency, Ariane Richter, the energy attaché, to give us an update what's going on in Brussels. Then we would like to go also in debates about what's going on at the national level, what could be in the national recovery and resilience plans with the idea to deliver fast on climate change. That's the biggest challenge. But I don't want to say much more about this, but rather hand over to our president, Kieran Cuff. He is member of European Parliament from Ireland, and he's, well, the lead in EUFORES. He's the president of the organization. So please, Kieran, now the stage, the screens are yours.
Thank you, Jan, and good morning and greetings from Ireland. Welcome to the EUFORES Inter-Parliamentary meeting for 2020. We have a really exciting lineup of speakers for you today, and we're going to cover a large array of issues on the topic of climate emergency, the EU Green Deal, and the recovery and resilience plans. EUFORES is unique in that it is a cross-party organization which provides an excellent platform within the European Parliament, but also allows us to be part of a network that enables close collaboration between national and European parliamentarians in the field of renewable energy and energy efficiency. This is an extraordinary time, a global pandemic, but also a realization that we have a climate emergency and an opportunity to reshape our economy as we emerge out of the pandemic towards a low carbon future. 2020 has been a year of firsts. For the first time in living memory, the world has had to come together to tackle a global crisis in the form of COVID-19. And many of us have had to work and live remotely, away from the close manner in which we've grown accustomed. The European Parliament has been holding its sessions remotely for the first time in its history, and we at EUFORES are now having our first parliamentary meeting completely online. So while we're not meeting in person, we can promise you high quality speakers from the European Commission, the German presidency, and national parliaments, as well as speakers from the renewable industry. The pandemic is a real opportunity for Europe's policymakers to redesign more sustainable economies that address climate challenges and protect the health of citizens. However, to do this, it's essential that national governments address the climate emergency within their recovery and resilience plans. There's a lot of money there from Europe, 672 billion, and 37% of this has to be spent on climate action. That's 250 billion. If you look at the numbers, we could simply hand everybody enough money to buy an e-scooter, or we could look in a more meaningful way at this finance and use it to change the way we live, the way we work, the way we get around. So it is a unique opportunity. And we have not only the COVID emergency, but also the climate emergency. Each on their own would be a really daunting challenge, but the two together leaves us with no choice other than to come together and find solutions. Just last week, we learned of the possibility of 3 vaccines for the coronavirus, and that these may well be the pathway that lead us back to normality towards the middle of next year. But I want to stress that things cannot go back to business as usual. We must adapt our ways of living, just as we have done to tackle COVID, to ensure that we tackle our health, and we have to do the same to tackle the climate emergency. And so with this in mind, I have the enormous pleasure of introducing our first 3 speakers. We have European Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson, who will deliver a keynote speech on the topic of our conference, the climate emergency, the European Green Deal, and the recovery and resilience plans. And Commissioner, I was fortunate enough to have worked with you and your office throughout the past year on the Renovation Wave, and I'm looking forward to continuing that cooperation with the knowledge that you are steering the ship in the right direction. Next, we'll have Ariane Richter, the Energy Attaché, permanent representative of the Federal Republic of Germany to the European Union, who will be discussing the priorities on energy of the German EU Council presidency. The German presidency has had to oversee the negotiations of the recovery package and the climate law. As the member state with the strongest economy, the largest economy, we hope that that Germany will be able to oversee a successful and a green recovery. And then finally in this grouping, we have Peter Sweatman from the European Climate Foundation, who will present the findings of the study, A Green COVID-19 Recovery and Resilience Plan for Europe. 1,000 green projects that are ready to go. So without further ado, I will pass the floor over to Commissioner Simpson. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Kieran. And good morning, honorable members of European Parliament and national parliaments. And thank you for the opportunity to open the 20th Inter-Parliamentary meeting of EUFORES on renewable energy and energy efficiency. The complexity of the European policy agenda is very well captured in the theme you have chosen for the meeting. So climate emergency, EU Green Deal, and the recovery and resilience plans. I'm looking forward to discuss these topics today with members of European Parliament, members of national parliaments, renewable energy and energy efficiency experts. As you know, with the Green Deal, the EU has committed to climate neutrality and sustainability while making our economy more competitive and resilient. And with the COVID crisis, the economic dimension of the European Green Deal has become even more relevant. It is clear that our green priorities and economic recovery should be addressed together. We cannot afford not to. The new EU budget and the next generation EU recovery instrument are in the final stages of negotiations as I speak, and I think the fundamental principles of this unprecedented financial package are already sufficiently clear. That includes a central role for climate and the green energy transition. Both the MFF and the recovery package would need to meet the 30% climate mainstream target, and this means that 37% of the recovery and resilience facility would be spent on climate-related investment. And if I'm going even more further details, this means close to 250 billion euros from the RRF alone. In order to have access to the facility, the member states are already preparing recovery and resilience plans, outlining their specific reform and investment proposals. And the plans should address challenges set out in the country-specific recommendations of the European semester and be consistent, in particular with the national energy climate plans and the just transition plans. To maximize the impact of the recovery fund, we must ensure that these plans are focused on key priorities and look to the future, not attempt to maintain the pre-crisis status quo. And the Commission has proposed 7 flagship areas for recovery and resilience plans. 2 of them refer directly to energy. So first, Power Up, which focuses on clean technologies. And second is Renovate, aiming to improve the energy and resource efficiency of buildings. And in addition, renewable energy will need to be the basis for the transport flagship, Recharge and Refuel. Only last month, the Commission provided a detailed assessment of national energy and climate plans, which are also investment and reform plans for clean energy technologies. The Commission assessment outlines 3 climate and energy-related investment and reform measures for every member state, which would accelerate their green transition, and we strongly encourage member states to reflect the measures in the recovery and resilience plans. And we are in constant dialogue with the member states regarding the preparation of the recovery and resilience plans and see signs that these priorities are being taken up. As I already mentioned, renovation is one of the areas where investment now makes very big sense. And climate neutrality can only be reached with better performing buildings. They are responsible for about 40% of the EU's total energy consumption, and they generate 36% of our energy-related carbon emissions. Renovation is also labor-intensive, making it an effective measure to boost recovery. Our communication on the Renovation Wave was published last October. And this is our action plan with concrete regulatory, financing and enabling measures for the years to come. And our aim is to at least double the annual energy renovation rate by 2030. And this is a moment when I truly thank Kieran, you and your team for very good cooperation when we prepared this strategy. So in addition to significantly cutting our emissions, we estimate that the Renovation Wave will also create additional 160,000 green jobs in the construction sector by 2030, especially in small and medium enterprises. And it will also help the 34 million Europeans who experience energy poverty through the renovation of first performing buildings. And of course, for all of us, it will reduce household energy bills, which for many Europeans represent a large share of their monthly costs. To ensure a deep, inclusive and future-oriented transformation of the built environment, President von der Leyen has launched the European Bauhaus project that brings together civil society, citizens, architects, urban developers, designers, environmental and public health experts, investors, and planning authorities in the search for the best ideas for high-quality deep renovations. And we have a unique opportunity to make building renovation a win-win for both the climate neutrality and the economic recovery. And the MFF and Next Generation EU will provide funding through several programs that can be used to make that happen. The second key area, not only for recovery, but for the future success and the resilience of the EU's economy, is renewable energy. We have this year presented 3 strategies that are central to scaling up clean technologies and making our energy system greener and fit for the future. 2 of them, hydrogen and energy system integration strategies, were adopted in July. And today we still rely largely on converting coal, oil, and gas to run our industries. So this represents 86% of our energy mix right now. We use it to drive our cars and heat our homes. So we need an entire thinking of all the ways we produce, transport, convert, and use energy, and of the roles of all actors along the way. By 2050, the share of electricity in our energy mix will double and cover around half of all energy consumed. An integrated energy system ensures that waste heat is reused. It supports electrification through renewable electricity, replacing the petrol in our cars and the heating in our homes, and introduces new forms of renewable and low carbon gases such as hydrogen for those industrial sectors or transport modes where electrification is no option. Hydrogen can also support the transition towards an energy system relying on renewable energy by balancing variable renewable energy. By 2024, we plan to have 6 gigawatts of renewable electrolyzer capacity, and by 2030, it should reach 40 gigawatts. After that, hydrogen technologies should be major and widespread across the EU. The third strategy to give a boost to renewable energy is brand new. I adopted the EU strategy on offshore renewable energy last week. And offshore energy is a true European success story. We have a very competitive industry. All main players in offshore wind are European, and all ocean energy projects in the world use European technology. We have 30 years of experience and have ambitious objectives for the future to meet our electricity needs and our climate targets for 2030 and 2050. To achieve this, we need to scale up offshore wind capacity to 300 gigawatts by 2050 and to reach 40 gigawatts of capacity for ocean energy, like tidal and other emerging technologies. So the strategy promotes clean energy, high quality jobs, sustainable growth, and international competitiveness. I know the next speaker is very eager to give you more information on the readiness of member states to ensure there are enough projects in the pipeline. It is generally the case that the first year of the Commission is the year of putting in place the strategies and policy frameworks. And we have done that. Looking ahead, 2021 will be the year of delivery and legislative proposals to make sure we have the concrete tools to achieve a 55% greenhouse gas reduction by 2030. And already in December, I will present a proposal for revision of the 10E regulation, which I see as the first opportunity to translate the Green Deal priorities in our policy for cross-border infrastructure. This new framework will help support the development of offshore renewable energy, a backbone transport network for hydrogen, powered rigs, and other important infrastructure, such as smart grids. And next year, my task will be the revision of the Energy Efficiency Directive and the Renewable Energy Directive by June. The Fit for 55 package will be a major milestone. And we have recently opened public consultations on these topics, and We look forward to your input in this process. After the summer, we will follow up the methane strategy and look into the regulatory framework for the gas market. We will also continue the work on energy performance of buildings, on eco-design and sustainability of products. So, dear listeners, the road to recovery and sustainability is not easy. We need a close partnership with member states to make sure that choices made today in the context of the recovery plans are also the right ones in the long term. And of course, both the European Parliament and national parliaments have an important role to play. So I count on your support in the preparation of good green recovery and resilience plans and in creating the legislative framework that will help us achieve our Green Deal objectives. And of course, I'm looking forward to the debate later today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Simpson. It's clear that the legislative train is ready and leaving the station, and it will be a very ambitious year ahead for all of us in all the different institutions. So at this point, I will pass over to Ariane Richter to speak on priorities on energy of the German EU presidency. And Ariane Richter is, of course, the energy attaché at the permanent representative of the Federal Republic of Germany to the European Union. Ariane, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kieran, and good morning, Madam Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation to speak today and this opportunity to present the work of the German Council presidency in the energy field. The COVID pandemic is a historic challenge with unprecedented effects on the economy in Germany and in Europe. The crisis has determined all of our work since March, and it also shapes the work of our presidency in terms both of content and organization. To deal with the immediate crisis and focus on the recovery is a key priority of our presidency. Our motto is Together for Europe's Recovery. We have to avoid a protracted structural crisis for people and economy. That is only possible if everyone pulls along. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and its effects, economic and competitiveness aspects have gained additional weight. Climate protection and digitization remain the main challenges of our generation. It's important that this perspective has not been lost in the current crisis, but on the contrary, has been strengthened. Member states are currently drawing up their recovery and resilience plans, and the two flagship templates that the Commission has provided to member states, Power Up and Renovate, are really helpful in focusing on these green investments. During our presidency, we have discussed this with Energy Director Generals to focus on the details and to really get this pipeline going that was just mentioned, so that once the overall agreement on the multi-annual financial framework has been reached, we're ready to go and invest in these projects. Next year, we expect this big legislative package that was just mentioned by Commissioner Simpson in the field of energy and climate. And we already saw these important strategies this year, started by the strategy on energy system integration in July. During the German presidency, we held broad discussions on strategic measures to achieve this further energy system integration. The Energy Efficiency First principle has been widely supported by the member states as a leading principle underpinning the transformation of the EU's energy system in all sectors. The role of cost efficiency needs to be strengthened as the transformation of the energy system continuously gains speed and depth. Movement towards a greater circular energy economy will further support EU's efficiency ambitions. The European Commission's Renovation Wave initiative was welcomed very much by member states. It's a tool to further push energy efficiency, sustainable deployment of building renovation, development of local renewable energy sources, a possible link with e-mobility, as well as greater digitalization of the home environment. Member states stressed during these discussions that deepening electrification, reaching into new sectors of the economy, will play a vital role in the upcoming decarbonization path. Greater use of electricity is mainly expected for uses in the transport and heating and cooling sectors, and in some areas also for industrial applications. Given this increased importance of electrification, member states highlighted that the share of renewables in the EU electricity mix needs to be increased substantially in order to meet the Union's climate neutrality objective by 2050. This need for continued growth in the supply of renewable electricity is why we chose to make Council conclusions on the EU enabling conditions for cross-border renewable energy projects, one of the priorities of our presidency. In recent years, we've seen remarkable progress in offshore wind energy deployment in Europe, combined with decreasing costs. This is key to reach our targets. As a consequence, the contribution of offshore wind energy will grow significantly in importance for the energy transition, climate protection, but also for the industry and European recovery, as the industrial value chain is within Europe. In Germany, we've recently increased our target for 2030 to 20 gigawatts offshore wind and established a long-term target of 40 gigawatts until 2050. And we're in good company. We just heard that in its offshore renewable strategy that was adopted last week, the EU Commission estimates that offshore wind capacities needs to grow to 60 gigawatt in 2030, and these 300 gigawatts in Europe until 2050 in order to reach climate neutrality. In order to reach these impressive amounts of clean energy, we need to foster European cooperation. In its offshore strategy, the Commission estimates that 2/3 of the costs for offshore wind parks are for infrastructure. This is one of the reasons why, especially in the area of offshore energy, cross-border cooperation has such a big potential to bring overall costs down. This is why we made cooperation on offshore wind and other renewables one of our priorities. Hybrid projects, that means offshore wind parks that are connected to more than one member state, or to be more precise, more than one bidding zone, as well as joint projects between member states, can play an important role in the future due to the synergies from harvesting generation potential and infrastructure benefits. However, substantial barriers to such projects still exist. The North Sea Energy Cooperation ministers stated this in their statement on 6th of July this summer, just at the start of the German presidency. And in order to address these barriers, we want to promote the idea of an EU enabling framework for cross-border renewable projects during the Council presidency. Such a framework could include an EU guidance for joint projects, improved EU financing, appropriate electricity market rules for hybrid projects, and a better coordination of grid and spatial planning on European level. However, setting up offshore windmills is only one part of the complex energy system. The green electricity from the sea needs to be delivered to the consumer. Grid connection of offshore wind farms has always been a key neuralgic aspect of offshore wind development. It will become even more important once we fully explore the potentials for offshore wind. Moreover, the relevance of grid connections increases also from a security of supply perspective. We need to ensure reliability if we have increasing shares of our generation portfolio situated offshore. In the medium term, a meshed offshore grid will therefore become a priority. Our Council conclusions that are still being discussed on fostering EU cooperation in offshore and other renewables will focus on these challenges. And currently, there seems to be a broad consensus among member states to welcome the Commission's communication on offshore renewables and call on the Commission to develop an EU enabling framework for offshore and cross-border projects, which consists of 5 core elements. Firstly, an EU guidance for options and IGAs for cooperation models, as well as the important question of cost-benefit sharing between the participating member states. Secondly, a Commission proposal for a more effective use of Union funds for cross-border projects through EU financial instruments. Third, an EU guidance on the coordination of maritime spatial planning and offshore network planning among the member states. Fourth, with a view to the EU electricity market regulations for hybrids, the Commission is asked to present a further in-depth analysis of the challenges and the beneficial EU electricity market rules for such hybrid projects, to develop a long-term solution that finds the right balance between improved trade and effective market and grid integration of wind power, while also taking into account the repercussions on the funding systems, and to investigate how flexibility can be granted in the meantime in order to test different options so that the first projects can be implemented quickly. And fifth and last, EU support for research and innovation for renewable generation and grid technologies within the framework of Horizon Europe and the SET plan. So this is what we're currently discussing in the Council. The discussions are still ongoing and we have a few weeks left of our presidency. This was a short overview with that. Back to you, Kieran.
Thanks, Ariana. That was really interesting. I sense in terms of offshore energy, we have the wool, but in order to knit it together, there's a huge amount of work that remains to be done to produce the finished garment. But your words are very encouraging to us. So our third speaker in this round of panelists is Peter Sweatman. Peter is with Climate Strategy and Partners and also works with the European Climate Foundation. And of course, the European Climate Foundation is promoting climate and energy policies that can reduce Europe's greenhouse gas emissions and help Europe play a stronger role in an international leadership role in mitigating climate change. He's going to talk about the 1,000 shovel-ready projects that are identified in support of Europe's green recovery. I'm very heartened by that description of 1,000 projects that are ready to go. And so, Peter, over to you to discuss the Green COVID-19 Recovery and Resilience Plan for Europe, 1,000 green projects.
Thank you so much, Kieran. Commissioner, honourable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Jan and the EUFORES team for inviting me to present about this pipeline. It's the one referred to by our Commissioner and Attaché Richter in their remarks. As I start, just wanted to say that my, as it were, qualification to arrive here was 27 years in finance, 17 of those in climate finance. I run this company headquartered in Spain. We've refinanced 60 million euros worth of Spanish city energy contracts. I'm the rapporteur for the European Commission's Energy Efficiency Financial Institutions Group that was cited in the Renovation Wave strategy. So I need to thank the European Climate Foundation, which is a non-partisan, non-government funder, and its team for putting me on the project steering board of the EY study, which I will refer to, and also for funding the taxonomy work, which I will also briefly talk to, and further to thank Breakthrough Energy, which is an umbrella group set up by Bill Gates, which I will refer to at the end of my presentation. So on the very first slide, I will summarize just the three, so next slide, Rochelle, please. I will be summarizing the 3 key points and the only points which I will be making in this presentation. The first is the projects are there, the green projects are there, and I will describe to you how earlier this year, together with 27 domestic local teams of EY, we found those 1,000 projects in all member states. The second thing I'm going to say is they're really green. So I'm going to talk about the wonderful EU taxonomy, which we applied with EY earlier in the year in its pre-draft form, and that is currently, its thresholds are currently out for consultation through delegated act. And the third thing I'm going to do is look to the future and talk a little bit to end about this race to the top, which I think we are now in, that's going to make us fit and competitive as Europe for the future. All of these 3 points I will make with evidence from studies that I will refer to. And actually, as I was putting this together, I thought this was quite a nice way of describing the past through the projects we have already identified, the present, which is the need for Europe to establish terms for green, and the future, which is about innovation and how Europe can build on what it does in recovery to build back better. Next slide, please. So the first evidence that I will refer to is the study that was conducted by EY. As I have mentioned, it was conducted by their local teams in 27 member states. It used the national energy and climate plans of those member states, and indeed the long-term renovation strategies where present, as a guide, and it used all available public energy databases and the like. It focused on 5 sectors, so as well as energy, it looked at transport, buildings, industry, and land use. It looked at big and small projects, and it used 200 interviews with promoters and an online survey. And when we say these projects are shovel ready, what we mean is that they are within 1 to 2 years of financial close. Next slide. So the results were, in fact, we identified 2,000 projects. But in just 4 weeks, those 2,000 projects were reduced to a list of 1,000 through some quality, shovel readiness, and green criteria, which I will describe. And each one of these projects, EY felt, has the potential to create social, environmental, and economic value in the context of a COVID-19 recovery. So the projects are worth in total 200 billion of public and private investment. They are evenly distributed across the 27 member states. They will create 3 million jobs, approximately 2.3 million full-time equivalents, but 3 million jobs, which is equivalent to around 20% of those lost, according to the ILO, due to the COVID-related economic recession. Next slide. So where are these projects? Well, first on the left-hand side, you can see what they are. So the yellow segment is renewable energy transmission and storage. The green segment is public transport and low carbon mobility. The pink segment is energy efficiency in buildings. And the blue segment is circular economy, industrial process efficiency, green hydrogen, and manufacturing and low carbon technologies. On the right-hand side of the slide, you can see the lists of where the projects were found. So unsurprisingly, large economies have more projects. So France, Germany, Spain, and Italy lead that list. But in terms of projects per capita, Central and Eastern European countries perform very well. The top countries for projects per capita were Cyprus, Croatia, and Slovakia. So clearly we can see, and also I should mention, we went to look, and there are several projects located in areas transitioning from coal. Next slide. The projects are small and big, and they are diversified across the size spectrum. So on the left-hand side, the tower chart shows in the same colors projects distributed by size. Hard to read, but the toolbar on the left side of that is up to 5 million euros. And the smaller bar on the right-hand side is over 1 billion euros. And the divisors are 10 million, 50 million, 100 million. The reason we have an iceberg on this slide is because we just spent 4 weeks identifying these projects. Those 4 weeks took place earlier this year in June and July. A number of developers didn't want to share their projects for confidentiality and competitive reasons. And so we asked EY whether they could estimate how much of the projects, or how many of the projects in this 200 billion investment pipeline that we had identified, the 1,000 projects, what percentage of overall projects in Europe might they represent? So the tip of our iceberg was estimated by EY as around 10% of the green projects that we believe are under development in Europe. Now, this 10% tracks with a few indicators. So we only discovered through this process 10% of the renewable energy projects that were documented in databases and expected based on the current trends of investment available this year. So that 10% in renewable energy gave us some strength. And then we'd only been able to identify and talk to 23% of the top European construction companies and 11 of the top 100 EU cities. So all of these metrics tended to make us think that we'd just scratched the surface in our projects. Next slide. So on this map, and again, apologies, extremely hard to read. I will certainly ensure that EUFORES has access to this presentation for afterwards. But we can see here example projects, including cooperative food forests in the Netherlands, battery and hydrogen manufacturing in northern France, Sweden, and Poland, solar projects in Spain and Italy, an interconnector in Greece, buildings projects in Brussels, Latvia, Slovakia, and Croatia, and electric buses in Bulgaria. Next slide. We heard earlier that in the context of the recovery plans, Renovate is one of the flagship challenges. So I wanted to tell you about buildings projects that we had identified, because it was an area that for us was reasonably hard. We did identify 13.3 billion of investments in 125 buildings projects. These tended to be of the smaller size range. 1/3 of them were public promotions, 2/3 of them private promotions, but the public promotions were bigger. And it was easier for us to get buildings pipelines from public promoters than from private promoters for confidentiality reasons. Nevertheless, what the chart shows on the left-hand side of the slide is innovation and new materials is a strong part of the buildings recovery story, as well as improved construction processes, which is the middle bar. And of course, 60% of the projects were renovations, delivering significant energy savings. So as we move at the halfway mark to the next slide in this presentation, I want to talk about how we knew, or what did we do to determine that these projects were green. So as you can imagine, with a list of 1,000 rows in an Excel, we had to use, at the time in June, what was available, which was the technical expert group's recommended thresholds for significant contribution under the EU taxonomy, which we did. At that time, 57%, 570 of those projects complied with that threshold criteria. The remaining 430, or 43%, were missing some evidence. However, in discussions with EY, they were both directionally aligned. In covered sectors, there was no red flag that they were doing harm to other environmental objectives, and we felt that with more time, those promoters could come forward with the evidence that would be necessary to allow them to comply with the taxonomy. Interestingly, when the EC published its delegated acts last Friday containing the thresholds for climate mitigation and adaptation, prior to that, myself and a co-author had gone through the common provision regulation to look at the 143 rows in Table 1 in the CPR Annex to see if the recovery and resilience plans could be covered by the EU taxonomy. And we discovered that in all cases, bar 3, the Rio markers could be translated into the taxonomy language. And I think that one of the things that having done that, we realize is some people think the taxonomy is complex. I say, well, the hardest thing is finding the page that you have to read. But in reality, for each project, there's probably 1 or 2 pages you need to read. Getting there is probably one of the hardest steps in that process. Next slide. This talks about the process used to apply the taxonomy. Clearly, eligibility by sector, alignment through sustainable contribution, not doing harm to other environmental areas. There are 6 in total, so not doing harm to the other 5 if you're mitigating climate change, for example. And then finally, complying with overall operational and compliance safeguards. Next slide. I think the taxonomy is more than just an accounting exercise. I think taxonomy is strategically important for Europe. Thousands of people over 4 years I've seen, and multiple consultations where hundreds of people have contributed to it, have allowed Europe to take a lead in developing the language of sustainable finance. That is no small feat. Owning the language of green finance is a strategic informational advantage to European companies, capital markets, and to facilitate our transition. European savings account for 25% of the world's wealth. Therefore, Europe's impact through taxonomy is much larger than its share of global emissions at just 17%. The science of climate change needs a scientific way to categorize investments. The EU taxonomy doesn't allow or not allow things. Countries and private investors can invest in whatever they want, but it just makes sure that the label of green is something that makes a significant contribution. I personally think we should lead from the front. And as you managing recovery plans and governments will need co-investments in most of your projects in the Green Deal, then we'll need the EU taxonomy criteria to attract the private sector investors and to ensure that the green bonds that are issued from those investments are qualifying. So finally, as I come to the end of this presentation, I'd like to draw your attention to a tweet that was done in October the 16th by Bill Gates. Bill Gates luckily has 52.7 million followers. And on October the 16th, Bill said, Europe has an opportunity to get its economy back on track in a way that creates good jobs and reinforces its global climate leadership. Here are 55 ideas on how Europe can develop and scale up the innovative technologies we'll need to reach net zero. He was referring to a study made by Capgemini Invent, where again, I was happy to sit on the board of, and directed by Breakthrough Energy. Next slide. This study looked to the future. So I've talked at the beginning part of this presentation on immediate projects that can be invested in the next 2 years. But we, of course, need to remember to position Europe for the long-term future, make it fit for 55 and indeed for net zero. So what Capgemini did was look for projects in the slightly earlier stages of development that would contribute to the net zero trajectory, create new markets of goods and services, deliver high quality jobs, produce global innovation leadership over the short, medium, and long term, and deliver emissions reductions and jobs in this decade. Next slide. So these projects were divided into 3 categories. We referred to them as innovation bets, things like direct air capture, new renovation methods, lab-produced alternative meat. Acceleration projects, they were closer to market, so floating offshore wind, carbon sink materials, hydrogen fuel cells for trucks, and then those that are driving to market scale, like digitizing the whole grid, replacing all refrigerants, and deep renovation of European homes. Next slide. 55 is a big number. It also coincides with our minimum hopeful emission reductions by 2030, but the number of European quests can be grouped into these 6 clusters. They are hydrogen, gigafactories, electrification, smart grids, the bioeconomy, and carbon capture. The report tells us how each one of these clusters can together create a market of goods and services in Europe whose value add to our economy will be 800 billion euros and will employ 13 million jobs by 2030. So these future-looking innovative investments are really a roadmap to where Europe can be going in terms of leading. So as I end, I thought the most appropriate place to end this introductory keynote was to just to echo our president's own words, that the European Green Deal is very ambitious, and we'll be careful in assessing the impact of every single step. And I think, as the Commission has outlined, and as we've heard from the German presidency, the absolute seriousness of the green recovery, which we are in, and the fact that we will be rebuilding an economy that is different from the past, that's greener, that's more digital, and that will deliver a future where Europe will lead, leads me to conclude, especially now that we've seen a new US administration who is committed to come back into the Paris Agreement. I think the time is past when being competitive and sustainable were two separate things. Europe will need to be sustainable to be competitive. And that is the future we are building in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Peter. That was a tour de force in showing us at a very practical level what needs to be done in the years ahead. If you're watching us online, you're welcome to the EUFORES 20th Inter-Parliamentary meeting on renewable energy and energy efficiency. So we've had three speakers. We've had Commissioner Simpson telling us there's a lot of legislation in train. We will have the 10E regulation reforms published this month. We will have the Energy Efficiency Directive and the Renewable Energy Directive changes in the spring, and the methane strategy later next year. So there's a lot of legislation in the pipeline. Ariane Richter from the German presidency spoke about how we are leaders, but that we need more coordination and cooperation in order to roll out renewable energy at the scale that is required. She also spoke about the role of marine spatial planning. Music to my ears, because I'm trained as a planner, and she pointed to what needs to be done there. And then Peter spoke in depth about the 1,000 shovel-ready projects and what could be done with realizing them within the short to medium term. So at this stage, we are moving on to our first panel, and we have we have Christina Pruner, MP from Romania, Nina Scheer from Germany, Maria de Graça Carvalho from Portugal, Pernilla Weiss, MEP from Denmark, Niels Fudgang from Denmark, Vice President of EUFORES, and of course my colleague Jutta Paulus from Germany. So I think what we will do now is just have a very short 1-minute reaction from each member of the panel. I will be mercenary. I will stop the clock after a minute. So please do give us your initial thoughts and feedback on what you've heard. So I might start with Christina Pruner, MP from Romania. Over to you.
Thank you, Kieran. Hello to everyone. I joined a little bit later this event, and I'm sorry for that. We are now 1 week from the general elections here in Romania, so I had to be at a different event. But I will start my remarks, of course, on the current debate on Green Deal and recovery plan, and a perspective from an Eastern European MP. So I think that what we've learned from this COVID crisis is that we need more resilience mechanisms, and we should build this kind of mechanisms also to reduce the risks of climate change and to reduce its effects. But we don't have to return to business as usual, and it's especially necessary to focus now on energy security, on green energy, hydrogen, as I heard the previous speaker saying as well, storage capacities, of course, propped with the digitization projects that require real-time demand response. But we also need to keep in mind the specificities of each member states. And here in Eastern Europe, as you know, energy security is very important. And we believe that there should be a diverse mix of production sources and supply sources, as well as keeping our carbon targets. And of course, we are very much committed
Indeed.
to the European targets. And of course, if I can continue later on, because I think my minute is up.
Absolutely,
then I will come back.
We'll have more opportunities.
Thank you so
as
much.
the first speaker, Christina, you got 2 minutes. So Nina Schier, MP from Germany, you're very welcome. We'd like your initial reaction to the 3 speakers.
Kieran, I fear that Nina has technical problems, so we move on with the next one, please.
Maria de Grassa, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations to EUFORES for this. I have agreed with what was said, but usually I always miss the emphasis on another part of the energy, that is the decentralized energy, the simple solutions, the do-it-yourself culture, policies that are more centered to the people in general, and to give skills for the citizens. I think that this is very important, that we focus also on simple solutions, mainly for the energy efficiency in buildings, what each of us can do in their own houses and office. And this is a very important part also on the energy policy. So my first remark is on this. My second remark, I think that it's important to have these large projects, but we should never forget the energy efficient first. And my last remark, that was said, but I would like to have a lot of emphasis that we need a big emphasis on the long-term research that will develop in technology, because the last bit to be decarbonized, we still do not have the full technology available. So if we need, if we really mean the completely decarbonize of the society, we still have to have a big emphasis on research and innovation, and we hope that Horizon Europe can provide the solutions that are still required. So this is my 3 points to add to what has been said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Most useful. Now we're heading north again to Denmark. Pernille Weiss, over to you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Kieran. It could have been Niels Fuglsang, but I'm happy to take the floor first. Thank you so much also for this very, very rich and important program this morning. My 1 minute, I would like to underline that I really do hope that we can speed up the way that we calibrate the equation of different incentives, both in skills, in knowledge, in evidence, but also in finance, to improve the decarbonization from the energy efficiency and renewable initiatives that are going to be taken. Also, I would like to ask if I can use the last 20 seconds of my minute. I would very much like to hear Commissioner Kadri Simson. What are the more concrete plans of how to start the first 5 Bauhaus models in the EU? I'm very, very curious, being the carpenter's daughter and also having worked with the physical environment in my whole life as a nurse. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pernille. And yes, the Bauhaus, I think we all want to know more about that. But I'll just continue with speakers from Denmark, and my colleague Niels Fuglsang. Over to you for your thoughts in 1 minute.
Thank you, Kieran. and thank you for the very good presentations that give some optimism for the time to come. I think my initial comment is that we have a choice when it comes to the recovery. We can either do as we did with after the financial crisis and try to have austerity policies and save our way, cut spending to get out of the crisis, or we can do what I hear from Kadri Simpson, the Commissioner, and from the Commission as such, and from the European Parliament, that we need to kickstart the economy in a green way. Kadri Simpson presented, I think it was last week, an offshore wind energy strategy, saying that we actually need 25 as much wind power, offshore wind power, as we have today to become climate neutral, to reach our targets, our climate targets. So that's why I think when it comes to the choice of how we exit the crisis, we cannot have the austerity policy that we used in the financial crisis. We need to go with the strategy that Kadri Simpson and the Commission and the European Parliament seems to have chosen. And I think that's the right strategy, to invest in green solutions, to create green jobs and to get out of the crisis like that. And that's I'm optimistic about that. And that is, I think, the approach that we should be discussing here today. Thanks.
Thanks, Niels. And now we have from Germany, my colleague, Jutta Paulus. Jutta.
Thank you very much, Kieran. Thank you, EUFORES, for organizing this important event. I think this is really great. I was, don't mind me kidding you, Niels, but that was a very interesting intervention from someone coming from one of the member states of the Frugal Four. No offense intended. I want to thank my colleague Maria, because she already approached two very important points. The first one is the role of the citizens. A lot of people are really concerned, with good reason, about the climate crisis, and we should make sure that they have the opportunity to be part of the energy transition. There is great work having been done at the European level in the last mandate with the rights of the active consumers, which are set down in European law. And I think it's vitally important that Commission supports member states in the transposition to national law, so that this is done in a manner that active consumers and energy communities really can play their part. And I think that's really so important, because a lot of people can invest a little money. They can build solar panels, they can participate in wind parks. And we need not only a renovation wave, but also a renewable energy wave, because the targets that we have to set ourselves in order to be able to reach our climate goals are incredibly high. And we will only achieve them if everyone is on board and everyone is ready to invest. So I really would like to point out to Kadri, please do make sure that member states are on track when it comes to transposition of citizens' energy, because that will be much more important than developing the hydrogen pipelines and the hydrogen projects, which, at least in some ways, are not really adhering to the principle of energy efficiency first. And we should make sure that hydrogen is used in sectors where no electrification is possible. I'll cut here because my minute is over. Thanks.
Thanks, Jutta, and thank you for keeping to the time there. So look, we've had 5 MPs or MEPs commenting on what they've heard.
Nina Scher has arrived, if you like.
And Nina is with us. So yes. Nina, I'd like to bring you in to comment briefly on what you've heard from the 3 speakers. So a moment for you to reflect on what you've heard. Welcome.
Thank you. I just came into the discussion, and I'm sorry for being a few minutes late. Maybe other speakers can be before, so that I can hear some lines.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we've just had a few comments, and we'll go back to the 3 keynote speakers to the three speakers, and then there might be an opportunity for you.
Okay,
So I might go back to Commissioner Simpson first. Commissioner, you've heard some thoughts from our parliamentarians. Have you any words to say, any reflections from what you've heard?
Yes, Kieran, of course I do have. And it was so refreshing to hear Nina's intervention of that, because I just joined. I will at first listen something and then I will react. So very Nordic attitude. But thank you for very good questions and remarks. And I will start with Christina, who mentioned that coming from Eastern Europe, the security of energy supply is very important. Indeed, it is important for all the member states. And we actually do see that with our Green Deal, we are changing our import balance, because right now, European Union is one of the biggest natural gas and oil importers. And if we will replace fossil fuels with renewables that are produced in our own soil, that means that we are also making ourselves more we will supply our own energy, and we are not so dependent on the very volatile world market prices for oil, for example. And according to our treaty, this is right of the all member states to decide their energy mix, but we trust that if our member states have committed for climate neutrality, then they will do their investments keeping this target in mind. And of course, we know that member states do have different starting positions, and that's why this just transition principle is especially important. But as I told you already during my introductory remarks, right now we are in close contact with all the member states so that we can help them during this preparation of recovery and resilience plans. And if we guide them, then of course we keep in mind the energy efficiency first principle, because yes, we need big projects, but it might be difficult to front load them for the next 3 years. But energy efficiency is also in the renovation wave, and these kind of projects are pretty fastly. You can implement them pretty fastly, and they will create jobs all across the EU. Of course, Green Deal is also a growth strategy, so this is very important that we have global technological leadership in many sectors already. Offshore is one of the very good example, ocean energy, but we know that ocean energy is not market ready yet, so part of our offshore energy strategy was dedicated to research and innovation, because we need to invest a lot. But hydrogen is already existing solution. So we do see that every member state can benefit from it, because it is possible to produce hydrogen or to use it. And we have a couple of very good examples how hydrogen is already taking off, because to create well-existing hydrogen market, we need to scale up both production and also consumption. But for example, here in Europe, the announcement of Airbus to develop new zero-emission hydrogen-based airplanes is a prime example of our commitment to industrial leadership. And then, of course, in Italy, opportunities for maritime transport. Shipbuilder Fincantieri announced that they will start work on their first zero-emission ultimate ship or sails, and there are also examples from Germany where there is a fleet of hydrogen buses and fueling stations. So this is a chance for all the member states to create green jobs and to phase out fossil fuels faster in the sectors where there are no good alternatives. So this was also remarked to Jutta, Paulus, and Niels, because indeed during this transition we want to create jobs all across Europe. And now Pernille asked me, member of European Parliament, Pernille Weiss asked me about Bauhaus initiative. I actually had a very good chance this week to have tete-a-tete dinner with our president, Ursula von der Leyen. And as you know, this was her addition to our Renovation Wave, because this renovation shouldn't be just technical, how we will keep warm or heat inside the room, but it must be also a inspirational strategy. And that's why this is very close to her heart. And she will set up an organization between the different DGs so that we can create those plans for flagship Bauhaus projects across the EU. And I think that this is truly a great opportunity if President herself is so much involved. And well, in next decades, when we walk around in some cities or regions in Europe, and we know that this is the monument for the great transition that took place, that started in 2019. So these were my short remarks. I hope that I can stay until the next round too, but 10:40, unfortunately, I have to leave. I will have next keynote speech. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. That's most useful. So I'll keep moving on so we get another round in. So I might move on to Ariana Richter, the Energy Attaché from the Federal Republic of Germany. Ariana.
Thank you, Kieran. And thanks for all the remarks. It's really interesting to hear all these different perspectives. So I really enjoyed your presentation, Peter, on the different projects that are already possible and already lined up. I think in particular the taxonomy is really a key legislative framework that was created that now, of course, has to be filled with life. The delegated act has been presented in the draft version. There is now a stakeholder consultation ongoing, so we will see where we end up exactly on all the details there. That's, of course, as usual, where the interesting stuff really starts. I heard the comment from Maria de Grassa. Yes, you missed the citizen. I think a very important focus in that area is the aspect of energy efficiency and renovation, because this is really something that affects everyone and that every citizen has to decide and has to want to do. So we have to create a framework for building renovations that makes this attractive, and especially seeing the long investment cycles for such housing renovations. This is usually not something that you decide every 2 years. This is sometimes difficult to actually motivate citizens to start these investments and to fund these renovations. But this is why the Renovation Wave initiative by the Commission was welcomed by such a vast majority of member states, because this is really an important next step in this regard to bring investments forward and to push this topic also in the public sphere. And then Jutta Paulus, you also touched on this, and I like the call for a renovation wave, or for a renewable energy wave, actually. Yes, indeed, of course, the citizens' electricity is also an important aspect. In Germany, we're just now revising our Renewable Energy Act, and this will also be strengthened in that regard when we transpose the Renewable Energy Directive for citizens' electricity. And then hydrogen was mentioned. You mentioned this, Jutta Paulus, as well, to focus only on the hard-to-abate sectors in this. So during our council presidency, we've been discussing council conclusions on hydrogen as well. This is, of course, a very important part on our path to 2050, but there is also a fairly broad consensus among member states that this is the last step in the energy system integration strategy. So this is really only in those sectors that cannot be tackled otherwise. This is where we use hydrogen to go these last 5%, if you will, to get to 100% climate neutrality. And yes, this is we're discussing this in Coreper with the ambassadors today, actually. So we'll see where we end up there. Exciting times. Thanks.
Thanks very much for that, Ariana. Yes, indeed. So much in the pipeline at the moment. Peter, thanks again for your fantastic slides with some very practical projects that can be implemented now. Would you like to comment on some of what the panelists, the parliamentarians said?
Sure. Thank you, Kieran. I'd love to respond actually on the role of citizens. So thank you, Maria and Jutta, for bringing that up. I looked around and I wrote an article recently identifying that European property is worth 17 trillion euros, more or less. The mortgage market in Europe is worth 7 trillion euros, more or less. So that gives a difference of 10 trillion euros of savings in the form of property. So 10 trillion savings, sort of where is that? Who has that? Because 10 trillion is 10 times more than the Green Deal will motivate and is 10 times more than the EIB is putting into the transition. So potentially those savings locked into property could be seen as an intergenerational transfer. Potentially that may be with people who've paid their mortgages down. It could produce jobs for younger people, involve them in the transition. It could improve the health and comfort of the older generations. It could lower their bills. It could generate their own power. So how could we access that money? So it seems to me very logical that consumers today do not borrow at 10% over 10 years to do a renovation. No, more likely they'd be attracted to borrow at the type of borrowing costs that the Commission can access. The Commission can borrow for 30 years at 0.3%. Now, 0.3% compounded over 30 years means that if the Commission borrows 20,000 euros today, it will have to pay back 22,500 euros with zero interest rates in between in the year 2050. How, I wonder, would Europeans, when presented with that same financing alternative, be interested in taking the 20,000, which is locked in their property, and converting it into jobs for the young and increased comfort and lower bills for the old? So I think that there's an opportunity here in the form of the loan section of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which at the moment I'm unclear. I haven't seen the detail of those plans, but potentially there's an opportunity. I thought I was doing some numbers on the Renovation Wave, and I saw it targets 35 million renovations across Europe in the next decade. I thought to myself, I wonder how many project managers it would take to deliver 35 million renovations, expecting, of course, people to do renovations not by themselves. I admit, Maria, some may, others may not. I thought 350,000 was probably a good number. And I feel as though there's an opportunity to help individuals non-expert in renovating homes through technical assistance to inspire a network, and potentially connected to the Bauhaus movement, to inspire a network of project managers that will present plans to people with money locked into their property, whose properties may be awfully energy performing, but just don't know how to deliver that better performance and comfort. And if they were offered the same terms of borrowing that the Commission can access, maybe that would make it a lot more attractive to them. Thanks.
Really interesting, Peter. And I love that discussion of the big numbers, because sometimes it's hard to envisage, how many buildings do we have to look at? How much power is needed in Europe? And when you start putting numbers on it, I think it becomes really quite real. So look, I want to move on and come back to our panel, but just to remind you in advance that you can raise your hand or you can send in a written question in the Q&A function at either the top or the bottom of your for your screen in round 3. So I would like to come back to our parliamentarian panel, maybe for another quick reaction on what you've heard. And I think a question certainly that strikes me is, look, what can we do right now? You know, what's working right now? What is the low-hanging fruit in all of this? We know where we want to be in 30 years' time, but there's a lot that can be done now. And, you know, some member states are more ambitious than others. We don't have the national energy efficiency action plans, for instance, from all the member states yet. But I think all of us as parliamentarians, there are particular projects or particular interests that we have that we might like to share with the audience. So, Christina, I might go back to you first. You're an MP from Romania. Looking at it from the Romanian side of things, you've already spoken about the energy security concerns that you have in that country. But can you see projects that could be implemented quickly there? What do you see as the low-hanging fruit in all of this?
Thank you, Kieran. Indeed, I spoke about energy security, and I think this is a major issue, at least here in Romania. We are an eastern country, and you know, here in the eastern part of Europe, we are trying to interconnect with our neighbors so that we don't have any problems in supplying energy to the people. About the low-hanging fruits, I would say that you know, European money, and now there's plenty of them. We just need to have a clear plan on how to invest them properly. They can be used in the deployment of renewable energy and also energy efficiency. I saw a lot of emphasis on energy efficiency, and I think this is a very, very good approach. There's a lot of potential here in Romania as well with the renovating buildings, also public buildings that are really not very efficient. And also another point that I want to state is the offshore wind. I saw the communication from the Commission. I think we should go in this direction, and also I believe that this is an area where we can also develop projects, and we look forward to see what the European policies will be in this direction.
Thank you for that. And I'll go to the rest of the panel. Nina, you've had an opportunity to hear some of the comments from the panel. Nina Scheer, as an MP from Germany, what do you see as the stuff that we can do now, the projects we can engage with now to tackle this challenge?
I think we have to take care about the instruments and not so much at the goals, because the goals are very far away, and it is very necessary that we have a better look on these things which are going on at this moment. And in the moment in Germany, I can also say that we have a good level with electricity from renewable energies. That is one point. But the reality is also that it is going back. And when we will not give a lot of care of it, then it could happen that with the new act, the Renewable Energy Act, it could happen that in the next year we will rebuild more renewable energy than we will build on. And this would be a big disaster. And so we have to take care and to see what are the very successful instruments from the past, from the history, and learn from this. And to learn from this means that we had a very decentralized development. From the citizens, also the the industry and also on the agriculture. There were the actor. They did the shift. They built renewable energy. And when we give not the stimulation at these people, but we give more stimulation on the centralized way to get renewable energies, then we are dependent more and more from big players. And these big players were not the players for the transition in the past. And I think I realize there are a big danger for the transition, that we will lose a lot of years. And so I also had some questions when I saw that the Commission is focusing now the offshore wind energy, very focused, but all the other possibilities to get renewable energies, wind onshore and also photovoltaic, they are not the solar energy, they have not the same look on, not the same priority on. And this, I think, is a big mistake in the transition, because we make us dependent on grids we have not at the moment. For a lot, for as more as we will build on offshore wind energy, we will need the grids, the big grids. This is the natural thing.
Okay.
We have to do a lot of more electrolysis to get hydrogen. This could also the other solution to take these offshore wind energy. I will not make something against offshore wind energy, but it is a problem that not the same force is getting into the other renewable energies. And I think that most successful things are the decentralized ways to get renewable energy. And so there we have a lot of things to do to get more on these kinds of in this way. The last sentence, please. This is a way, the successful way to get the transition.
Thank you very much for that. There is a real tension between the mega projects and empowering citizens at a local level. And I think you've put your finger on that. But I'll just quickly go through the other parliamentarian speakers and come back to the main panel one more time. So I'll go to Portugal, to Maria de Graça. Over to you.
Thank you. 4 very quick points. First, emphasis on the implementation. We need to implement what we have. Second, urgency on executing the projects of the recovery plan. The recovery plan has only 3-4 years, and some of these projects are complex. Third, as it was already stressed by some of our colleagues, choose first the simple, more affordable solution, more efficient from the point of view of emissions abatement. There should be a quite detailed life cycle assessment from cradle to grave to analyze the projects, which projects for each solution, because some of the projects look very promising, but if you take in consideration all the components, will be not so efficient from the emissions abatement. Last point, the skills. Peter put the emphasis on the skills of the professionals. It's very important, but also the basic skills for citizens is also to gain the citizens, and there is a lot that they can be doing by themselves. And the recovery plan can also be used to train people, professionals and the citizens, to be part of this process. Like the recovery plan is training people on digitalization, it can also give the basic notions for energy efficiency, to do it yourself, small decentralized renewables. And if we manage to have a lot of people involved, we will do the transition. We cannot do this transition if we don't gain the people for this cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious of time and I want to get back to Commissioner Simpson before she has to leave us at 20 to the hour. But I will go briefly to Pernille Weiss, MEP from Denmark.
Thank you, Kieran, and I will be very, very brief, as Maria has said all what is very important to say, so I can only add with 2 questions to Katri Simpson, but also to reflect on the points made by Nina Schier on let's use the instruments that we already have, and then let's forget a little bit about our goals, because we have actually agreed on them. So let's move on. In the opinion that you was the rapporteur of, Kieran, on how to maximize the energy efficiency of the building stock, one of the asks that we agreed to send over to the Commission was the idea of a climate calculator, a way to sum up in every typology or in every type of technology. It might be in heating, it might be in the energy source, some kind of evidence-based, clear language to the citizens and to those who finance, and also in the market, that when you do like this, then you have the most cost-efficient and best delivering CO2 reduction. What do you think, Katri, on that little part of our very great opinion? Is it something that you will take up, and also to link it to what is also happening in the Commission on other product types in the regime of the product environment footprint, the PEF, sorry. That was all, thank you.
Thank you very much. And then 2 more quick interventions from Niels Fuglsang, also from Denmark. Niels.
Thank you, Kieran. I think to Pernille Weiss, I think we still need to be cautious of the goals for a little bit longer time, because we still need to agree on a goal, on a climate goal for 2030, for example, and for a renewable target for 2030. That I think is important. But then I would like to just a brief comment to Nina when it comes to the grids. I agree with Nina that we don't have the grids right now that we need when we have so much offshore energy that we plan. We will need more and better grids. In Denmark, we plan to have offshore islands of wind energy, or two major islands with wind turbines to produce wind energy, and that will be much more than we will need in Denmark. So we need better grids. We need, for example, in Germany, to have better grids between north and south of Germany, so we would like to sell all that electricity in the whole of Europe. So I think one of the main thing in the recovery package that the EU has agreed upon should be to invest in better grids. And also, perhaps I could ask Katri Simpson, would it be an idea to have some minimum requirements for grids in Europe, so we can make sure that we can sell the electricity in the EU? Thank you.
Interesting. And of course, as Maria de Grassa pointed out, we have to use this recovery and resilience funding quite quickly. So our last parliamentarian on this round, my colleague Jutta Paulus.
Yes, thank you very much for taking me on again. And it's quite some food for thought when you think of what is actually the added value of having a trans-European grid. In which situations do we really want it or need it? In Germany, we have a lot of opposition from citizens saying we don't want enlargement of the grid so that Denmark can sell electricity to Italy. What's that to do with our lives? Why should we be affected by this grid expansion? And furthermore, as far as I know, there is not yet a solution for passing the cost over to the reason for the grid expansion. Because as I just lined out, if you sell electricity from consumers will have to pay for the grid expansion, and surely that's not quite right. There should be some reflection for the network charges in the European internal electricity market. But that's not the most important point. I think the most important point is, again, talking about efficiency. How efficient is it to transport electricity over several thousand kilometers when we have still fossil fuels being used, for example, for heating water or any other activity that can be very easily electrified? So I think we have to find a very fine-tuned balance here. When do we need support transport? How much transport do we need? And we should not forget that transport is of course helpful when it comes to shifting electricity production to electricity demand on a regional scale, or on a national, or on an international scale, but it won't help us shifting in time fashion. So it won't help us shifting solar power into the night. So we will need, of course, storage capacities, and I would be very happy having a common European approach to the planning, to the spatial planning of these large storage capacity, which we will need in a 100% renewable world. Thanks.
Lovely, thank you for that. Now, our Director General, Jan Gijs, has reminded me that the Commissioner has only a short few minutes left. But before I go back to Commissioner Simpson and the rest of the main panel of speakers, I was hoping to do a group photo. It's the first time I've done this on a Zoom call. Jan assures me he can press the screenshot button. If you'd like to turn your camera on, please do so, and give us a smile and perhaps a wave to the rest of the audience, and Jan will press our button there. Jan, you're ready? Lovely. Much appreciated. It's a bit like, it feels a bit like a wedding photograph, the same degree of embarrassment and need to push people into position. Great. So listen, quite a few questions came out of that round, going to the heart of the low carbon transition. And I'd like to go back to the main panel of Peter Sweatman, Ariana Richter, and Commissioner Simpson. But I'll go to Commissioner Simpson first, because I know you have to leave us in a few minutes. So any final thoughts or comment on what you've heard?
Thank you, Kieran, and thank you, members of the Parliament and European Parliament, for good comments. But I think that well, we have to divide our actions for short-term recovery, medium-term 2030 targets, and then our main goal for 2050 to become climate neutral. So there are some actions that are more meaningful in short-term, like Renovation Wave, because it is possible to create jobs all across Europe. And of course, the gain that it gives us in energy efficiency is significant. As I was mentioning earlier, 40% of our energy consumption goes to building sector. And Peter was making a very reasonable comment that if private sector can take a loan in favorable loans, then they might decide to do additional renovation that is not covered by our grants. And actually, here in Commission, we have thought the same way. So in this Renovation Wave, we also try to solve the bottleneck that we had so far, how to blend favorable loans with grants. And especially, we are dedicated to address the worst performing buildings, because well, our building stock here in Europe is old, and it tends to be so that those people who are really poor, who are in trouble to pay their heating bills, tend to live in worst performing buildings. So this needs a special attention. Ariana was mentioning that in medium term, or even long term, hydrogen is useful for, especially for those sectors that are hard to abate. And I can only agree. We do predict that by 2050, the green electricity demand is double as it is right now, because we managed to electrify many end users, heating and cooling sector, transport. There we can phase out fossil fuels. But of course, there are several sectors where it's either too costly or even impossible. And then decarbonized gases will be handy. And well, saying that, it's obvious that we are missing a lot of green electricity. Nina was making a well, critical comment that we are too much interested about offshore energy and do not dedicate enough attention to inland options. But this is not so. We are just not starting from the scratches. So my predecessor, Energy Commissioner Arias Cañete, managed to negotiate with European Parliament and Member States a Be Clean Energy for All package. And this actually addresses lots of problems that were there at the electricity market. With the help of the Clean Energy Package to all Europeans, we will manage to create bigger regional markets that will accommodate more renewables. And so far, nobody of us mentioned digitalization. But basically, this is also very important because digitalization empowers our consumers. So this is a tool how our consumers can become also at the same time small producers or so-called prosumers. And of course, if we keep in mind the public acceptance for our Green Deal, we need to empower our consumers so that they see their benefits too. And well, Mrs. Carvalho was mentioning that actually everyone can do something to achieve our climate goals. And this reminded me that there are several things that Commission has proposed and that work already very well. For example, energy labeling. It gives us a huge savings in energy consumption for different kinds of products. And that's why we also proposed the minimum standards for minimum requirements for housing. Some member states have introduced them for public sector. And this is definitely the way forward. We have to negotiate with member states because there are also different portfolios in each and every member state. How many public buildings should you have? What is the relationship between central government and regional governments? And what is the type of housing that is more popular? If there are more social housing, apartment buildings or private housing. So we can't achieve Renovation Wave without the support of national governments, regional authorities, and of course we have to show to the wider audience the significant gains. I'm coming from Estonia. In Estonia, everybody knows that the renovation pays back very quickly. So if we launch a call so that you will get grants for renovation, then the calls are oversubscribed with 15 first minutes. So that shows what kind of great demand actually in the northern part of Europe there is, but it shouldn't be only the case for cold countries with minus degrees, because when outdoors it's 7 like this is the case here in Brussels, you also need heating. And it would be wise to keep the heat inside and not to leak it outdoors. And finally, Niels was mentioning grid, importance of grid connections. Yes, indeed, these are very important ones. And that's why I'm coming to present in front of ITRE committee, hopefully in the end of December, the revision of the trans-European networks, because there is a lot that we can do with EU funds so that member states are better connected. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I'm running to open the next window and join next event.
Commissioner, thank you so much for your time and your contribution. We look forward to engaging with you in the future and we wish you well in your work. So I will continue with the main panelists, and I might go to Ariana Richter from the German presidency to comment on what you've heard from the panelists in the last round. Ariana.
Thank you, Kieran. And yeah, again, thanks for all the comments. I think it's really interesting to hear the different perspectives. So especially when we look at offshore wind, the topic that we're focusing on a bit, as I explained, it's really interesting to see in the North Sea and also in the Baltics, where we've been thinking about this a bit longer, and there have been some conversations ongoing, but over the last few months especially, and this is to a large extent due to the additional attention that has been given to this topic also now by the Commission's offshore strategy, we see that the interest also grows in other parts of Europe. So yeah, Christina Puna, you mentioned that this is also a topic that Romania is more interested in now, and to harness the potential also of the Black Sea. We also saw this in the discussions in the Council, so it's an important point for the Mediterranean, but also the southeastern member states to have a further forum for the exchange of information with all the other regional groups on this topic of offshore wind, just to learn from each other. This is what we do in the EU, and this is why we have these exchanges among member states in the Council to learn from each other, especially also in these new technologies. And yes, Nina Shea, thanks for the critical comments also regarding the focus. I would 100% agree with what Commissioner Simpson has said. I think it's not for the fact that now we're focusing on offshore renewables, and maybe in particular offshore wind, that we lose focus on the onshore technologies. They are more mature, and also the legal frameworks are already in place. And especially in Germany, we have huge subsidy schemes that pay up to 30 billion euros every year to fund these technologies, and offshore is just sort of the new kid on the block that we're now focusing on to get this going as well. Because when we look to 2050 and the estimates of the International Energy Agency, for example, show this very clearly, that in terms of energy generated, electricity generated, offshore will be the technology with the most impact. So just in terms of capacity, this is an important piece of the puzzle when we go to decarbonizing completely until 2050. Then, of course, yeah, many very interesting points on grids. We see this clearly also in the discussions in the Council, that strengthening interconnection and further grid extension is really important to many member states, because of course a functioning internal energy market has as a prerequisite better interconnection between member states, and at the end of the day this does bring costs down for societies as a whole. So that is important, but of course it's also true that we need to take into account citizens' concerns, and we need to find a good balance between further grid extension and local storage possibilities to balance out these interests in that regard. Yes, and I think what Niels Fuglsang said on the further investment in grids, I think this is a very important point to many member states as well, and we're happy that the CEF regulation was concluded in this regard. That will provide further possibilities for European funding. In addition to that, we also have now the renewables financing mechanism that will finance joint projects between member states. So this is not in particular focused on grid costs, but it can also take into account system integration costs, which also includes the necessary grid investments. So this is another important piece. This implementing regulation was presented by the Commission a couple of weeks ago, and the first calls for interest will come out early next year. So this is a very interesting instrument as well, and we're looking forward to see these first calls of interest and first tenders then come from the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to go now to Peter Sweatman. But before I do that, if you're in the audience and you have a question that you would like to put to the panel, by all means, either raise your hand or put it in the chat, and we will come back to you. But Peter, would you like to respond to what you've heard in the last round?
Thank you, Kieran. Yes, indeed, I would. I feel in this closing section, I would say, when Steve Jobs said that our iPhones were going to become an extension of our own arms, he sounded completely mad. And yet, I think you'll probably all agree, our sort of digital lives, as it were, our phones are really extensions of our persons at this point. I say that because in a recent Bauhaus preparation call, which was organized by the European Energy Efficient Mortgages Initiative, 2 applications were presented to arrange and fund standard package renovations. And there was another about nudging and how to nudge using behavioral science to help people take decisions to deeply renovate, say, when they were doing other things in their homes. I don't want to sound sort of like a tech head, as it were, but and Nina Shear said we should learn from the past. And for me, the past in Germany, for example, can be depicted by KfW. So the state bank KfW lends through all high street banks, probably through apps, I guess, but through projects that are directed by 10,700 accredited German project managers, real physical people who are listed on the German government's website. They are credited by DENA, the German Energy Agency, and KfW. They co-sign the loans to ensure that the projects are technically sensible, and they are there as a reference to ensure that those energy savings are met. I think, as Commissioner Simpson mentioned, we need to use strategically the grants that are available in the recovery and resilience facilities. And those grants indeed should be used to address energy poverty and the social impacts of the transition. That's very clear to me. However, I think we need to be ambitious in terms of what we offer to them. We should offer them near zero energy renovations, certainly deep ones. We need to lead our construction sector to innovate in the delivery of those renovations. We need to create a market and use regulatory sandboxes and use contracts for difference in the tender processes to award the social housing contracts that will emerge from such a process. And we need to measure the performance of the resulting renovations to ensure that our citizens are getting value. So I think, in conclusion, our Bauhaus, our new Bauhaus movement, needs to have a technology dimension. It needs to engage our arms as carpenters through our apps and through the funding of crowdsourced code and crowdsourced innovation to deliver this new renovation ecosystem that the Renovation Wave and the recovery funding can deliver. I unfortunately always think, I say unfortunately, of course, tongue in cheek, I always think about energy efficiency first. When I hear discussions about grids and German people being upset about new power lines, I think the first thing we need to do is reduce the need, reduce demand. We won't meet our Paris objectives unless on the demand side, we reduce by half the energy needs of European citizens. That's where we can engage our people. That's where we can deliver through the combined efforts of a technology and social process. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Peter. And we have a few minutes more where we might go back to our parliamentary panel. But it's interesting, the concerns that have been raised about different forms of renewable energy in different countries. I know from my own experience that concerns are raised about onshore wind, about offshore wind, about strengthening the grid, every form of, well, ordinary energy, fossil energy and renewable energy has objections in some shape or other. Energy efficiency is perhaps easier to communicate and to enthuse people about, but there is always a tension in whatever form of energy that we try and promote and prioritize, and that is a real challenge for us all. But look, there is a couple of questions in there, but I'm conscious that our panel of speakers have their own thoughts that they would like to maybe put to us at this stage. So I just see one question in: why is daylight not recognized as a renewable energy? That's from Vandrila Hendrat of the European Solar Shading Organization. And governments should perhaps recognize daylight as a renewable energy. Certainly that's an issue that people may wish to take on board. We've already spoken about the low-hanging fruit. We've spoken about, Simpson talked about what can be done in the short, in the medium, and in the longer term. I'd like to hone in, if I could, on the recovery and resilience plan, because that money has to be spent quite quickly. I might do a quick round of our parliamentarians on that issue. So maybe to Christina Bruna from Romania, if you'd like to give us 1 minute on what we need to do in the next few years with the recovery and resilience funding.
Thank you, Kieran. Yeah, for sure, these are important resources, and I believe that we must stimulate the private investments also using this money, and we also should improve supply chains by bringing them back to Europe. And here I'm going to give you an example, because we didn't really speak about green transportation. And what I can see is that unfortunately we are losing still the competition with China in terms of battery production. And I'm going to give you 2 examples, one from Romania, where the French group Renault, who is producing here the national car, Dacia, just announced a few weeks back that they will produce the electric car in China, which is not a very encouraging news for us. So I believe that we should focus on bringing these supply chains back to Europe. I know there are some alliances, the European Battery Alliance, European Raw Materials Alliance, but I think this is still not enough. And if I can just make a parallel with the Energy Union and the BRUA, you know, like the BRUA gas pipeline, I can see that this collaboration between countries doesn't really always work. So if I look at BRUA pipeline, I still can see that some countries didn't honor their commitments. So I really hope that in terms of collaboration to have this value chains in Europe, there will be a real commitment, and we will not see our jobs on one hand, you know, evolving, let's say, but not evolving here in Europe, but in other parts and on other continents.
Yeah.
And also another quick remark.
Very briefly, yeah.
Very briefly, I have to state that still natural gas for us in Romania and still in some Eastern European countries, it is a fuel that will ensure the transition. And also from an economic standpoint for Romania, this is a very important and strategic sector, because we are the second producer still in Europe of natural gas, and a very large part of the revenues, the state revenues, come from this industry. For sure, there should be a transition, but this transition should take its time, also reaching the climate objectives, and we are very committed to it. But I think we should really take into consideration the European interests and make them in line with the national interests, and not everywhere it's the same. And I really hope that we can have a broader image of energy security in Europe in the eastern part, central part, and western part, and that we will really build a stronger energy union. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Christina, for that. I might put the same question to the other panelists, to Nina Schier from Germany. The Recovery and Resilience Facility, this funding has to be spent quite quickly. What would you prioritize?
I'm sorry, I would take a look at other things at this moment for the last minutes, because I think
of course, yeah,
of the most important things I think we have to do. I was stopped in my first message in this point. I think we have also to take care that we are not getting a new force in nuclear power. When we are want to get to the goals and focus the CO2 and reducing, then it could happen that we are getting more nuclear power. And I think this is really a problem. When I have a look on the nuclear power plants in Germany, which are taken down now, some people there are not frustrated about, because they are saying, oh, this nuclear power plant here at this point is getting close, but I will go to another one. And I don't think that we are we have it is over with this energy. And it is clear that when you have a lot of nuclear power in the system, it will be a very big problem to get the transition to renewable energy, because you have to transform it. The energy system has to be transformed and focused on renewable energies. And the typical thing from renewable energy are that they are fluctuating. They are, when the wind is there, then it is another thing when you have the nuclear power plant or the coal power plant. And this transition, I think we have not really focused in the EU, and also in the most of the member states. And so I think this is a big thing. Also, when I have a look on the policy, the subsidy policy in the European Union, in this moment we have a discussion in Germany in the Parliament because of the Renewable Energy Act and to renew it. And all the time in every discussion, there is a problem. Maybe this will be a subsidy, this will be a subsidy, this will be this every time, the never-ending story. But at the same time, more subsidies will give on the power plant from Hinkley Point C. And
yeah,
we don't.
I'll just ask you to conclude. We're tight on time.
What?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Yeah, if you could conclude just one last sentence, we're tight on time. Okay, then I make a point here. I would have to say a few other things, but we have not the time. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. And look, we also have with us today an MP for Erzsébet Schmuck from Hungary, and I'd like to bring her in at this stage. If the audience have any other questions, they can put them in the Q&A or raise their hand. And we now go to Erzsébet Schmuck. Erzsébet, good morning and welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Can you hear us? Yes.
Indeed, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Today, we have a very topical discussion, which is topical for a number of reasons. In December, we are going to pass some very important decisions at the highest level of the European Union. There will be a decision made about how strict the climate goals will be, and also decisions will be passed on the budget of coming years. But I would also like to highlight that there will be another important in December, the 5th anniversary of the Paris Climate Summit, And it will be worth contemplating how we manage to perform and what kind of changes we will need to introduce. I'd like to highlight, when it comes to the next few years' budget of the European Union, it will be important to see what proportions will be dedicated to the green change and to combating climate change. And I would have loved to ask panelists about how much the planned 30% ratio will be sufficient to meet those goals. I think one important issue is to reinforce the political will, and that's an ongoing task for us. The political will should always be there to reduce global warming to within 1.5 degrees Celsius. Obviously, there are similar packages in other European member states, for example, the transformation of the energy mix, increasing the ratio of renewables. And in Hungary, the renovation of buildings also offers great potential, the modernization of heating systems, transportations, and the reduction of emissions in the transport system. But let's not forget about the absorbance, greening, increasing forestry areas and green areas. And in this context, I believe the European Union will have a very important role to play to carry member states towards more ambitious targets. And I am confident that we will succeed. Just as a last thought, I am sure we are all fully aware that we need to be conscious of the fact that to truly realize climate neutrality by 2050, in the early 2020s, we must be able to make great progress in emissions. We cannot leave unattainable tasks for the period beyond 2030. And I very much hope and trust that jointly we will manage to reorganize the energy structure and the economy in general, and that we will be able to jointly keep climate change within 1.5 degrees. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that contribution. It's great to have you on a live link, and you've made so many important points that we need to take account of. I think the communication of our goals is important. We need to bring the public with us. We need to take account of afforestation. We need to look beyond maybe our immediate focus and think about how we communicate with a wider audience as well. Now, at this stage, Jan, we may have a couple of questions coming in. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak at this stage? If not, I'll go to a final round of the remaining parliamentarians. So I see in the chat, maybe, is there anyone there who would like to come in?
There's Jutta Paulus has some remarks if you would like to go there.
Okay, I'll come right back to Jutta, and then maybe bring in Maria de Gracia and Niels if he's with us. So Jutta, a final observation from your perspective.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, because I have to leave pretty quickly. Actually, I just want to focus on some points, reflecting on what we have heard from all the valuable contributions of the participants. Speaking of Romania, I really think that Romania, Christina, has huge opportunities to become a powerhouse in renewable energy, because you are situated further south than, for example, Germany. So you have better solar opportunities, you have vast wind resources onshore and offshore. So I think it would be very prudent to focus on the way forward, on the way ahead, because I think regardless of which date we would set at any stage, it's very, very sure that we will not be using fossil gas in 2050. I guess that's very, very, very clear. And speaking of energy security, we have made the experience in Germany in the summer of 2018 and also in the summer of 2019, where temperature was so high that our rivers were so hot that all the fossil electricity plants had to stop operating because there was no sufficient supply of cooling water. So energy security must be thought broader, because there is more to it than having an energy carrier in storage, but you also have to have the corresponding parameters in order to be able to use this energy carrier. And that's something that we really should take into account, especially since climate change will not slow down. I'm pretty sure of that, and our summers will get hotter. One more thing I would like to make the point on the raw materials issue. There has been a bit reflection on, for example, lithium, which we will certainly need when it comes to expanding our batteries, not only in electromobility, but also in other stationary use. Right here in front of my front door, basically, we have geothermal use of hot water in the Upper Rhine Rift. I'm not sure whether this is the correct expression, but they're using very hot water from 2,000, 3,000 meters depth. And in this water, we have vast amounts of lithium. So what are they doing? They're not only using the heat, but they're also extracting the lithium. And this is basically a dual use. And I think these sort of opportunities will be tapped in the future much more frequently because, of course, this is the future and we should go invest into future technology and not into ones that we will have to phase out eventually. And everyone knows that we will have to do that. Sorry, I really have to leave. And thanks for giving me the opportunity, and thanks to all participants for the great discussion. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Jutta. And what a lovely closing remark from you on how we can have win-wins with geothermal and the production of lithium. Maria de Gracia, I know you're tight on time, so we'll bring you in now as part of the wrap-up.
Thank you very much. I want to leave a last recommendation for the recovery plan, as you have asked. And I recommend that we use the more mature solutions, as we don't have a lot of time to execute the recovery plan. Energy efficient, renovation wave, some of the renewables that are more mature. And at the same time, we invest on research, pilot scales. There is a lot of other technology that still need pilot scale and first time large scale demonstration. That is not the same of implementation. You need to have demonstration that is still very much monitoring by researchers and applied researchers of some of these technologies. We should not embark on not mature technologies, and I'm a bit afraid of using a lot of the budget of the recovery for very complex hydrogen projects where we could benefit much more if we use mature technologies now that we have short time. Hydrogen, yes, but more research, more pilot, more demonstration, and also skills, invest on skills on people, and these are my recommendations for the recovery plan. Thank you very much for the invitation. I really enjoyed the discussion, and I hope to be with you soon again. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Well, thank you too. Really important points about research, pilot projects, and skills. Niels, if you're still with us, would you like to give us a final comment before we go back to Jan to close out this session?
Yes, please, Kieran. So I have two comments. Well, there could be a lot of comments. Interesting discussion. I would like to have responded to Jutta Paulus, who just left. I felt she used her time attacking all my arguments all the time, that I'm frugal and I wanted the Germans to pay for the Danish sale of electricity to Italy. But I just wanted to say that I completely agree that we should be more energy efficient, and we should have an energy efficiency first principle, so that we should spend less energy, so we need fewer cables, and also that we should put our money on hydrogen, so we can transfer some of the electricity to hydrogen. But I think even though we do that, I think most people would agree that we still need more cables, because we still need more electricity, even though we also have energy efficiency and hydrogen, etc. So I think we all need to, this is not just about Denmark, this is about that we need a more integrated system in Europe when it comes to cables. And I think we need to find a balance, but we also need to not be too much, not in my backyard, have too much of a not in my backyard approach to this. So that's the one thing. The second thing is to Christina from Romania, that I think you're right, that we will need to still use natural gas for some years, but I would say that we should not invest in new infrastructure for natural gas, because there's a difference between saying, okay, we have some infrastructure, we need to use some of the natural gas, it's better than coal. But when we decide where we put our new money in the European Union, I think we should go for renewables and hydrogen and better cables, and not fossil fuels. Thank you.
Niels, thank you. Yes, the NIMBY issue, the backyard issue, and if that's combined with a touch of nationalism, it can really exacerbate tensions, as I've seen even in our discussions today, but I see that here as well, when there are perceptions in Ireland that other countries want to come and take our wind. So we need to ensure that these tensions are dissipated. Look, we have had a really interesting and busy morning session. Before we take a break to stretch our legs and refill our coffee cups, I would like to hand back to Jan for the last word. I've learned a lot this morning, 3 excellent speakers and really interesting commentary back on that. I think from Ariana Richter from Germany, from the permanent rep there, from Peter Sweetman, telling us there are shovel-ready projects that are waiting to hit the road, and also talking about the money, the cheap money that we can bring down for the next 30 years. And then, of course, Commissioner Simpson telling us about the legislation that is happening so quickly and is much needed. So very interesting comments. Back to you, Jan, for the final words on this first morning session.
Well, there's no rocket science. Let's go into coffee break and restart on time at 11:30. So please, 12 minutes, 30 minutes for a fresh coffee, and then see you back again in a minute.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hey, Giles. It's Michaela.
Hey, how are you doing, Michaela? Are we in the waiting room together? Or?
Are we in the waiting room?
I don't know where we are. The VIP suite. That's where we are,
in
Michaela.
The VIP business lounge, probably.
Yes.
How's life, Giles? Are you happy with our strategy?
Yes, overall we are. You've discussed it with Ivan.
Yeah.
I know. We think it's weak on grids.
Oh, totally.
That's where it's weakest.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Now, maybe there's some holding of fire for the 10E revision.
Yeah, you would hope, but frankly, what I've seen, not so much. You need to put a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, Giles. Hello, Michaela. This is Rachel from EUFORES. You are indeed in the waiting virtual room right now, but we can hear you.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, you're live on YouTube, actually. You're live on YouTube.
You are live on YouTube.
Okay.
What did you say?
Stop then.
I mean, if you wish.
Too late.
Right, how's it all going so far?
Very good, excellent. All very smoothly. Everybody on board. Tight timing as usually, but great debate. So happy about
Excellent. Excellent.
Right.
19 member states parliaments represented, so
Great.
more than 100 participants.
Very good.
Just so you know, I will really just stay for this session. No? I mean, until lunchtime and
Yeah.
But again, keep in mind, we are live on YouTube. It's running constantly.
Seriously?
Yes.
Yeah. Coffee break, everything is still live. So we will start anyways in 2 minutes.
Oh,
okay.
I'm sure, Michaela, we can say some outrageous things.
So, Jan and Shell, just to know, so with the camera and everything, it seems okay, or because somehow I don't see myself.
Yes, we can see you.
Yeah.
Very well.
Okay, cool. Seems to work well.
Yeah.
And hear you as
Great.
well.
So I'll mute myself for the next few minutes then, and I don't know, when we start, I come back?
We start in 2 minutes on time.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
What national ministers have you had and are you having?
We had only the German presidency represented, and we have a surprise minister because Miriam Dalli, who was a member of Parliament of Europe, became MP in Malta, got promoted minister this week, Minister of Energy and Sustainability in Malta.
Yeah.
So she will be on with a video briefly.
Okay, that's very nice. Yeah. And who did you have for the presidency?
Ariane Richter, Energy Attaché.
Yeah. Okay,
Jan, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I see you.
Very good.
And we are already live on YouTube,
just the
just to let you know. For everybody listening on YouTube, there's quite a few. This is how a coffee breaks during a conference. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Let's check.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yes, we are ready here.
Okay, good. So let's really start on time. People are waiting there, out there.
1 minute or?
You're right, in 30 seconds when it's 11:30. So everybody is there, I think. Martin Hojik. Dirk is there, Jean-Marc. Walburga is still missing, I think. So, Niels, if you like, you can go ahead, huh?
All right. Well, welcome back.
We need your video first, Niels.
Okay, of course. It's this
the hidden
technology.
chair.
After so many months, we're still struggling. I am still struggling. Anyway, welcome back to the third session of this Inter-Parliamentary meeting of EUFORES. We just had a very interesting discussion, I think, on the Green Deal and how to spend the money in the Recovery Fund. We discussed with Katri Simpson, the Commissioner, and a panel of very politicians from national parliaments and the European Parliament. And now we will turn in the third session here to the question of renewable energy, which is of course at the very core of the Green Deal, and hopefully also at the core of the recovery and resilience facility that the EU is about to adopt, the package, the rescue package, so to speak, for how to kickstart the economy after the COVID crisis. And so in this session, we will discuss what do we need to, which initiatives do we need to take on when it comes to renewable energy to live up to the climate law and to live up to the ambitions of the Green Deal. We have a Green Deal and we are about to adopt a climate law in the European Union, discussing whether we should, how many percentages of CO2 emissions we should reduce by 2030. The European Parliament has just voted for 60% CO2 reductions compared to 1990 in 2030, which is an ambitious position, and the negotiations are not over yet. But under all circumstances, this will mean that we need to take on more initiatives when it comes to renewable energy. And we have, as Commissioner, Energy Commissioner Kadri Simpson talked about in the previous session, we have a lot of initiatives coming up. We have the 10E regulation for which kind of energy infrastructure projects the EU should support. We have the Renewable Energy Directive, how much renewable energy should the EU have. We have the Energy Taxation Directive, so which forms of energy should be taxed how much. We have the ETS, the emissions trading system, which puts a carbon price on the energy sector and the industry. So we have a lot of initiatives coming up, and the point of this session is to discuss which of these initiatives are important, and they probably all are, but how should we develop them? What should be in these initiatives? How much percentage of renewable energy should we have? What should be the carbon price? How should we spend the European Union's money when it comes to renewables, and so on? And to take on all these questions, we have a very high-level panel, I would say, to discuss it. And first, we have Michaela Hull, who is a policy analyst from the DG Energy in the European Commission. I met Michaela at an Inter-Parliamentary meeting at EUFORES last year when we were able to have physical meetings in Helsinki, where she enlightened, I think, all who were present on the energy policies of the European Union. That was 1 year ago, and a lot of things have happened since then. So I'm looking forward to hearing Michaela on the upcoming initiatives on renewable energy. So we'll have Michaela in just a second, and then we will have another speech by a former colleague of mine from the European Parliament, Miriam Daly, who is now a minister for Energy, Enterprise and Sustainable Development in Malta, and she will give a video greeting to the conference here, and then we will have our panel, which I will introduce when they take the floor after Michaela and after Miriam. And of course, as an audience, we also invite you to participate in this discussion. You can ask your question or put your comment in the chat box, and Jan Geis, the Secretary General of EUFORES, and myself, Niels Fuglsang, Vice President of EUFORES, will then coordinate to try to get these reactions into the discussion. For now, I would like to welcome Michaela. It's a privilege to have you. I think you can tell us a lot about what's going to happen. You know, the energy sector is still the majority of the CO2 emissions in the economy. So obviously it's really important stuff. and we need to get this right in order to live up to the Green Deal ambitions. So Michaela, you have 15 minutes, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say. So I give the floor to you.
You're on, we see you, we hear you.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. It's great to be back. And indeed, I also went back to find out when exactly we met in Helsinki and what has happened since. And it is indeed shocking what has happened since, not only in terms of policy, but also that I now sit here in my home office on my ergonomic chair, sponsored by the Commission, because they expect us to stay in the home office for a while, I guess. So first of all, apologize. My head of unit, Paola Breo, she could not make it. As it happens, she is currently in an inter-service meeting on the revision of the Renewables Directive. So that tells you that we have indeed started in-house work on the revision of this important directive, even though actually, as you also know in the audience, the transposition of the current Renewables Directive is still ongoing and has to be done by June next year. So indeed, it is very intense because in a way you have the transposition of the current rules and at the same time the revision. So on what has happened since we met last time in Helsinki, 2 weeks after we met there in November, the Commission adopted the Green Deal with the headline goal that Europe is the first climate neutral continent by 2050. Since then, many member states have followed, actually, something that I don't think many people saw happening a year ago. But we have now commitments from China and from Japan, Canada just now, the change in the US. So I think this is all really good, despite, of course, the COVID crisis, which has shown us that we indeed need to accelerate the green transition. As part of the Green Deal, we were quite busy over the past year and have adopted, Niels already alluded to some of them, a few strategies. And I want to talk about the most relevant ones and what they mean for renewables also. So what we heard about the climate law. I'll come to that later because it sets the framework also for the renewables ambition. We have adopted earlier this year 2 strategies, which I think are very relevant. The one on sector integration, so that basically we can no longer look at electricity on the one hand, heating on the other, but we have to think and plan all of it together. And then there was also a separate strategy on hydrogen. On hydrogen, I think the key message, which I think is important in this context with renewables, that our strategy says is that the focus should be on green hydrogen produced mainly from wind and solar energy. And that in order to scale up, and given that currently the hydrogen that is being produced is predominantly fossil, there is a bit of a role in scaling up, but in the long term, hydrogen needs to be green in order to have a meaningful contribution to decarbonization. For hydrogen, I think it's also, so we've seen the launch of a Renewables Hydrogen Alliance, which I think is a positive development. I think it happened this week, and I guess some other speakers will say something about that. And what's also positive is that, because what's important is also about something like hydrogen, which is a very precious fuel, that you know exactly how much you need and where you need it. And from our talks with the member states, several member states are actually planning or drafting a hydrogen strategy that would signal exactly where are these localized niches where I need this kind of fuel. Because as I said, it's a very precious input and it should be planned in an effective way. 2 weeks ago, we adopted the first time that we had an industry strategy from the European Commission that was covering a part on renewables. So in that, it's a new it's a new development in that respect. That was our strategy on offshore renewables. Offshore renewables, all of them. So it's not only offshore wind, it's all of them. And the main message of this offshore strategy is that we need to scale up fast, because these projects, they are complex, they involve grid investments, planning, maritime spatial planning, and all of that needs a lot of time. And we need a lot more. That was coming out as part of our modeling for the climate target plan, where like last time when we modeled, which was for the 2050 strategy 2 years ago, we did not differentiate between off and onshore. This time we did that for the first time. And we saw how much is needed, and we saw that there's a gap in that scale up if we look at what is planned in the member states' national energy and climate plans. And we set out an ambition that we want to have 300 gigawatt offshore wind by 2050. Today we are at 12 if we exclude the UK, and 40 gigawatt on ocean energy, which is also a lot, because on ocean energy we're still in the single megawatt digit scale at the moment. And we, to conclude on offshore, we are in discussions on recovery plans with the member states at the moment. So we see first ideas coming in, what they want to do. And it seems that many member states want to have also a focus on offshore. Not many, but we see it emerging in the discussions we've seen, which is good. I spoke already about the climate target plan, which we presented in September in time for an imaginary COP event that then was postponed, but we still stick to our timetable. What did we present there? Basically, we saw the 40% greenhouse gas reduction by 2030 is not sufficient, or would push a disproportionate amount of effort into post-2030. So we increased the ambition to 55% reduction. The European Parliament wants 60. That is still being negotiated. In any event, it's a big increase. For renewables, it translates into that what we currently have is, as you know, at least 32% together, as the EU 27 together. The new ambition brings us to something in the area of 38 to 40. So, which is also the reason why we are revising the Renewables Directive again, because this ambition gap, so that we need more, needs to be filled. Now, let me spend 3 minutes on the recovery plans. I understood you discussed it already before, but just a little bit on how it presents itself at this end. And so the Commission has basically issued guidance to the member state in September about how the plans should be drafted, and proposing, for example, the objective to have 37% climate mainstreaming at the level of the overall plan. This is still being discussed. I think there's also the Parliament pushing for more, but the 37, that's what we work with at the moment. And then there's other guidance in a way, which is interesting for renewable stakeholders to watch out. We have, as the Commission, presented 7 what we call flagships. That is areas of investment that the Commission thinks should be part of most or every plan. These 7 flagships have 3 that are relevant for energy and 4 for digital. And I will talk about the energy ones mostly, even though I'd hope that there would also be links between digital and energy. The 3 energy flagships are called Power Up, Charge Up, and Renovate. So, and you can guess from the names what they are about. Power Up is about upscaling renewables deployment and renewables hydrogen, and launching, no, you cannot talk about upscaling, they're launching renewables hydrogen. That's the Power Up one. And then you have Renovate, which is kind of materializing the Renovation Wave for energy efficiency, but not only buildings or I guess you could also do energy efficiency beyond the buildings. And then the one on smart mobility, charge up. And what's interesting for the power up one on renewables, which we are interested in, is that we actually set a numerical target. The Commission said, I mean, this is not set in law. This is a non-binding document, but the Commission set out a common ambition to have recovery money from the member states cover 40% of the 500 gigawatt additional renewables that we need by 2030. That's what we would love to see coming out of the 27 recovery plans. I think that's nice because it's a good way of monitoring. And what I can say, so we've seen first elements of such plans, and the picture is diverse. You can see countries that really look at implementing a comprehensive renewables policy. You really see that they really put forward a whole package. But you also see member states where like renewables investments are not significant overall and just take a few million from the billions that we have. Just to recall for you, the numbers still need to be settled, but based on what's currently on the table, you would have for the EU overall 312 billion in grants and 360 in loans. And this money is supposed to be spent very fast, 70% of it by 2023, committed, that is, not spent necessarily, but committed. And then the rest of it by 2026. So the importance is also to look at projects which are in a pipeline, which are ready. On recovery, one more sentence, which is an interesting, so we've just published for each of these flagships that I just mentioned to you, these flagships that should be part of the recovery spending. And let me say, it's not only spending, it's actually also reforms. So ideally, they would make a package. Like if you want to change district heating, you have now money and you are able to try to modernize those systems, but maybe you might need a few reforms in order to facilitate that. For example, you need to put someone in place that is in charge of developing this new heat supply. You know, in some countries you have that already, like in Denmark, but in others, in a way, no one is in charge of developing an overall strategy. For example, that could be something. And what we have pushed also in illustrative guidance on our flagship on Power Up is to incentivize the EU member states to advance the transposition of the RED II provisions, because if you know the text or if you know the rules, you know that in our Renewables Directive there's already a lot of new provisions that should allow you know, one-stop shops, easier permitting, maximum permitting limit, repowering rules, simple notification for the grid, enabling framework for renewables communities, enabling framework for PPAs, just to name a bit the biggest ones. And it is our intention to look into those member states' plans that will be submitted by April at the latest. So between now and April. And we see sometimes draft plans, but maybe we don't see draft plans from everyone. But in April, they are final. And then the Commission has 2 months to look at them. And it is our intention to already facilitate in those plans the transposition of the Renewables Directive, that we see that part of this stuff is being dealt with, that we see this is part of the thinking. And so I think this whole recovery exercise, what is interesting and what makes it so important is this combination of a lot of money on the table with also reforms. That is maybe something we haven't had yet in the area of renewables, and which I think is a one in a lifetime opportunity, basically.
We are coming close to the end, Michaela.
Yeah. So yeah, I am also, you will be happy to hear
Great.
I am in my notes. So I just wanted to say, I said already today, my head of unit is at the moment in the service meeting. So we have started our works for the revision of the Renewables Directive, which is supposed to come by June next year. So very ambitious timeline. And I just wanted to announce that we have launched a public consultation for this directive. So you would find the document online. You can contribute to our public consultation. It runs until early February. And we have a stakeholder event on this Renewables Directive planned for the 11th of December. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Michaela. I think that was a very comprehensive overview that we will, so we'll have a good basis for the discussion coming up in the panel. Before I'll introduce the panel, I will give the floor to an old friend of EUFORES. She used to be a member of the European Parliament, and a lot of you know her, I think. She recently, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, became member of the Maltese Parliament. So she quit the European Parliament, and now she just became minister in Malta for energy, enterprise, and sustainable development. We had planned to have her on in the panel as a member of the European Parliament, but then she changed position. So now we are happy that she could send a video greeting to us, and I will put that on now. So here I give the floor to Miriam Daly.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, first of all, let me start by thanking all speakers who are taking part in this pan-European parliamentary meeting. I believe that this meeting couldn't have come at a more appropriate time. The challenges brought about by the pandemic have only served to highlight the much-needed push we have to give to renewable energy and energy efficiency. I started my journey as an extended board member of EUFORES as a member of the European Parliament. Today, I'm serving on this board as Malta's Minister for Energy, Enterprise and Sustainable Development, a role which I have taken up this week and which reflects the government of Malta's vision to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. We all definitely understand the long journey that lies ahead of us if we want our member states and the European Union to meet its targets. We have laid down ambitious targets, but they are very much needed targets if we want to safeguard our environment, our citizens' health and our economies. Ultimately, sustainable economies will sustain our societies, providing improved and better quality of life to our citizens. I consider the COVID-19 recovery as our opportunity to truly embed sustainability in our industrial processes and to accelerate the green transition. This means that the new European industrial strategy should be an enabler of a just green transition, and it should form an integral part of the European Green Deal, boosting jobs and providing economic opportunities. I want to see a digital and green transition that ensures sustainability and competitiveness, but also a high level of socio-economic well-being for our people, reducing inequalities. All member states, including my country Malta, should invest in ensuring a just transition, one which ultimately would contribute to the creation of sustainable jobs and the upskilling and reskilling of workers. It is important to keep in mind that to achieve this, we need to ensure the necessary vocational, education and training to help upskill and reskill our workers. This would increase their employability and their capability to adapt to new jobs. Whilst thanking you for this opportunity to share my thoughts with you, I would like to reiterate my commitment, now more than ever, to work closely with you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much to Miriam, who was kind enough to send this message to us. So we will now go on to the panel discussion, and we will use the presentation from Michaela and the presentation from Miriam as sort of the basis for our discussion. Michaela will stay with us during the discussion and participate. Besides Michaela, we have a panel of I think we're very lucky to have these people in the panel, and I will just introduce them to you, and then we will go on with the discussion. We have about an hour until 1 o'clock, so we have some time, but we also have a lot of people in the panel. So I will be the timekeeper, and if I interrupt anybody, it's not to be rude, it's just to keep the time. So in the panel, we have the following people. So we have Martin Hojsík, who's a member of the European Parliament from Slovakia. He is from the Renew group in the European Parliament. We have then Michael Bloss, who's also a member of the European Parliament from Germany. He belongs to the Green group in the European Parliament. Then we have from Luxembourg, Carlo Back, who is member of the Parliament in Luxembourg. And then we have, forgive me if I pronounce it in a wrong way, you will be able to correct me in a second, Dörte Fouquet, who is Director Renewable Energies Director for the European Renewable Energies Federation, EREF, who's important stakeholder in this agenda. Then we have Walburga Hemmetsberger, who is Secretary General for Solar Power Europe. We have Jean-Marc Yossard, who is Secretary General for Bioenergy Europe. And last but not least, we have Gilles Dixon, who is CEO of Wind Europe. So as you can hear, it's a panel of both politicians and also stakeholders. So we will be able to have a discussion where we have some political opinions, of course, from the politicians, and also perhaps some political opinions from the stakeholders, but they also can contribute with some insight on the sector that they represent. I would like to open the discussion by taking a round in the panel and invite you to react on the presentations from Michaela and from Miriam. We had a lot of different initiatives being mentioned by the two speakers here, and just to sum some of them up. You can hear that there are lots of things going on in order to increase the renewable energy in Europe. We have heard about, from Michaela's presentation, the sector integration strategy, the hydrogen strategy, the offshore strategy that are meant to boost renewables in different ways. We have the climate law that we are negotiating right now concerning how much CO2 we should reduce in the coming years. We have the recovery plans, these 750 billion euros that the European Union has decided to spend as a recovery package after the COVID crisis, and a lot of these funds will go into climate action, and that's of course a very important initiative. And then we have the Renewable Energy Directive coming up next year in the summer of 2021, which should put a new target for renewable energy in Europe. Those are among the initiatives coming up and has been discussed by Michaela and Miriam. I would like to invite the panel to give their reaction and perhaps pose questions, but also just comment and tell us what they think about these initiatives and what is important, what we should put emphasis on. And I would give you 2 minutes each, and I'll be a little bit strict on the time, but I think we should start with Martin Hojsík from MEP from Slovakia. And then when we go through the whole round, we'll come back to Michaela, who can react on your comments. But Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Niels. It's really great to be here, and it's been interesting to listen to the inputs, because I'm not working only on the European level. I'm also trying to and staying quite involved within Slovakia and trying to impact the recovery plans there. And I see a number of issues that, for me, in some ways, are symptomatic and can be seen on the European level as well, where I think in terms of the recovery plans, there is a massive challenge that often the Commission kind of says that, yep, there is the national energy and climate action plans that are very important foundation, the European semester reports and country-specific recommendations. But these, especially the climate and energy action plans, have been based on the old targets, let's be honest, not Paris compliant objectives. And that is something where we need to increase ambitions. And there is a very big importance from the Commission to be clear to the member states that, look, we need plans that are able to deliver the at least 55, and as I was one of the backers of the higher target, ideally at least 60, if we want to try to keep it within 1.5 degrees warming, and see it as a massive, massive opportunity. Second element is that we need to be clear in terms of the prioritization. Especially in Central and Eastern Europe, there is a lot of talk about investments into transition fuels. Let's be very blank, fossil gas, which is, I think, a problem if we don't follow and very strictly enforce the prioritization, that we have energy efficiency first, then we look at the renewables, respecting, and that we have to repeat it, sadly, due to the bad examples, the kind of the environmental limits that we have, and only then we can consider any transition fuels. And that is because of the high risk, not only the emissions, but high risk of stranded investments in the fossil infrastructure. Because, yeah, it takes very long years to pay it back. And last
short
really
point.
That we need to ensure policy coherence. It's really good that we have target of 37% for climate spending within the recovery plans, but I think that is going to be crucial to ensure that the remaining 63% is not damaging climate. And I think this is also what the Commission needs to keep a close eye on. And I think Parliament will be very keen to work closely with the Commission to ensure the policy coherence, as well as that the national targets are sufficiently ambitious.
Thank you so much, Martin. Some very important points, I think. Okay, the next panelist will be Michael Blass, a member of the European Parliament from Germany.
Yeah, thank you very much, Niels, and hello, everyone. It's nice to see you all, even though it would be also nice to see you in person, so hopefully next year. Yeah, maybe 3 or 4 points. On the climate law, we are not even started the negotiations. Actually, the first trialogue is next Monday, and then it will go until next year. So I guess not with the German presidency, but then with the Portuguese. And I think it's really important to first get this target right. As you pointed out, the Commission proposes at least a net 55 target. We want, as the Parliament, a clear -60 target, and the net is important. So the Commission wants to confuse things and real reduction together. And I think that's problematic because it really dilutes what we actually should achieve. So to have a clear distinction, what is the target, and then and what is the things is important here, and we still have to really have important talks about it. Then you discussed about the Fit for 55. I think, yeah, it's the biggest legislative package. I hope it will be fit for 1.5, not fit for 55, because that's what we want to achieve. Yeah, we want to achieve the Paris Agreement. And I think here, yeah, we have a carrot and sticks, and the sticks is we should have a good ETS with a high price for CO2, because currently we just have market failure. Yeah, the environmental, the climate pollution is not inside the market, it's not inside the price. We know that The cost for 1 ton of CO2 in Germany right now is for the whole society 180 euros. And the price for 1 ton of CO2 is up to 30 euros. So there is really a difference. So we need to get this market right. The second, which you didn't mention, is CO2 in cars. I think it's also really important that we get the transition in the transport sector going. So what a lot of the other countries now suggest, you know, the UK, but even Bavaria is an end date for the internal combustion engine. I think that would be a game changer. That we need. It's the sticks. Now, where's the carrots? We talked about the industry strategy. I think it's really important that we would have one. But as you know, we had one this year, we will have one next year, because the current one is not that focused. We need to focus the industry strategy really on the renewables and get the prioritizations right. Energy efficiency, renewables, that's the important things. And then we can talk about hydrogen, for instance.
Thank you, Michael. Can I cut you off here? Then you will have the chance to.
Last point on the ECL, the climate law is not only about the target. We have the fossil subsidies phase out. That's also important to get the markets right. We have access to justice for citizens. It's important to get the citizens into this journey. So the climate law is not only about the target. There's much more in it, which is like good to fight for.
And the climate law, as you say, Michael, it's just about, we have negotiated in the Parliament, in the European Parliament, to reach an agreement on 60%. But of course, the negotiations with the Council are just about to get started. So we will be fighting to get that right. Okay, so we will now have a perspective from a national member of Parliament from Luxembourg. And this is Carlo Back. And Carlo, you could perhaps introduce yourself. But I will give the floor to you for 2 minutes for some reactions on what you heard.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm member of the Luxembourgish Parliament and member of the Green Party. First of all, I would like to send you greetings from an old friend of you, from Claude Turmes, who is now Minister of Energy in our country. So greetings from his side. Second, very important message to us is giving the priorities, and priorities are first on energy efficiency. Unfortunately, our program starts with renewable energies, so that's a side remark about the program. We should have perhaps started with energy efficiency. Then Luxembourgish target is on renewable energy for 2030, 25% plus. Efficiency is 40 to 44%, and the decrease of emission of carbon dioxide minus 52. So you see that are the ambitions which are laid down in our national climate plan. Then we are a country which is using quite a lot of fossils for transport. So one move of our government was in March this year is to make public transport free, because, as I said, we are spending a lot of money on fossils, because trains, tram, and buses will be powered by electricity up to 2030. So, and electricity should be mainly then produced by renewable energies, which will bring down this part of our energy consumption. Then we also will introduce in 2021 CO2 pricing. It will be quite modest. We start with 20 euros a ton, going up every year by 5 euros. So compared, we have, I agree with Michael Bloss that we have a discussion about ETS, but still it's a starting point for us introducing this carbon dioxide taxation. I say that because 50% of the money which will come in through this CO2 taxation will be used for renewable energies and energy efficiency. And the other 50% will go into, will be used to prevent social disruption in our society, which is very important. We have been talking about it before, energy, poverty, and so on. We have to prevent those events. That's my side, yes, my first message is.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Great. That sounds like some important initiatives that you're taking on, especially I think the CO2 pricing sounds very interesting. Something we discuss in Denmark right now, where I'm from. And thank you for the greeting from Claude Thomas, an old president of EUFORES, that we all are inspired by, I think. I would like to also just remind the audience one more time that feel free to just throw your questions and comments in here, and we will try to bring them into the discussion. The next panelist is well, I think that it's European Renewable Energy Federation, but you have sent it's Dirk Hendricks, I can see, instead of Dörte. So Dirk, you are welcome to take the floor.
Thank you, Niels. Yes, and my apologies for Dörte that she couldn't participate here today. She had unfortunately another meeting with the German ministry. Thanks very much for having me. And yes, as all the initiatives and strategies that Michaela has lined out in her entry speech, I mean, we just can really highly endorse this. And to us, as you know, ERF, we are always asking to say, like, to go as high as possible and to do even faster and higher efforts to decarbonize Europe due to the climate emergency that we have. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank specifically here the parliamentarians who have asked for a much higher ambition here with regard to the climate target or 2030 targets. What I would like to, as we have heard here at the beginning, there is a lot of money on the table. There's the new legislation that needs to be transposed at national level. And what I would like to share with you is here just a finding from the Renewables Networking Platform project. That is that thanks to the new legislation, we will see that specifically administrative issues and grid barriers will soon become the main impediments to the deployment of renewable energies. And specifically here we have the complexity of administrative procedures and duration. And this is why I can really just echo what has been said here before to the European Commission and also to parliamentarians, both at European and national level, to give here really hands to national governments. We had experience over our last training meetings here with Kairos Group and with national governments that there is quite a lot of uncertainty what to do when it comes, for example, to Article 16, single contact points, easier administrative procedures, or, for example, renewable energy communities, energy citizens. So there, I guess there's really quite a lot of need to support for national governments so that they transpose it right and in the best sense to push renewables here. And of course, energy efficiency. And then just two things to complement this here. First of all,
time is about to run up, so a little bit fast.
Two cents. First of all, the revision of the stated guidelines here to come up the idea to have support for renewables considered outside these guidelines and to be a kind of like a subject of public interest. And the next thing is, as has been also mentioned here, to ensure that the subsidies of conventional energy is stopped. And here in particular, the Energy Charter Treaty that the EU and the member states are withdrawing from this in order to give no opportunities for conventional energy to be back and to be in the game still. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you so much, Dirk. We'll take those points with us. The ones on grids, the need for stronger grids is important, I think, and also you echoed what what Michael and I think Martin also said about the climate law, that we need high targets. Okay, so I will give the floor to Walburga Himmelsberger from Solar Power Europe, and I understand, Walburga, you have a slide, and before we put that up, I would just you have slideshow as far as
I'm not going to show the slides. I just want my
You're just going to talk to us. That's great. And just before that, Walburga, I just needed to say, if people want to, the audience wants to intervene in the debate, they can. There are two ways of showing that. You can either push the raise the hand button, or you can just write a question in the chat box, and that we'll see both of that. So you're welcome to do that. Okay, Walburga, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Niels. And indeed, I'm not showing my slides because I see from the discussion so far that there is no need to convince people here that green recovery just makes economic sense. So I just go right into the details where we do think we need to go faster and take very bold decisions on to boost our ambitions. So first of all, we need to accelerate the pace. When we look at the NECPs, the National Energy and Climate Plans, when it comes to our sector, we see 19 gigawatts approximately added by the member states every year up until 2030, adding up to additional 200 gigawatts of solar. We have 120 today. That is not enough if we want to decarbonize Europe and if we want to put renewables at the heart of the decarbonization. Because also, I mean, we are advocating for 100% renewables in the system, because a study we conducted just recently shows that this is the most inexpensive way forward. 6% less costs by 2050 than what we would have if we would just go forward with fossils. But that needs acceleration of renewables rollout. If we want to go 100% renewables, that means we would have to have 1.3 terawatt in our system by 2030. That is huge numbers, so we need to accelerate. 40% renewables by 2030 is a very good step forward, so I would very much encourage that. That is also something we have shown in our 100% renewable study. What it needs is put more money into tenders from the recovery money. Also encourage or incentivize corporates who want to go faster in also deploying renewables themselves and using renewable electricity, get rid of barriers for corporate power purchase agreements. And very importantly, third, permitting. Permitting is really key because there's a lot of companies who want to go fast. In our sector and also in the wind sector, I think Charles will elaborate on that as well. But there's a bottleneck, permitting. It is so important to get administrative barriers down. And then let me just make two other very important points, because
very quickly, Walburga. Thanks.
Decisions which have to be taken before the revision of the Renewables Directive. On the 10E, get the infrastructure right, because that are long-term decisions and that will be on your tables in the next couple of weeks. Please align infrastructure planning to the Green Deal goals. Renovation Wave, second point, will also play a very, very important role. 90% of our roofs in Europe are still unused. They have to be used for renewable energy production, and there's an opportunity here. And last point, industrial strategy was also mentioned. There's an opportunity also to produce the things we need for the renewable development in Europe. And there's a window of opportunity now, and we have to get that right as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, one last comment on the audience if they want to comment. It's the Q&A function. It's not the chat box that you should use, or the raise hand. And then I think that should be clear. Good. We'll have Jean-Marc Jussard, Secretary General from Bioenergy Europe, and you have 2 minutes, Jean-Marc. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Indeed, I'm representing the bioenergy sector. We haven't mentioned this so far at all, I would say, while in reality, you might know that bioenergy represents 58% of all renewables. And I would like to really first congratulate the Commission for all these discussions. We are living really in exciting times now, like never before. Reaching carbon neutrality really is changing the paradigm of the energy system, and we need, of course, all energy efficiency and renewable energy solutions that we can imagine. We also, in this resilience plan, needs to be coherent with the Green Deal. This is obvious, and for this, bioenergy will, in our opinion, play a key role. We are part of the bioeconomy. It's not just bioenergy; it's part of the bioeconomy, and the advantage is that 96% for the moment of the biomass comes from Europe. The forest is growing. And the technologies that will follow the investment of the resilience plans are also coming from Europe, mainly from bioenergy. We are the first in Europe in terms of renewable energy technologies. We're also part of the circular economy with this bioenergy. We will have to produce more wood houses that will generate, that will push for a strong wood-based industry generating byproducts and waste for the energy, because the bioeconomy will need energy for sure. And I will finalize with the sustainability aspects. You all know that there are big debates about bioenergy. This is because we have pushed to have sustainability framework. This is now set in the Renewable Energy Directive. And in fact, we are the only sector, the only energy sector which has that kind of mandatory sustainability criteria in the world, I would say. So we have set now a good basis for the bioenergy development in the future. I mean, we have criteria like the CO2 emissions that are on the whole life cycle of the bioenergy system, with targets up to 70. We will start already this year. Next year, sorry, mid next year, with 70% CO2 reduction, increasing to 80% CO2 reduction. We also have criteria that are only applying not only for the urban biomass, but also the imported biomass. So we are, contrary to many other sectors, we are not externalizing our impact to other countries. We really take the whole world into account in the sustainability criteria. So we are really pioneering in the sustainability framework, and this is an example for many other sectors. So
thank you.
Really
thank you so much.
A key part for the decarbonization. Thank you. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much, Jean-Marc. And then for we'll try to throw that back at Michaela, also the bioenergy perspective. At the European Commission, to see what the European Commission says about that. And now we'll have the last panelist in the first round here. It's Gilles Dixon from Wind Europe. Gilles, you have the floor.
Thank you, Niels, and good morning, everybody. We are talking about raising the EU renewables target for 2030 on the back of the 55% greenhouse gas target. Actually, we have a huge amount of work still to do just to deliver the existing renewables target for 2030, the 32%. Now, on paper, the national energy and climate plans deliver 32%. They get us to 33%. If you add up the commitments national governments are making for the expansion of renewables between now and 2030, but only on paper. The problem with the national energy and climate plans is that they do not spell out clearly enough the detailed policy measures that national governments are going to take to deliver the expansion in renewables volumes. They are thin on the detail of the auction schedules for new renewables. They are thin on how governments are going to simplify permitting processes. And we agree strongly with Solar Power Europe on this. Permitting rules and procedures are too complex today. Also, there are not enough civil servants at national, regional, and local level working on the processing of permit applications. And that has to change if we're going to deliver the 32% for 2030, let alone the 38, 39, 40% target. The economic benefits of the expansion of renewables are clear. We have 300,000 people working in wind in Europe already today. If we do deliver on the national energy plan expansion volumes, that will rise to 450,000. If we don't, I'm afraid the wind industry will lose jobs over the next 10 years. The recovery and resilience plans, finally, yes, national governments should use them to invest in grid infrastructure and also in basic physical infrastructure, roads and bridges for transporting renewables equipment, and ports. Ports are crucial for offshore wind, but they need to invest a lot of money to deliver the expansion of offshore wind that the EU now envisages. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we have here a lot of different perspectives and a lot of important perspectives, I would add. And I would give the floor back to the European Commission now. Just to mention, Michaela, you will only have 5 minutes, and I know it's pretty unfair for all these points being raised. I mean, we have the question on the Renewable Energy Directive. Should the targets be higher? They probably should. Perhaps you can elaborate on that. We had the Solar Power Europe who said 40%. We have, however, Wind Europe who says that the current plans for reaching 32%, they are thin. They need to be better. So how can the European Commission contribute to making sure that the plans are actually good? We also have Martin Heusil from the European Parliament who says that the recovery plans, well, they are actually going to be fit for the old targets, but we are about to raise the targets for climate change and for renewable energy. How is that going to fit together? And we have Michael Bloss from the European Parliament saying that basically we have a carbon market which is not working sufficiently, and how can we improve that in order to boost renewable energy? That is just a couple of points. And Michaela, you from the European Commission, I will give the floor to you. Michaela Hull from the European Commission, I will give the floor to you now, and you will try to address the most relevant points, although there are many, also the ones I didn't mention, but that were raised during the debate. You have the floor.
Thanks. So I try to do everyone justice, and I think 5 minutes is fine. I spoke so much about already, so just to pick up. Permitting was raised by both the solar and the wind industry, and I said already we want to look at that, and I want to draw your attention to, I can send the link later and it can be shared, but basically we developed what we call a mock component for member states, so meaning an illustration of what we think member states should do for renewables, and in terms of investment and in terms of reforms. And for that, actually, well, I was drafting it together with the Recovery Task Force, but I chose permitting because indeed, that is an issue that is more or less applicable to every member state. So basically therein we describe what ought to be done by member states, drawing on the renewables progress report, supporting studies, what are best practice examples, etc. So this indeed should be an emphasis. So you will be happy to hear that. On the ETS, definitely, but you know also that not only renewables will be revised, but actually also effort sharing and the ETS itself, plus the consideration to extend the ETS into all other sectors. Having said that, what I think also from a renewables point of view, what is really important is that in one way or another, there is some sort of carbon pricing reform in member states' recovery plans. I've seen 1 or 2 member states that actually showed on a slide, we intend to reduce the price for diesel, we intend to do this, we intend to cut here, and instead increase there. And that in line with the sector integration strategy, but what for a renewables policy offers important is that electrification is not penalized, be it by retroactive changes, or that charges that make it currently more expensive are removed. That should also be part of the thinking, definitely. Then on the comment, NECP's old target, yes, definitely. But as I've just explained, I think the Commission has actually found a way of making sure there is additional ambition. And I mentioned this 500 gigawatt additional renewables capacity by 2030 that we want to see in all recovery plans. So in a way that makes sure. And when we look at the recovery plans, we will also look in to what extent do they add on this on the old ambition, and for example also to what extent do they just result in a refinancing of planned money. You know, like we've seen first draft plans where basically what used to be cohesion fund now is just recovery without any addition. We look at that in order to make sure that the ambition goes up. What else on bioenergy? Well, the sustainable criteria, we have them. We will consider various options, and I guess there will be an option also increasing the ambition for the sustainability criteria, but it is very clear from the Commission's point of view that we are not reopening anything unnecessarily, because investment certainty is also important. So that's the message I can give. But of course, it is an issue that will be dealt with in the upcoming renewables revision. What else? Permitting I had. Yeah, that's it more or less. I don't know, unless you tell me which question I should respond still.
Well, I think there were so many, but I think you covered it pretty well. Subsidies to fossil fuels, perhaps EREF mentioned that. Do you have any plans on changing that? The many subsidies that goes to fossil fuels?
Well, I mean, there's this long-standing European commitment, and yeah, as I said, in line with carbon pricing corrections, this should also be part of the national plans. Like how, for example, how to shift the burden of charges and taxes at the moment, which is on labor, to resource intensity, this kind of things. Yeah. Yeah, I think I stop here now.
Okay, and then just perhaps one more thing, Michaela. Several speakers mentioned the 10E regulation and the need for that we get it right in order to invest in the infrastructure that we need for renewable energy. Could you tell us something about what you plan here? It will be in next month that you will present it, so I don't know what you can tell us.
I'm afraid not too much. You know how it is with the Commission if we are in a run-up to a proposal, but indeed it will come out at the end of this year, and indeed it will update the infrastructure priorities that we had in place since the last. I think it was adopted in 2014. A lot has obviously changed, so it will reflect, you know, what has been coming out of our sector integration strategy, offshore and hydrogen. But I'm afraid I will not be able to say much more at this point. You will understand.
I will understand. Okay, so we have the German Renewables Association who would like to pose a question or a comment. So Jan, could you give the floor to Rainer from the German Renewable Association?
Yes, I did. Rainer, you're enabled. You can speak now. We can hear you. Please tell us who you are and a short comment or question.
Okay, thank you, Jan. I'm Rainer Hinrichs Ralbers, and obviously my picture is not visible. I'm a board member of the German Renewable Energies Federation, and we are a member of EREF, and I'm also a vice president of EREF. 3 short points. First one, I have to agree with Giles, who says that the national action plans of the member states obviously are quite poor when it comes to really providing policies which make it logical that the targets will be achieved, that the 2030 targets in renewables and efficiency will be achieved. But I think even more, it is important to get clarity now, which will be the higher 2030 target in renewables and efficiency in relation to the 55% reduction target, or better, the 60% reduction target, which the European Parliament was asking for. Clarity about the real targets is very important. Second point, again, the question of fossil fuel subsidies, fossil fuel support. I think this is not only something which definitely member states have to be aware of in their national plans, in what they plan, but it's also something which is important when it comes to EU taxonomy, which is being discussed when it comes to projects of common interest. Can this be fossil fuel related projects? This will also be important for the 10E question. And it will be important for where the money for the green recovery goes, and which was not yet mentioned today, in the EU hydrogen strategy. It is very important to make sure support only goes to green hydrogen and not to hydrogen from fossil sources like gas. And a final point, which was not yet mentioned today, but I think which is very important to get the green recovery right. There is this Energy Charter Treaty, which is a treaty outside of national legislation. The EU is member, most of the member states are member. This treaty allows for fossil fuel investment to be protected outside of European legislation and pay high indemnification to fossil fuel companies. So I know negotiations are going on to reform that, but given that this treaty has a 20-year sunset clause, I think it's very important that the EU and the member states try to find a way to withdraw from that treaty completely, so that the energy transformation is no longer hindered by high payments to investment from fossil fuels if member states decide to phase this out.
Thank you, Rainer. Thank you for that input. We will take a last round. We have just a little more than 20 minutes, so we'll take a round with the panel, and you're welcome to comment on each other. I would like to pose a question for you that perhaps you can reflect on when you get the floor, which is 2 things. The first thing is, what would be the wish from you for the new Renewable Energy Directive? It will set a target probably for 2030, but it also should it have other sub-targets that you think are important for different sectors? Should it have better reporting so we make sure that the member states actually live up to the targets? What do you think? What would be the most important thing to have in this Renewable Energy Directive? This session is about renewables, and that's probably the most important directive when it comes to renewables. The second thing is, okay, so we have, as mentioned by Rainer here from the German Renewable Association, we still have a lot of fossil fuels and also support going into fossil fuels. What could be the most important thing to reduce the support to fossil fuels? What should the European Union do to try to phase out the fossil fuels as the most important thing? So the Renewable Energy Directive, one wish, and one wish to stop fossil fuels or phase out the fossil fuels. That would be my proposal for you, but you're also welcome to reflect on the previous speakers. But let's take a round before we wrap up. So you have 1.5 minutes I would give you, just so we make sure that everybody gets to speak. And Martin Heusig, you have the floor as the first panelist.
Thank you, Niels. And yes, you shortening it nicely as a speech in the EP plenary. Now, what is, I'll start from the end. What is, I think, what is going to be very important is the taxonomy and the use of the taxonomy. I had the really great luck of being one of the shadows for the file, and I keep on following it. And that is really important that in a delegated act, the Commission sticks in what was initially also agreed in the compromise, and that is it should be based on the expertise. It should be based on kind of the data from the technical expert group and not go into kind of more political decisions, in my view, and really be coherent. And that we use do not significant harm principle as it's in taxonomy across the spending to ensure the policy coherence. I think this is very important also to prevent the stranded investments. Now, in terms of the Renewable Energy Directive, two small points. One thing is to ensure that there is sufficient space for innovation and that we don't forget one, from my point of view, underrepresented source of renewable energy, and that is geothermal. That's something where I see great potential, starting with the heating, but going also into potential electricity with the new advances in the drilling. And second, that we are not shining away from the controversial issues and actually are able to tackle them and really set up proper environmental criteria for renewables. Because what you guys are risking is a backlash when the renewables are not done in a way that doesn't harm the planet. From the water plant, from the small scale hydro in Natura 2000 areas, to forests being chopped down for bioenergy, as we see a lot in the Carpathian Mountains. This is something which we need to ensure it's not creating a backlash against renewables. So having a very clear environmental criteria that are ensuring protection of biodiversity, among other things, are going to be clear to also give the certainty to the investors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin, for that clear statement. I will give the floor to Michael Plus.
Yeah, thanks again. I had an interesting exchange with Peter Liese. I'm not sure you know him, but he's like one of the conservatives. And I told him, look, it's important to get the things right now today, so we don't have to go and do all of this in 3 years or in 5 years times again. So let's set the targets right and do everything right now. And he told me, look, I don't believe you. Even if we now set a target at minus 60%, you will come back in 3 years and ask for more. And I told him, no, I swear, if we would get the climate law like it is right now through, I will not come back for the next 10 years. And it's because in the climate law, we not only have this target, but we also have the fossil subsidies phase out by 2025. We have the end of the Energy Charter Treaty that you have been alluding to. We have this carbon budget. So a lot of good things. So first message, like look into this. I think it's really important also to fight for a really good climate law in the next months when we have the trilogues. It is really setting the framework. Second, what is my wish for the Energy Directive? Of course, like having the targets on the member state level, as it was before. It would be interesting to hear from the Commission what their thoughts are about it. And on the fossil fuel subsidies, I think if we go into the ETS, it's really important to also get rid of free allocations and then have the carbon border adjustment mechanism to actually settle the question of carbon leakage. I think that is important. And I think we will have in the next half a year a lot of questions about recovery, about how do we get out of this of the crisis that comes from Corona. And I think it's so important to also emphasize that this is about creating jobs. It creates a lot of good jobs in the renewable energy industry, in the renovation industries. It's a possibility of producing in Europe, and this is yeah. There's much more jobs in this whole sector than if we would just have the investments in over the whole economy, or like even if we would then invest into something like fossil lock-in gas. So this is really important for the next year. This is about jobs.
Thank you, Michael. I think that was also some very clear statements, clear wish list we could pass on to the Commission. I would like to give the floor to Walburga from Solar Power Europe, because I understand she has to leave shortly. So Walburga, you get the floor as the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Niels. And the reason I have to leave is that I need to join the Clean Hydrogen Forum, where I would like to make my points on renewable hydrogen, because indeed it was mentioned we launched a Renewable Hydrogen Coalition this week, and it is very important to bring these messages forward. But on your questions, Renewable Energy Directive, I mean, the target is one thing, I already elaborated on that, but also looking to my next intervention at the Hydrogen Forum, there's 2 points I want to make, or 3 points maybe. I think there need to be higher targets also on the sub-segments, and hydrogen is one of them, renewable hydrogen. So I think it is important to have targets for some demand sectors, like industrial sectors, which can use renewable hydrogen, to really get the demand going in order to bring costs down. So that is one thing. Another thing is the importance of hybrid systems going forward, wind, solar, batteries. And I think that is also something which has to be tackled in the Renewables Directive to bring incentives in order to have more hybrid systems. And then talking about potential, I do see, as I said, a huge potential when it comes to corporates, commercials, industrials who want to source renewable electricity, but who face problems when it comes to guarantees of origin. So we really need to improve on this in this area in order to make it possible for them to show in a transparent way that they're using renewable electricity, which is important for their own reporting. And then to your second question, other fossil fuels, CO2 price is a very important
CO2 price. So Carlo Beck's policy from Luxembourg would be a good idea. Okay, Walburga, thank you so much. That was also very concrete. We'll take that with us, and then and good luck with the other presentation. And Carlo, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, two ideas. It's for taxonomy. You know, our country, Luxembourg, is a finance place, a quite well-known finance place over Europe. And we are pushing now into green funds. And we are working, we have a couple of ideas about green funds. And above all, what is a green fund? And their taxonomy is playing a very important role. So in our country, we are thinking about that, and I believe it would be very good, as also one of the speakers, that was Mr. Peter Sweatman. Yeah, he was talking about it. I think we should push further on it so that persons who want to invest into green funds are really investing into green funds. That's one remark. The second remark I would have about renewable energies. And now I'm speaking, we are a small country, Luxembourg. We are only 650,000 people. And what is very important for us is a grid. You see, it's a grid, it's a local grid that's important for those people working as a prosumer, producing and consuming energy, for instance, produced by photovoltaic. How can they share their energy, their electricity with their neighbors, for instance? And so we have to work on local grids, I mean, in a town, but also on grids going over countries, connecting countries. because Luxembourg, I mean, we are a small country, it will be very difficult, I mean, to reach our targets in 2050 with our own production here. That will be not easy, I would say, and we need connection with other countries. And I believe other countries are in a similar situation, and to share this electricity produced in Europe. We are living in Europe, and we should try to improve it, to improve sharing. And of course, costs should be shared as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo. I recognize that that need from Denmark, my own country, another small country. We also need to be connected with grids to other countries. And perhaps the EU could do more about that. Then I would like to give the floor to Dirk from European Renewable Energies Federation.
Yeah, thank you. A lot of things have been already said, in particular here with Michael Bloss and also Martin on prioritization and this. So there I'm fully in it because that would automatically tackle here fossil fuels. And I mean, when it comes to the Renewable Energy Directive revision, I completely agree here with all my colleagues from the other associations that here the targets, for example, be it solar, wind, all others should definitely be in to make this a little bit, to tap much more into this potential. And then there are some sectors that can contribute really quite a lot, but that are not that strong so far considered. And this is why I would say specifically heating and cooling and transport to look into this sectors more and take the opportunities that are there. And then in particular, as we are talking here really about a transition to integrate also more the kind of like energy system approach to make this right, so that everything is coherent, because it's really quite a big package. Yeah.
Thank you, Dirk. And now we have our last two panelists. It's Jean-Marc from Bioenergy first. Jean-Marc, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I have 3 points for and I will be brief. For the RED 2 or RED 3, let's say, I have a bit different wishes. As the Commission said, we should really not have unnecessary change to the sustainability criteria. Our sector will implement this in July next year, so it's not very useful to discuss changes for the moment. We would also like, as a second point, to see a higher target for the renewable heat. Heat is 50% of our energy consumption, should not be forgotten. So, so increased target for this. Second statement is about the fossil fuels. One thing is to stop subsidizing fossil fuels, and we should do it. But another way and another message is really to the phase out of fossil fuels and forbidding the investment. This is really with the time scale that we have now for the decarbonization, we really already have to think about this next step. And there are that kind of laws now in several countries, Austria, for example, which are banning oil for the domestic heating sector with in some years. So this is really a game-changing thing. People might think, oh, it's a pity we will not have fossil fuel subsidies to fossil fuels, but the message of banning fossil fuels is much, much, much stronger, and we need to consider this. And third point is the synergy between different renewables. Some countries have a lot of potential for offshore wind, some other solar, some other biomass. So this really, we have to give room and subsidiarity to the member states to develop their own renewables, and maybe a bit more inconvenient message to end this, but we have to pay attention about the kind of silver bullet solutions that might come from Europe. Sometimes we hear that, and because I love electric cars. I would like to have one when I will be richer, but I would be glad to see the CO2 balance of an electric car running in Poland for the moment. So we really need to assess and not come with things that might backfire sometimes in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jean-Marc. And a reminder to the European Union not to be too detailed in its regulation, perhaps. And the last panelist is Giles, and I'm sorry I mispronounced your name earlier, Giles, but you have the floor now, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you, Niels. No problem. Renewable Energy Directive, please give us clarity on the rules on corporate PPAs and guarantees of origin. The energy transition is increasingly being driven by the demand side. Heavy industry used not to like renewables. They saw us as expensive and intermittent, so messing up the energy system. Now they are knocking on our door saying, we want to decarbonize. Can you please build a wind farm next to the factory? Or one nearby and connect it? Or one somewhere else and we connect virtually with a PPA? But these industrial off-takers need clear rules on PPAs and guarantees of origin. Otherwise, it doesn't work for them. Fossil fuels. We must all push back strongly against the idea that you need to build lots of gas peaker plants to balance the growing share of variable renewables in the system. You don't. Renewables, first of all, are ever less variable. Our capacity factors are increasing all the time. And the way you manage our variability is through demand response, smart grids, and storage. Thank you.
Thank you, Giles. And also a relevant comment with regards to the discussion on gas and the role of gas that we are having and we will be having in the coming time in the European Parliament and in the European Commission, I'm sure, as well. Michaela from the European Commission, I would perhaps just give you the chance. We have 3 minutes left. Would you like to respond to any of the comments here? There were lots of comments on the Renewable Energy Directive, for example, and also some ideas on how to phase out fossil fuels most efficiently. Would you care to comment on whatever you think? I would give the floor to you.
Okay, thanks. That's nice of you. So I took note of the various ideas, and I think what I would concur with is this, that the new framework has to in a way result in a cost-effective mix. So it has to be made sure that basically every technology and every solution delivers, based on what it should be doing, and basically more cost-intensive solutions go into the niches where it is hard to decarbonize in another way. And if I may, to react also on a comment from the bioenergy colleague, I think we should base ourselves on an honest assessment. And if you look at the cost studies and if you look at the decarbonization studies, we know that in the sector of transport, electrification will go a long way. And I think we should state those facts clearly instead of alluring to a carbon mix in one or the other country. It is clear, the studies show clearly that an e-vehicle has even a better performance if it's based on quite carbon intensive electricity mixes, like for example Germany. And we also know that those mixes based on exactly those targets that we are discussing will improve. So I think we should be honest in this respect and not misrepresent the facts.
That sounds like a good idea, Michaela. So we will conclude this session. I think I would just like to thank everybody. I think it's really valuable to have these discussions, and there were a lot of ideas brought up. So it also gives me, and I hope everybody who's here, it gives them something to think about, some food for thought. This is the time. Now is the time to, it's in the next 6 months, 7 months, that we have to take a whole lot of these decisions to get it right. If we are to live up to 60% reductions, hopefully, from my point of view, and I agree with the colleagues who stated that, in 2030 of CO2 reductions. So this is really a very relevant time to have these discussions, and I think we can use the input here. I have been told by my good friend Jan that we should take a group photo. So before we conclude the session, if everybody who can turn on their cameras will do so, and then put on a Colgate smile, then it would be great. Jan, will you take the picture?
Yes, exactly. Just count down.
I will count down from 3, 2, 1. All right.
Fantastic.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. Now we have the lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock and with the fourth session, and that's on energy efficiency. Thank you so much to everybody in the panel, and thank you to the European Commission.
Thank you, Niels.
Thanks.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Daniel. Adrian Joyce here. How are you? I'm one of your
Hey, good afternoon. Good to see you that way. I'm good, and you?
Good, thank you. I wasn't on board during the morning. I presume it went off very well. Very interesting discussions.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, yeah, interesting times in many respects. So, yeah.
You can say that again. And I don't know, you're from Guidehouse. Is that, can you tell me a little bit?
That is just our new name.
Excuse me,
so,
everyone. Sorry to interrupt. Just to let you know that you are live on YouTube now.
Okay.
Okay.
So the live is still ongoing. So maybe we should wait for just in a few minutes we're gonna kick off again.
Okay.
Sure.
No wait.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're live on stage again. Hello, Daniel. Hello, Christiane. Who else was there?
Hello.
Carlos is there. Adrian.
Hello.
I hope you had a nice lunch break. Again, we are already live on YouTube, so not a private meeting now, just to let you know.
So we'll behave. We will behave.
Had before, I think, the wind industry and others having private chats with the Commission. So everybody listening out there on YouTube.
We should know this since Ronald Reagan. You should be careful.
Yes. Also, George Bush made that same mistake, right, on stage. Carlos, great to see you. So it worked. It worked.
Yes, Jan, thanks a lot. Yeah, it seems that it's working. So happy.
And Monica, what's that? She has a graffiti. Is she out there? Hey, Monica. Hello, Monica. I don't know if you answered my question about the last performance that you had with your daddy involved. But okay, that's another story. We have basically half a minute left and we would start pretty much on time. Daniel, you will be the moderator. You all know that. For those who didn't follow everything this morning, it was already very intense. Lots of members of parliament. And now we switch to efficiency and new insights in efficiency. So I'm very curious to hear what's the latest update. Also, the attendees list is growing up again. Good. It's 2 o'clock. I would say I start briefly and then Daniel, you take over. So hello, everyone, for those who have been with us before and also those who just joined us, be it as attendees or be it as listeners via YouTube. There's quite a few out there. So it's great to have you on board. And please feel free to give us feedback in case you listen, because it would be nice to know also who's out there. We are switching now from the debate of the Green Deal with relation to the renewables side. We switch now to the energy efficiency side and what that means, what the policy side is. So this session is first about update about the incoming policies. So that's why we have Carlos Sanchez Rivero with us from the Commission to present us. And then we have the honor to open a big Christmas package, let's say, because Christiane Egger will for the first time go public with absolutely stunning new results about a big study of the Energy Efficiency Watch project. And you interviewed and surveyed many experts with, well, again, quite some surprises. So we will hear that afterwards. And then we will have a panel debate about these things, about narratives, about communication of efficiency. And we would really love to involve you all, also the attendees, by the way. Please feel free to either write questions in the Q&A functionality in Zoom or to raise your hand, and then I can bring you onto audio so that we can hear your questions. But now it's not my role anymore. I would like to hand over this whole package to our good colleague, leading scientists of former ECOFIS Navigant, now Guidehouse, Daniel Becker, who is also a long-standing good friend of mine, and EUFORES. And yeah, Daniel, I give everything into your hands. And now we talk about efficiency and about where we would go in the next years. Daniel, it's yours.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jan, for your very kind introduction. And my name is Daniel Becker from Guidehouse. Guidehouse is just the new name after another merger of our company. Used to be Navigant, used to be ECOFIS. I'm in the role of scientific advisor to the project since 2006. So now being in Energy Efficiency Watch 4. So before we start with the program, just let me give you a very brief intro into what the Energy Efficiency Watch, in particular Watch 4, is and does. Just to recap. So it is a now EASME-funded project, which has been coming from the initial question in 2006 can we design and apply the right policy instruments? Can we find policy instruments to address efficiently the world of energy efficiency? That question has been answered with a clear yes. So yes, we can design good instruments. We have good instruments in place. Still, there's work to do, as we all know. It showed in practice that implementation is more difficult than initially thought. Coming from there, at the end of Watch 3, or during Watch 3, actually, we said we need to look more at the conditions why implementation either works or lags. And we came to an important point, which we call narratives behind or accompanying the implementation. By the time not everyone knew what a narrative meant or ought to be, it's become more common, and we'll speak about it in this session. So what we are particularly looking at in this round of the Efficiency Watch is which narratives are around that support or can potentially, and in the future, support the implementation and make it better and faster of energy efficiency policies. And as Jan announced, Christiane has undertaken a big survey shedding light on that aspect. Our part, so Guidehouse's part in this, is to develop case studies around narratives or elements for narratives that are around. I will just give a bit of insight during the debate. So Energy Efficiency Watch 4 is about narratives, and what we do to implement the project is we've grouped it in phases. We are now in year 2 of the project. So we had an input phase that was basically year 1. Year 2 is now a testing phase. This is overlapping a bit due to COVID because we could not execute everything in live meetings as we had planned. So actually, we are continuing gathering input. Therefore, also all your contributions in that respect will be very welcome during the debate. At the same time, we are testing what we have and sort of throw it into the debate, interested in receiving your positions. So I expect this to be a lively debate on Friday afternoon. And year 3 will then be the dissemination phase, where everything that has been put on the table and that is more or less consolidated will be presented, and we hope to be able then to meet up in live events again. So as it's a Friday afternoon, we thought about the challenge how to sort of present a program that keeps everyone awake and sort of inspired. I think we have that. So we have, before Christiane is presenting the survey, we have an input speech by Carlos Sanchez Rivero, team leader for energy efficiency finance at DG Energy. And then Christiane, and then we'll go into the panel debate. And actually, I expect and hope that to be very lively. But now I'd like to give the floor to you, Carlos, in the first place. The floor is yours.
So many thanks, Daniel, for the introduction. I would really like to thank EUFORES for having invited me today to present from the European Commission a policy update on energy efficiency. I will be sharing now the presentation that I've prepared, and while presenting, I will stop my camera because I have run some problems this morning with the camera, so to avoid disruptions. Voila. Okay.
Okay, there we could see something.
So
Yeah.
hopefully you can see my screen, right?
Yes, it's now there. It should be there with everyone. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks a lot. As I was saying, really a pleasure to be here today for the speech and also to participate later into the panel debate. I'm sure it will be very interesting. So I will try to address in my intervention first the most recently energy efficiency policy updates, and in particular, I will focus in the review of the Energy Efficiency Directive as it was announced as part of the European Green Deal. Later, I will try to focus more on energy efficiency measures in the context of the European recovery. So as you very well known, with the 2030 climate target plan that was published on September by the European Commission on the 17th, the Commission has proposed to increase the EU ambition to reduce the greenhouse gases emissions with a reduction of at least 55% by 2030. So to reflect this increased ambition, there is therefore the need to significantly step up energy efficiency efforts by 2030. So it is estimated also as part of the impact assessment of the climate target plan that the energy efficiency ambition has to increase in a range between 36 and 37 for final energy consumption, or between 39 and 41 for primary energy consumption. So that's really a shift from the current 32.5%. So, moreover, the Commission assessment of the national contributions are well submitted in the final national energy and climate plans, underline as well the existence of the remaining ambition gap in energy efficiency efforts for the 2020 targets. It was short of 2.8 percentage point for primary energy consumption, or 3.1 percentage point for the final energy consumption. So against this background, it is clear that the revision of the Energy Efficiency Directive, as it was announced in the Green Deal, will play a very important role, as the Commissioner Simpson also highlighted this morning, in the development and implementation of the EU energy and climate policies in view of delivering the higher 2030 climate targets. So the ED review will aim at strengthening the links with other policies. So also wanted here to mention the links with the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, the Renewable Energy Directive, and with regard to the ETS, in view of, as I was saying, achieving this higher climate target and the climate ambition. And moreover, it will also be contributing to the objectives of the energy system integration strategy and the Renovation Wave strategy. The Energy Efficiency Directive review process has started, was launched on the 1st of August 2020, with the publication of the evaluation roadmap and the inception impact assessment on the review of the directive. We have launched an online-based open public consultation targeting really a wide range of stakeholders. That was launched on the 17th of November and will be open until the 9th of February 2021. And of course, the results of this consultation will feed into both processes, both the evaluation and the impact assessment. I would also like to mention that the revision of the EED will also strive to integrate the energy efficiency first principle in the directive, and this is a principle that does receive the strong support from the European Parliament, and with the objective to capture the energy saving potential in energy policies and investment decisions, but also in other sectors that we may have quite a big high energy consumptions. For example, I'm thinking in transport or ICT. Ensuring that the energy efficiency first principle is followed across the board is one of the Commission priorities, and we want to make sure that the actions to moderate energy demand are taken on board of course, whenever they are the most cost-efficient measures towards climate neutrality. So to facilitate this, the Commission intends to adopt in the first quarter of 2021 guidelines and examples for implementation of the energy efficiency first principle in decision-making in the energy sector and beyond. Well, before moving to the recovery package, let me refer to the Renovation Wave and its very ambitious objectives. As you already well know, buildings are the largest energy consumer in the EU. So 40% of the energy used in the EU, and also responsible for 36% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So to reach our energy and climate targets, we need to boost building renovation because of the very low current rates across the EU. As of today, only 1% of the buildings undergo energy efficiency renovations every year. The renovation of the building stock, it is not just an opportunity or a way or a precondition to reach the EU targets and also improving the quality of life of citizens. It is also essential for the recovery of our economies. And that's particularly relevant in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact created in the job losses and impact on our economies. The construction sector is of course of a strategic importance for the EU. It generates around 9% of the GDP in the EU, and it's responsible for 18 million jobs. For all these reasons, the Renovation Wave communication that was adopted on the 14th of October contains a strategy to break down existing barriers to building renovation. And it contains a detailed action plan to be implemented in the next months and in the next years with a very ambitious objective and a quantified objective that it is to at least double the building renovation rates across Europe by 2030, and also to foster deep energy renovations. That could result in renovating 35 million building units by 2030. Looking also in the impact on job creation and economic growth, it could create more than 160,000 new green jobs in Europe. Well, so in order to achieve all these objectives, the Commission identified in the Renovation Wave 7 main areas of intervention, looking into both the necessary legislative and regulatory framework, but also the very much needed financing stimulus. So I will not enter today into the details of the 7 main areas of the Renovation Wave because I wanted to really focus more now on the elements of the recovery. Yes. So coming back to the objectives that we have as part of the European Green Deal that we all know that aims for climate neutrality by 2050, but also of course looking into the EU targets set by 2030. The recovery package and the next multi-annual financial framework are a unique opportunity to scale up investments in the field of energy efficiency. Out of the total 1,800 billion euros that has been agreed by the EU, this package that includes the next multi-annual financial framework 21-27 and the recovery package, the so-called Next Generation EU, 30% of these resources, that represents around 550 billion euros, have been in market for climate actions. So that means that the resources that are dedicated to climate actions have more than doubled compared with the current programming period 14-20. And energy efficiency plays a central role in the clean energy transition. So I think this is very good news. In the context, it is worth also again repeating. I've mentioned that in the previous slide, but it's worth repeating the multiple benefits of energy efficiency and the huge potential that it has in terms of local economy recovery and creation of local jobs as energy efficiency is one of the most job-creating investment areas across the entire green energy transition. Let me also highlight not only benefits on buildings, but also on the field of industry. It is a very important field as well, such as, for instance, the increased on productivity, all the operational benefits that it could generate, that in some cases can go beyond the achieved energy savings. So studies from the International Energy Agency says that it can go up to 2.5 times the value of the energy savings. So I think that's quite a figure to highlight. Well, yes, and now I wanted to focus in particular my presentation now on the recovery and resilience facility, because the bulk of the resources from the recovery package, that it is 750 billion euros, the bulk of that that it is 672 billion will be made available to member states through the recovery and resilience facility. So the measures, that need to be included in the plans. So it is they are called recovery and resilience plans. So the measures that contains investments and reforms should address the challenges that are identified in the context of the European semester, strengthening the growth potential, job creation, and economic and social resilience of the member state. But also very important for energy efficiency, the plans need to facilitate the green and the digital transitions. So indeed, the focus on the green transition is very important, because the plans has to be in line with objectives that are set out in the national energy and climate plans. And because also a minimum of 37% of the expenditure of the plans need to be dedicated to climate actions. So just a reminder on the process that started already last October. So member state has been invited to submit their preliminary draft national recovery and resilience plans. So they are already submitting the plans to the Commission for this preliminary phase. The formal process will expected that will start on the 1st of January, with a deadline for the plans to be submitted by member states by the 30th of April. And I will just try now to focus on my last slide. I will now try to give a bit of some views on one of the flagship initiatives, recovery areas that has been identified by the Commission. So in support of the Renovation Wave, the renovation of buildings, or Renovate, is, as I said, one of the 7 flagship recovery areas that has been identified by the Commission for the recovery and resilience plans. So that means that the Commission strongly encourages member states to include in their plans investments and reforms addressing this flagship. In this particular case, addressing the building renovation. So having looked at some of the preliminary drafts received, although of course they are preliminary and they are partial, I'm happy to see that in general there is a very positive impact of the renovation wave in the plans, since most of them includes an important and dedicated component targeting the renovation of buildings. And there are also other energy efficiency measures, investments and reforms in other sectors. And let me refer, for instance, to very importantly industry, but also support to SMEs and other sectors as well, such as agriculture, for instance, in very line with the application of the energy efficiency first principle. So it seems clear to me, at least at this stage, that the Recovery and Resilience Facility will be the main source of EU funding for energy efficiency and building renovation in the next years. So I think this is indeed very good news, and I think this is also thanks to the renovation wave. So I think that's very good news. So there will be a lot of public money in the next years. But when we put that into perspective, when we look at the additional needs that are needed to achieve the energy efficiency 2030 target, this is around 150 billion per year. This is according to commission estimates. So then we realize that the bulk of the money needs to come from the private sector. This is why the Recurrent Resilience Facility is also a unique opportunity to take advantage of the catalytic effect of the public money to leverage the necessary private financing. So I would say very in line with Mr. Kaff's report on maximizing the energy efficiency potential on the EU building stock. It will be very important, strongly focused on financing schemes that are able to mobilize these additional private investments as part of the national plans. So developing, for instance, financing schemes that combine grants, loans, and technical assistance. So grants and loans to mobilize private capital can also refer in that sense in the mobilization of private capital when it comes to public buildings, the promotion of the role of energy performance contracting for public buildings. And also very importantly, pushing for the development of project development assistance facilities, including one-stop shops, to provide the demand-driven grant support that may cover upfront cost of beneficiaries, that they might help to front-load investments and prepare a strong and aggregated pipeline of investment projects for building renovation. So in that sense, the replication of the LENA facility at national level could be promoted. And finally, let me mention as well that there is also a good opportunity to promote energy efficiency measures in other sectors, in line with the energy efficiency first principle as part of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and in particular for those components that are focused on supporting and modernizing the industry sector, enterprises, and SMEs, but also, as I said before, components that are focused on other sectors such as agriculture, training, skills, or public administration, where energy efficiency plays also a role, and there is an angle for that. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. So thanks you again, and really happy to discuss this further later during the panel discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carlos, for these insights, and also the focus you put on the importance of leveraging private finance, because that is where it connects to narratives, I think, as we will see, because making evident the need for those investments and make people buy in means mobilize capital. So that is maybe a good connect. And with that, I would like to now give the word to Christiane, who will present to us the as always, very interesting results of the survey. So the Watch survey, since its beginning in Watch 2, has always been really catchy and presenting interesting insights. And so it will be this time, and some of it will be surprising, let's put it that way. But Christiane, with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, on this Friday afternoon. It's now my pleasure, after the very important input from the side of the Commission, to give you a view from the ground, from 1,270 experts on energy efficiency, and maybe provide some thoughts how we could additionally speed up this process in addition to the wall of money that is now coming down on us. First, a few words on the Energy Efficiency Watch project. Daniel has already highlighted it. It's been going on since 15 years. Speed up energy efficiency, and in this period, developing and testing and rolling out narratives for the energy transition. We are a team of experts, including 3 networks that provide us additional feedback from the ground. So here's politics and administration and the feedback from the ground, and this is what we're trying to give you. Now, as was announced, I will share some results of the Energy Efficiency Watch Survey 2000 with you. The objective was to get the inputs from experts and stakeholders on the ground, also to compare it with 2015 and to gather these inputs for narratives. I'm very pleased to say that 1,270 energy efficiency experts from all EU countries have participated, so possibly one of the largest energy efficiency surveys ever done in the first months of this year. Now, how many people participated from which country? I apologize for my busy slides, but this is how it is. So you can see we had a fairly good representation of all EU countries. The experience from doing these kind of surveys is after more than 30 answers, the results don't change that much. So that means we have practically for all countries very meaningful results. Now, who were these experts? As you can see, it's a fairly good and even spread of the energy efficiency world. We have people working in business, in the public sector, in energy agencies like myself, in research and in NGO. Now, for the results, I would like to show you just, I would like to give these thoughts. So this is about perceptions of experts on their own countries. So it's a snapshot of the situation. It's not about absolute levels of energy efficiency because that's Commission's work. And it's not my opinion and it's not anyone's opinion about another country. It's what the people in this country think of the relative progress in their countries in the last years. I will start with a progress indicator. So I've asked a number of questions on the relative progress and ranked these results. So obviously progress in, let's say, Denmark and let's say in Austria may not be the same. So what Austrians think is progress may not what Danish people think, and what Spanish people think is progress. So this is important to keep in mind. So in overall terms, here is the ranking from this exercise, and you can see that we have Nordic countries in the lead. So the expert from Finland and Denmark were of the opinion that in their countries, the last couple of years, very good progress in energy efficiency policy and implementation was made, and then a ranking across the EU 27 on relative progress in their respective countries. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we compare these results to the survey of 2015, and we can see, and this is a constant in the Energy Efficiency Watch surveys, we do see quite a lot of ups and downs in energy efficiency ambition and implementation. You see some countries that lost significantly in the perception of progress, notably Germany, and there were a number of countries that really sped up the development. I don't show you this slide because it gets too complicated, but I could add the 2012 survey, and we have even more ups and downs, usually as a result of political changes, where there is a government that is more or less interested in that subject. But there are also some countries that don't see these ups and downs and that constantly remain on a very high level. So keep that in mind maybe for later. Just a few glimpses on the questions on the different energy efficiency policies. There's loads of data available, but with limited time, I've decided only to show you these two results. So here again, we asked, do you see improvements here in these three fields? There were more fields, and then I've again ranked, and there were some countries that saw quite good progress in building renovation and others with no progress. The same for availability of finance for energy efficiency investment. And the third examples of several fields is included here is the functioning of the energy service markets. So for example, energy performance contracting that was just mentioned earlier. So again, what the people in Luxembourg, to take this example, may see as progress may not be the same as people in Estonia see it, but still it gives you a relative picture where things were happening or slowing down. Second picture on different policy instruments. With all these new instruments coming nowadays, we should not forget there's lots of solid, long-standing and very effective energy efficiency policies. And I wish my colleagues in the Commission good luck in coming up with new policies that are as strong as and as effective as these old, if I may say so. So energy efficiency requirements for buildings, in more than 85% of all member states, they were considered as at least partly effective. Labeling of products, certification of buildings, so solid, hardcore EU legislation, financial incentives, and then you see the list gets less and less friendly. So energy efficiency obligations, smart metering, very bad inspection of heating and air conditioning systems. This has to change. That's my personal opinion. Sorry about that. Energy taxation, also not a very effective policy instrument in overall terms. However, this is the EU average, so the picture differs from country to country. Now, here's a summary before I come to the second part of my presentation on what we have been observing on the energy efficiency policy progress. So one thing that shouted at us when we looked at these 88,000 data points, it was so much more of the same. So several times I went back to my colleague and said, this is not right. This must be the data from 2015. But it wasn't, even though more than half of the experts were different people. So we can see the progress was way too slow. We didn't manage to create these new dynamics in the last couple of years. These ups and downs following political changes continued, even, in my impression, even got stronger. And as Daniel said, that was one of the conclusions in the Energy Efficiency Watch 3. We found that the political ambition is maintained despite political changes, because clearly over the years, it's very likely that there will be political changes, thank goodness, in democracies. But where there was a certain consensus on why they should do this, the change of governments from left to right, from green to black or whatever, did not affect these general ambitions in a fundamental way. So a why, but a why that can create maybe a bigger buy-in than the whys the energy efficiency sector has offered so far. And that is why we decided to devote a large part of the survey on understanding better what these whys, these narratives, what they could look like. And so we wanted to understand what can be an effective and strong narrative, and who do we need as support. So we asked which subjects are important in the general debate in each country, independent from our subject. Is energy efficiency already linked to these subjects? And which actor groups are important? And what is their position on the energy transition and on energy efficiency? Because narratives need wider support. So that is something. Now, the first question was, independent of energy and climate, in the general public debate, how important are these topics? Now, you may wonder what kind of topics are these that are included in this list. So we used the long list of these multiple benefits, a word that I hate. Sorry, Carlos. So of all these co-benefits, values, I'd like to call it values of the energy transition, and then pre-tested them in terms of their importance in public debates. So jobs, independence, industrial competitiveness, air quality, affordable and healthy housing, rural development, modernization. Now, what did the 1,270 experts across the EU countries say? Jobs. So this was a very, very clear answer. Maybe this is not such a big surprise. But number two is maybe a bigger surprise. In the public debates in many countries, industrial competitiveness and innovation is a super important topic, and energy efficiency has so much to offer. Modernization, this is something we have used a lot. Housing and living costs, not such a hot topic in many countries. And furthermore, I will now challenge you with a very colorful graph, but we found this was the only way we can put this in one picture. So we can see across EU 27, jobs was number one or number two topics in practically all countries. On the other hand, rural development, international country image, not very high important topics in the general debate. Obviously for specific political groups, so rural development is probably quite important for a farmers' party, to just take one example, or independence for a certain spectrum, political spectrum. But maybe you look at the industrial competitiveness, still loads of green in most countries, and industrial competitiveness is number one, especially in the Nordic countries. So, so far on the importance of topics in the general debate. Now, the second question was, is energy efficiency linked to these topics? And we can see, most importantly, energy efficiency is discussed in the context of investments. There's certain debate on competitiveness and housing and living costs. You remember, most important topic, jobs. Jobs is very low on the list of topics to which energy efficiency is linked to in the public debate. So if there's a public debate, it can be a positive or a negative debate. Just the fact that it's being debated is not necessarily a good or positive thing. And indeed, we can see here more negative discussion is the question of investments, half-half. Competitiveness, overall terms, a lot more positive. Housing and living costs, half-half, and it goes down the list of subjects. Now, the final question, and maybe the most entertaining one, is who is important in your country? Now, how influential are the following groups on politics in your country. Again, this list is a result of a very long list that we went through several pre-testing phases. Is it the trade unions, the NGOs, the churches, the large industry, tabloid press? So you can make your own personal guess. What will the results be? Well, the result is 92% of all the experts see the association of large industries as very influential in their respective countries, followed more or less equally by trade unions and chambers of commerce. You notice something? 3 economic groups. And the picture is even more surprising, and I've done many surveys in my life, but this is really a very, very solid. If you look at the member states, and you see large industry is number 1 or 2 practically everywhere. Now, is this reflected in our debate? In the Brussels context, that we have to win large industry associations? Question mark. Trade unions, maybe a little bit more. And then we go down, we talk a lot about NGOs. In the overall scheme of things, not so influential, according to the experts. Now, the next question was, are these groups in favor or against the energy transition? Because again, it makes quite a big difference. And across the EU, large industry is more or less half supportive or opposed. This is a result, however, that differed strongly between countries. So there were some countries where the bar was practically all red, like my own country. And there were some Nordic countries where the bar was all green. And then you can see trade unions about a third, chambers of commerce, and down the list. Now, summarizing, if we look at, I'll try to put this all on one slide, so apologies if it's busy. We see, in terms of importance in the public debate, jobs, competitiveness, modernization, down the list. The topics linked to energy efficiency, so there's a clear gap between talking about energy efficiency and talking about jobs through energy efficiency, and not blah, blah job at the very end of a long list of things we're gonna do, because then you will not get through. The good news is, in overall terms, there is a rather positive attitude on this, and also on the second most important, which is the competitiveness. Actor groups, large industry, trade unions, and chambers of commerce. Now, this is a question mark. Should we think more about narratives that focus on specific things? I'm not the one giving you this answer for your political or professional life. This is just an input from what we have observed on the ground that is maybe worthwhile to reflect in the communication. Which aspects do we highlight more than others? And which actor groups do we try to interact more than others? And I would like to end with a few conclusions. So overarching result is here. I would like to summarize with a quote from Bill Clinton. It's the economy is stupid. So I'm not saying anyone is stupid. I'm quoting Bill Clinton. So probably we have all, and I'm including myself as a long-standing energy efficiency professional in the last 30 years, not paid enough attention to communicate the economic impacts of the energy transition on jobs and competitiveness. So are we talking about the right things and to the right people? So it's worthwhile to think about new messages, new topics, new stakeholder interactions to speed up acceptance and participation, and to stop blocking, I would say. For that, we need different data and knowledge. So hopefully the Commission will come up with some more really strong numbers on these things, because then we could use them and say, this is the official data. It's a long while until we have seen solid data on jobs through energy efficiency. And we have all gotten very well to talk about air quality, housing, and public buildings. We should continue to do that, but we should also maybe enlarge our portfolio, and we also need to deal with killer arguments. So, and I would end by saying, never waste a good crisis. We have now an opportunity like none. We didn't dream of this when we designed this survey, but actually now the Green Deal is the growth strategy of the EU. This is something someone like me has always dreamt about, that we would not be relegated to some unimportant end of the pipe policy, but be at the center. But in order to make this happen, I think much better narratives around these economic impacts are needed. Thank you very much. And I look forward to an interesting and hopefully I managed to provoke you a little bit discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Christiane. Yes, I hoped you would actually make it very pointed, which you did. So I guess and hope for the debate that we'll have now, that it already triggered up to here some sort of need to articulate oneself. In terms of the rules of the debate, I would suggest that we now have brief statements, initial statements by the panelists, maybe in groups of 3, that we give Christiane the opportunity to quickly chime in after 3, as I expect many different aspects. So maybe we start with Kieran with a first response. If you can all limit your statements to 3 to 5 minutes max, that we have a lively entry into the conversation, that would be very kind. So Kieran, if you like to briefly respond to the findings that Christiane had, and maybe if there are questions, feel free just to articulate.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think you can hear me. I'm trying to put my camera on, but I need that to be unmuted by the host. But look,
okay.
I want to...
Does it work now? Let's try again.
I think it will. I think it will. Once I press the button and get rid of all the okay messages. Yes, I'm back. You know, very interesting comments there, following on from a really interesting morning. One issue that strikes me is the tension between the mega projects, which I think we all realize we need, but the small steps that also need to be taken. And I would stress the energy efficiency first principle. And this acknowledges that, you know, Europe's biggest domestic energy source is energy efficiency. And maybe it's so obvious that we don't spend enough time talking about it. But I certainly feel that investments in energy efficiency, they can stimulate the economy, particularly at local level, but also the big players in construction, in renewable energy. We can do that too. And this amounts to maybe, you know, 10% of Europe's GDP, accounts for up towards 20 million jobs. So this principle needs to be streamlined into all EU energy policies, because quite often we talk in silos, or we create policies and legislation in silos. So how do we link all of this horizontally into our policies so that energy saving solutions are not overlooked or overvalued? And one area where this is evident is in building renovations. So, for example, during a renovation, we try to boost the energy performance of a building with the inclusion of renewable energy services like photovoltaics or electric vehicle battery banks. And if we do all of this, then the energy efficiency will steadily improve. So joined up thinking both in our policy initiatives, but also in terms of actual initiatives at local level. And to conclude, great to see the Commission announce the inclusion of minimum energy performance standards in the Renovation Wave. That's something we pushed for in the report that I edited. And I think, we have huge potential ahead, and I think the time now is right to kind of surf this wave and take advantage of it.
Thank you, Kieran. Maybe next, Katalin Cseh from Hungary. Brief initial response from you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me on this very exciting panel. It was so thought-provoking for me what Christiane said about the green transition being the fuel of European economy, and this is also what I was dreaming about when I was attending the Fridays for Future protests before I got elected. And I honestly think that the energy efficiency could be a path forward, also to convince the citizens for the fact that we all know, but they might not feel the same, partially due to the propaganda, that the green transition is good, that it means that they could live under better circumstances, they could pay less for heating costs, that they would get more jobs. We all hear all these voices who say that we should tune down on our ambitions because of the COVID crisis, that we should be less ambitious. And I think if we focus well on our communications, if we involve the citizens in our projects, if we make it very clear for them that what the energy efficiency actually means for them, that it could be a huge scoring card. I'm from Hungary, and we have a part of our country in northeast Hungary, which is unfortunately a very poor region where air pollution is at extreme amounts. People die in record numbers in lung infections, cancer, all these horrible diseases. And when I was there campaigning, I saw that unfortunately also due to energy poverty, they are heating with trash. Sometimes they are heating with plastic. They are living in houses which are not insulated well. So they are always cold and they have to just like generate this very toxic energy from all the materials are not meant for this cause. So if we can really modernize our whole system down the entire value chain, and we can ensure that it really gives a direct benefit to our citizens, also in the terms of jobs, then it could really lead us to a very, very, very successful place politically. But let me just say one more thing. We in the parliament, I think we are quite successful so far in setting good targets. 60% emission reduction. Of course, we all wanted 65, but whatever. 60 is still much better than what we had. But setting targets is not enough. I think we have to ensure this opportunity, what we have now, to make sure that these targets are binding. The energy efficiency targets are binding, but we also give money to the member states from all our new instruments to achieve that. The recovery plan, the RRF facility, they are extremely good instruments to boost our ambitions and also to ensure that it gets back to the citizens level, which could be our biggest ally when it comes to all the difficult discussions we are going to have with the businesses and with all those who might not be so enthusiastic about it. So this is what I will focus on when I will communicate about these targets in my country. And I'm very much looking forward to further cooperating with you, with the Commission, and with everybody who can, walk down Europe hand in hand on this very ambitious but also very, very rewarding path. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much, Katalin, also for those insights from specific aspects to your country. So next statement, maybe by Nicolas González Casares from Spain.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to this such great panel. I think that within energy climate policies, energy efficiency is a fundamental pillar And European legislation must consider the energy efficiency, must consider the energy efficiency first principle. Energy savings are the easiest way of saving money for our citizens and industries and saving and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I think the cheapest, cleanest, and safest energy is the energy that is not used. Besides, many of the energy efficiency measures are economically profitable. In addition, they make it possible to fight energy poverty that was one of the problems that Kathleen mentioned before, and promote also local employment in a smarter and greener building sector. You know that in Spain, in the previous crisis, in the financial crisis, we had a crash of the building sector. We invested a lot of money in housing and in the coastal regions, and it was like a big snowball that it was growing and growing after the years, and then we had that crash. Now we have to promote our building sector, but in a smarter and a greener mode. And this, I think this is an opportunity also with the recovery, the next generation EU funds, to do that, to improve our energy efficiency in the building sector, doing better things that we did in the past in this sector. I think that we have a goal of 20% of energy efficiency for 2020 in this almost over and disgusting year, but it seems that we won't meet this goal because COVID-19 will have an impact to decrease energy consumption. It's true, but I think that a rebound effect is expected. That is why that is important to take advantage of recovery strategies and associated funds to avoid it. I think this is a great opportunity, but of course I call the Commission that we need more firmness and collaboration between member states to set the course for the 2030 objectives. Regarding 2030, we know that the current target is very difficult to achieve, and it also is very difficult to achieve the climate neutrality by 2050 without our commitments in these energy efficiency directives. And of course, we won't comply our commitments to the Paris Agreement. I think that it's very difficult to achieve these days, these targets, but of course, I think that the EU Green Deal is a new opportunity. All the ecosystem of the framework of the EU Green Deal must be a good way to speed up all this process. You know that we are working in the climate law in the Parliament that will establish climate neutrality in the European regulation and will raise the emission reduction targets to 2030. So it means that the energy efficiency directives must increase also their targets to adapt to the new climate neutral scenario. And of course, about buildings, 75% of them are inefficient. So in the good way, the good answer for this is a sector with great potential to improve energy efficiency, implement renewable energies and self-consumption, and reduce emission. So promoting this renovation, I think will allow citizens to consume less with a better level of comfort. It's also a social issue. It offers the opportunity to fight against energy poverty. Higher ratios of cheap renewables in power production and less energy consumption will mean cheaper price for consumers. So I welcome the Commission communication on the Renovation Wave. And of course, we have to use this opportunity to adapt in our countries with this new framework and this new opportunity, and taking into account all the technologies, because it's not only the building and housing sector, it's also the industrial sector. We have to promote higher energy efficiency. For example, we know that electric vehicles, electric cars are much higher energy efficiency than combustion ones, or heat pumps are more energy efficient than fossil fuel-based boilers. We have to transfer all this knowledge also to the building sector. That is, of course, very important. So in conclusion, I want to end by saying that one of the barriers to implementing energy efficiency measures is the initial investment. And of course, in a country like mine, that is not the higher salaries in the EU, we need to use the recovery funds to break down that barrier and unblock the implementation of measures that make economic sense and are, of course, cost efficient as well. And as I said, we must involve the whole society, owners, consumers, in the benefits of the energy efficiency. For this, we must continue improving the regulatory framework to promote it at EU level, but of course at domestic level in our countries. Here in Spain, we are working in a new climate law, also in a renovation buildings strategy, and of course in all the improvements related with the European Green Deal that we are working on in the Parliament. So thank you for inviting me, and let's continue the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I mean, this builds a nice bridge towards the relevance of narratives to take everybody along and to really choose the right arguments. Maybe we can continue. I think there is not that much need to straight away give back to Christiane. So maybe Monica Frassoni, you can just continue with a statement on what we've heard so far and from Christiane.
You have to unmute, Monica.
Ah, yeah. Okay, now it works.
Hello. Hello. I'm very glad to be here virtually with all of you, also because there are some very good friends around, and we look forward, of course, to find the possibility to see each other in person, but at least let's enjoy this time together. So thank you very much, Christiane. It was really quite interesting what I heard. Not that surprising, but it was interesting to see it, just build like that. And I would say that one of the elements of the narrative that we have to very much take into account is what our adversaries say, above all, if they are stronger and richer than we are. And this is absolutely the case as far as the big industry, notably those linked to fossil fuels, gas and oil, and coal, and the extraordinary way in which they are able to switch the narrative and to become actually able to be the main character of the transition, like the whole discussion around hydrogen today or around the biogas today, is something that should teach us some lessons as well. And I would like to make two very short examples because they happened to me, and even if I am in this conversation since quite some time, I was really surprised. So one day I was in a panel like this, and there was somebody who said, you should drop this whole energy efficiency thing, because yes, it's nice, but it's too long, it's too costly, it's too complicated, you have to change everything in your house. Take a nice biogas, you use the same pipeline, and it's much more comfortable, you know? So this is a powerful narrative, because it gives you the idea that you can change while really not changing. So this element is quite important, above all if you're speaking to households. How to make things easier and desirable, beside the fact that you help them pay them. Second example, even more surprising, I was speaking with somebody who is a very, very high VIP in international relations, and she told me, well, you know, we have to be very careful, because a world which would all be based on renewables and on energy efficiency would be less interdependent and therefore more risky. So the argument that we always use, that we want to be autonomous and that we want to be sort of free from dependence, immediately becomes something that actually it's much better to depend from oil and gas, because so we can make the world more interdependent. So this is also a very interesting topic that we have to address, because I believe that the geopolitical element is not that very far-fetched, and the relation of our dependence with fossil fuel and the need to get rid of it is something that is very much linked to the way in which we understand the European transition. Also, I believe that the job argument, you know, I was a very, you know, militant in the same party as Kieran for a very long time, but I have been working with business for quite some time now. And I can tell you that the combination sometimes makes you wiser. And I want to say that this element of job is very high on the agenda. But here as well, and actually numbers, I don't know if you came across a very recent study by ILO, in which there is a beautiful graphic putting, comparing, once again, the issue of comparing the different sectors is really key. And in this comparison, it was very clear that building renovation was, I don't know, 5 times higher in terms of job creation than any gas pipeline you can imagine, or any kind of nuclear plant or anything. Whereas, for example, renewables are less intense in jobs, much higher than the fossil sector. So this is another element that is there, but it is more helpful if we use this argument by making comparisons, because otherwise it's just too generic. Last, very quickly, 2 points. I think that the issue of access to energy efficiency services is really important. Now, the speakers who spoke before me all of them spoke about the importance of the RRF, the new instrument of the European Union, and even the old instrument of the European Union. But as Nicolas knows, in his own country, and even in my own in Italy, basically till about 10 months ago, about 900 million euros of EU funds that had to be spent in energy efficiency were not spent. And if I speak with my own mayor, he tells me, Monica, it's too complicated. I prefer to change my lighting with my own budget, because if I go to Europe, it's too complicated. So this element of narrative, once again, is much more helpful if it is accompanied by deeds. And for the moment, the matching between the facility, the fact of making this renovation easy, is still not there, even if the Commission representative told us about how many instruments there are. So we as experts have to really work very hard to put together the different actors in order to make this availability of competencies and this availability of funds working together. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Monica. Yes, as we see, it triggers a lot of debate and need for sort of a fresh look at things that we got accustomed to in the past 15 years or so. So we are in the middle of it. I would like to mention at this point that the listen-only attendees may, of course, anytime use either the raise hand function or write their questions in the Q&A function, and we can then incorporate them in the debate after the first round of the panel. But progressing with that, I would like now Adrian for his initial reaction. Adrian Joyce.
Thank you so much, Daniel. It's a great pleasure to be here speaking in the EUFORES event again, although indeed as virtual in the way that Monica referred to. And very broad topic that we're covering this afternoon with a great deal of detail and interesting elements on which I would like to comment. But I'm going to refer back, first of all, to a famous slide that was first shown to me by Christian Egger already nearly 10 years ago, of the man on the donkey with the carrots, the sticks, and the megaphone. Carrots being incentives, sticks being regulation, and the megaphone being communication. And what strikes me about this afternoon's event is that we're still in that three-topic discussion, and I find that both interesting, a bit disheartening, but that's reality. But when we look at the carrots, I have to make a comment on the Renovation Wave communication, because, and Carlos will know this, we at EuroAce were very disappointed with the choice to talk about job creation figures at a low number of 160,000 by 2030, when in fact in the same communication there's the same reference to the average of 18 jobs per million invested. So in our own work in Renovate Europe, which EuroAce runs, we have found that the 18 number is more realistic, and that in fact the Renovation Wave could by 2030 create 1.6 million jobs in construction, which is 10 times more than we see in the communication itself. So the job creation carrot ought to be much sweeter in the Renovation Wave strategy document, and I keep urging the Commission to revise that number, please, because it's already well known that the number should be much higher. Then also on the carrots, we see that a number of countries are coming forward in the building sector with very juicy incentive schemes. And the one I'd like to highlight is from Monica's country, the super eco bonus, where through a tax rebate spread out over 10 years, investors or homeowners can get 110% of the cost of their renovations back. So we need more creative and culturally appropriate incentives like that moving forward. So on the sticks, there was a reference earlier to minimum energy performance standards being announced by the Commission in the Renovation Wave. We greatly welcome that. We have some time ago come to the conclusion that it is only by regulation that you change practice in the construction sector. And so we do see and support this need for all renovation activity to be subject to minimum energy performance standards, but that they should be brought in a phased manner over time to allow the market to adjust. There's no point in bringing it in overnight because that would fail. And the second thing on the stick side is we think there should be a much more stringent requirement placed on member states to address energy waste in public buildings and not just centrally owned and occupied government buildings. All public buildings, schools, hospitals, kindergartens, libraries, they should be the front runners. The public authorities should be leading by example. And in doing so, will help us to get down the learning curve and through those cost reductions that are so needed when we roll out into the more difficult segments. And then finally, in this introductory part, just referring to the communications element, I mean, I'm really struck and delighted to hear that the Energy Efficiency Watch is now looking at narratives. It's a language I'm very familiar with. In the Renovate Europe campaign, we're very careful about the narratives we use. And what I'm wondering is how much attention has been paid to other sectors' ways of creating narratives. And I wanted to point out that for simply raising awareness about the dangers of climate change, in which energy efficiency can play such a good role, an organization called Climate Outreach, based in the UK, has been exclusively looking at narratives and the design of narratives and tailoring narratives to target audiences in this climate change field for the last 15 years, and have a wealth of documentation and information available. So when we come to the narratives, I found it really fascinating that the NGOs who are closest to us in the narratives, so 80%, are the ones who are perceived to have the second least influence in policy circles. And I saw that industry associations, and I'm representing an industry association, are the top influencers. And I know in industry, please don't paint us all with the same brush, because the industry I represent is fully supportive of a binding 40% energy reduction target, energy efficiency target for 2030. We believe that member states' contributions should be made binding as well. And we hope that new narratives, convincing narratives, can be devised that will help change that perception, because I would point the finger, and in this context, maybe that's audacious of me, but I would point the finger at member state lack of ambition, and to this problem I think Christiane mentioned, when governments change, it looks like all policies have to change. I've been calling for years for any energy efficiency or energy saving policy to be a cross-party policy. And it's why in the Renovate campaign, we're always looking for champions across all political groups. And indeed, we have from 6 political groups and 17 member states champions currently sitting in the European Parliament, including Kieran Cuff, Kathleen Chesh, both online at the moment. So these are my opening thoughts. Much more I'd like to say, but let's see where the debate takes us. Thanks, Daniel.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Adrian. So yes, a lot of things have been brought up in response to Christiane. Before we give the word back to her for an overarching response, let's finish the round with Carlos from DG Energy as your initial response on the survey findings and what's been said so far.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Daniel. No, I think found first of all, I would like to say that I'm really finding the discussion extremely rich and useful. So so that's great. Coming back to Christiane's presentation, that it was very good, I have to say, and also give you the idea on this, building a bit on the narratives, and I do agree that they're very important. And for instance, 2 main elements I would like to highlight from Christiane's presentation and elements. So one, on the importance of showing what it is the impact of energy efficiency when it comes to job creation. Because also looking into the replies and the results of the survey, seems that they are not very well communicated. So that's one very important element. Second, on competitiveness, I would say that indeed that's important. And I think it is important also to find the narrative to have a clear narrative that says, okay, the clean transition and the energy efficiency and having strong policies on energy efficiency contribute to increase the competitiveness of the economy, actually, because this is not always the case, and I mean in let's say in everyone's views, and there are some cases that we see that there are different views that even goes in the opposite direction, right? That they can go against the general competitiveness of the countries. So that's a very important element, I think, to work on this for the future, and in particular when, as we are saying, the main objective of the Green Deal is the climate transition, and it is the new growth strategy for the EU. So you have to really work on that. I think quite strong. And then maybe I will try to react to some of the elements that have been put already in the table that I found particularly relevant, or trying to address some questions or issues directly to us or to my presentation. So I think from Sierra and CAF, I think what it found very very important, and completely agrees on the importance of really continuing further developing the application of the energy efficiency first principle. And yeah, do agree on the importance. I'm more normally working on the financing element, but I think that one of the elements that I think Mr. Kapp were really pushing hard was on this setting minimum performance requirements. I think the Renovation Wave goes well in this direction, and we leave for the EPBD review to look into this very powerful tool that in any case has to be look at that with I mean, carefully, because it may also have some negative impacts as well. But of course, this is one of the key elements that could really help to make this renovation wave really something that may happen. So from Catalina, I would say, I would really align with the importance of the central role that citizens need to play, and I will make really the link with the idea of the narrative. So being able, to put the demand, to put the citizens in the center of the debate, and finding these narratives very connected also with the multiple benefits that energy efficiency has. I think this is very important. I think also from the Commission, we are really working on that. We are intensifying our work with regard to the consumers, with regard to the demand side, and I think this is something that from our side you will see in the next month and in the next years, that they are going to put more and more the focus. And I think this is very in line with what we have already said in the Renovation Wave. From Nicola's intervention, I would highlight that. I do agree. I mean, that Green Deal is an opportunity to speed up where I mean the efforts that we have done so far for climate transition, in particular for energy efficiency. And I would like to mention in particular, I think, a barrier that was highlighted by Nicolas, and it is that in many cases a barrier, a very big one for building renovation is the upfront cost that homeowners need to cover, and in many cases this basically translate into lack of interest really into really going really far with the renovations. So I think for that, I think it is why, as part of the Renovation Wave, we have said that technical assistance is one of the lead actions that has to be really implemented. And we have seen that technical assistance is doing very good work. We are having extremely good results. I would like to mention, for instance, in the Franco of the Elena facility that we are running in our unit, we see how they are leveraging, investment. So leverage ratio of Elena is 35, so meaning that every euro spent in Elena facility has triggered investments of 35 euros. And we see how this is helping to remove barriers. And in particular, let me also mention the role of the one-stop shops in helping the homeowner into the whole process, and in particular in this first moment, and in covering upfront costs that are derived from the renovations. Finally, Monica intervention, yes, I think she really indicated quite very important elements, but I would like to build a bit on what I have already said on the technical assistance, because Monica was saying there's one thing that is very important, and is to ensure that the money that it is available is absorbed. And I agree, in the past we have seen that in many cases, there is money that has been made available by public funds or by EU funds in some cases had difficulties to be absorbed. And on that, indeed, the role of combined support that we managed to not only have a lot of different programs, but also we managed to improve the way that the programs and the different support type of support can be combined. For instance, loans from InvestEU, the grants that will be available from different programs. And as I said, the very important element of the technical assistance in really covering this first upfront cost and really helping to prepare and front load investments and create a strong pipeline of projects. I think that's going in this direction that Monica was highlighting. And finally, with Adrian comments, yes, I mean, yeah, thank also for highlighting the element of the figures for the job creation. This is one thing that we are looking into that, and we'll definitely come back to you. But it is also important that we need to take into consideration that sometimes, I mean, extrapolation is not direct, so you need to also look what are the interlinkages that has to be analyzed. That's why we will be looking, but we'll be definitely looking into this. And I would say just final comment from my side, and coming back to what I said at the beginning, and I think it is also in the line of building what are basically the narratives. I think there is another element that we need to also to have in our minds. Again, and I think it is very important one, and I think it is not always the easiest one to communicate, but we need to keep this in mind. And it is because the question is that if we want to deliver on the objectives that are extremely difficult to achieve, and I think the ambition is excellent, is great, but as I said, I mean, when we go and we see how additional investments are needed, we realize that the private investments need to really be need to cover the bulk of the renovations, if we are talking about buildings or investments in energy efficiency, when we talk more in general. So again, the importance of using the public funds as a catalyst to really being able to mobilize private investments and private financing. I think that's an important element, because without that, I mean, there is no. I mean, public funds are not sufficient to deliver on the EU targets, but for 2030. So if we do not manage to make this link, we do not manage to mobilize private funding, and I think in this the narratives are clear to put the focus on what it is important for a consumer is for a household. This is key. If we do not manage to do that, we will not be able to deliver on our objectives. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Carlos. So to summarize a bit what has been brought up and commented on in the first round of responses. Basically, I mean, as Christiane pointed out, what is clearly highest by far and surprisingly high in the perception of the participants of the survey is the economic dimension of benefits of energy efficiency. What is way down, and that is in contrast to the traditional picture that has been around for the past, I don't remember, at least 10, maybe 12 years, is the famous, that was from McKinsey, the co-benefit flower. You may remember that colorful picture, where it was tried to combine the microeconomic individual benefit of energy efficiency, so short payback time, etc., saving energy, paying off quickly, to combine it with more often altruistic co-benefits. And Christiane, you said you didn't like the term co-benefits, probably for that reason. Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit more. So basically, what the survey suggests is that large parts of the spectrum have maybe been telling for too long a bit the wrong story, have set their focus not clear enough on the most important aspects of narratives. And what has been confirmed in the first responses by the panelists is, yes, there is evidence that that the economic dimension of energy efficiency has to be on top of the agenda. What has maybe been changing over the years is that a shift away from merely the microeconomic, the individual benefit expressed by the payback time, has been replaced or complemented by a macroeconomic dimension, which can be brought down to the term or to the terms jobs, but also competitiveness. And I have listened also to this morning's session on renewables, and there it was also remarkable that competitiveness has been mentioned throughout the countries. So keeping in mind all the differences between, let's say, Eastern European and Western European and small and big states towards different aspects of modernization, but everywhere has been present the need for remaining competitive, for keeping the value chains in Europe. So maybe with that, Christiane, question, have we been telling the wrong stories? Or, well, maybe everything has its time, but should we actually start to tell new stories? Do we overwrite? Do we need to overwrite or draw new pictures?
So speaking about pictures, that was my cue. Thank you, Daniel. Totally undiscussed. So this is the donkey, in case you have never seen this. And if you are longer in the European Parliament, you will continue seeing it. So this is my summary as someone who has been working on energy policy development and implementation for 30 years. This is energy policy. Thank you, Adrian, for bringing it up, because that is really, I feel for people who are starting to entering this space of energy policy and are hit by this wall of legislation and technology, and it must be overwhelming. So if I can contribute to a narrative here, it's as simple as carrot sticks and tamarins or megaphone and regulatory, financial and information and awareness raising and the training and the way we talk about things and the pictures we create in people's minds. And if you say the word energy efficiency, and if the first picture that comes people's minds, oh, a lot of dirt because of the construction work in my home, you're lost. Or, oh, so expensive, I will never be able. So I think we need to pay a lot more attention to these pictures, because if a picture is there and if it's not positive, then all the rest that you're going to say is probably going, ooh, like the radio, you will not hear it. So that is why we have these associations in people's minds. So I'll stop my donkey now. So the associations in people's minds are so critical, and we have, I think, all of us not paid enough attention. So thank you for Adrian and Monica for all the work you did so far on this, because there are others who do create pictures. I mean, it's a fundamental of marketing to create a picture in someone's mind and create desirability or the opposite of this. So maybe we have also paid, and I include myself, too much on the saving of money argument. In order to save, and my organization has supported 150,000 homeowners in the renovations in the last 20 years. So don't think I talk against renovation. But if the only benefit in people's minds we create from the renovation is, oh, I will save 20% of my heating bill, they will not do it. This is not an attractive image. The attractive image is, wow, I will have a cool and modern home and it will be so much more comfortable. And only then will I take all the hassle of finding the money and finding the workers. So, and that goes for every single, and that also goes for governments. Governments are also not so different to people. So we need to get richer in our arguments. I know that people here in this room, they are here because they're motivated by the climate crisis. But sometimes if I want to provoke people, I say, we should do the energy transition even if climate change did not exist. I'm not saying this, just to be clear, but there's so many benefits, and I call upon the joint communication expertise. I look at Adrian, I look at Monica, I look at smart people in the Commission. We need to find a better word than these ghastly co-benefits. And in German, I found Mehrwert, that's at least added value. It's not good, but it's not bad. So this is the creating pictures in people's minds, and this picture influence then everything else they hear. They will say, oh yes, you can save something, but the hassle, and actually we get more dependent from other countries. So this is on the messaging. Then I would also invite you to reflect, why are member states slow? And they are also slow because there are a lot of other people in each country influencing them, lobbying them. And it's not like this is monolithic, here's a political party and here's a political. It's not like this anymore in most countries. So I think this lack of progress often has to do with these forces in these countries. And if a large and important group continues saying, oh, energy efficiency and the energy destroys our international competitiveness, then all the other arguments you may want to bring will be lost. And I can bring from my own region, we did a change of narrative after 12 years of a conservative green, changing to a conservative right-wing government. And my organization is part of that government. We managed to create a new narrative for actually the energy transition is what we need for remaining competitive as an industrial location. And suddenly, for many politicians who were maybe said, well, this is a subject from a political group I'm not so interested in, suddenly it became something they could buy into because they want it, but they needed good reason to buy into it. So this is maybe something to reflect, that which influential groups are in the member states, but also in Brussels. So I would love to see a bigger debate on the political level with large-scale industry. And I would also, and I would close with that, call again on the Commission that their messaging on the energy transition really is in line with what Mrs. von der Leyen said, that this is the growth strategy. We heard this word, but we have not heard really, we now see the instruments. But if there was a more solid communication on, this will create so many jobs in the EU, this will improve our role in the world by that and that. So something that would be not just, oh, it also creates jobs. This is how we communicated it all in the past. So if we could have these solid data and communication lines, so hopefully in the future, and Carlos, you are already a very good example because you had on your slides multiple benefits. It would be ideal if this would be the first slide saying, and all these policies, before I talk about what it will do for energy and climate, it will create so many jobs, it will improve our place in the world, it will create so many new products. That would be ideal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Christiane. So yeah, very pointed statement in terms of, yes, we should be telling new narratives. Why are they important? I would like to first ask now, are there from the participants listening in, are there questions to the panel? I haven't seen anything on the chat nor raised hands, but just to reaffirm.
Maybe give you a minute. Whoever wants to come in, also from the listen-only attendees, please push the button. And we wait a few seconds, and if not, there's no written questions, then just continue, Daniel. And please feel free to raise your hands if you have any comment or question, and we will bring you up on stage then.
And just
go on.
Anytime. maybe before we do another round with the panelists, to complement what you said, Christiane, we are, as mentioned, also under the Efficiency Watch, compiling interesting case studies for narratives. And as you said, that we should not only speak about the savings as the primary economic benefit, we had a very interesting case study, or sort of elements of which we are compiling a case study, where people said that was coming mainly from the auditors scene. With new technologies, with digitization, etc., we need to stop regarding energy in the production cycle as a static ingredient. So that dates back to the old times when you just had a meter and you used so and so many kilowatt hours or whatever unit of energy for producing an output of X. And with now higher complexity and higher sort of interdependence of technical components, when analyzing where and for what you use units of energy, you can optimize not only in terms of saving energy that costs you a price of X, but you can also optimize towards all other components in your production process. So that was an interesting picture that shows how to enter new paths and how to rethink the whole thing. So with that, maybe back to the panel, and so maybe start this time with Monica on a second round of comments.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, Christiane. I would like perhaps to go back to one point that I think is really key, and that the representative of the Commission also came back to, and that is the whole conversation about the technical assistance. But if you say it like this, it's completely boring, but or completely theoretical. But if you go down to what actually is needed is really important, because exactly as I think that one of the difficulties of energy efficiency is the fact that it's touching a lot of behaviors and it's touching a lot of sectors, and this was what makes the beauty and its transformational power, but is also is more complicated to put everything together. And I believe that a more thorough attention to how it is possible to make visible that the creation of jobs, for example, and the capacity of having a result in all the programs that that we want to implement passes from a real visibility of training programs, of access from the building sector operators to become green, basically, to become able to work in a good way in restructuring homes, etc., is really key. Now, DG Reform has some programs and some availability to support member states in this, but one of the biggest problems that we have is the chain of command, in the sense that those who really need it, for example, are either local authorities or local branches of the building sector, and the capacity of going up till where these projects are done and they are actually implemented is really complicated. And with Adrian, we have been talking about it quite a lot. We developed some kind of cooperation each in our organization with local authorities, work, organization, etc. But I don't see enough concrete results there, and probably a bigger involvement of the building sector as such would be more productive. But I would really like to see in another of these webinars that we are all participating to give a little bit more attention and more detailed, let's say, guidelines on how is possible to have an access to these technical facilities and the technical availability, and how to make this much more visible and not only visible, but also be able to be counted how much impact this have. And I think that this will be a major point. A very last mention I want to do again to the European funds. I believe that beside that, the earmarking and the guidelines, etc., really need to come to the European level, and I'm grateful for the work that the European Parliament has been doing so far, and the Commission, a bit less the Council, but still, because I believe that the Member States will be tempted, exactly because we are in a huge crisis, to give a sort of paint of green and then send the projects to the European Union. And we saw that it is very difficult afterwards to make the projects greener, let's say, unless there is a real control. We saw this in the whole conversation about the infrastructure, you know, the strategic transport infrastructure. There are a whole lot of horrors there that, by the way, will never see the light. And I think that there it's quite important to make this thing visible and to define, using taxonomy and something and all kinds of other criteria what can be done. A last point a really last point I want to make is that we have to make green economy more visible and more united. I mean, you have to be able to differentiate better the sectors which participate to the green transition and those who basically don't want or are a little bit slow. And I want to make an example that comes from my own country, which I think is great. Every year, there is a huge fair, I think there is one also in Germany, I'm not sure, that is gathering together all green companies to talk about the situation of green industry, of green economy in Italy. Italy is the second green economy in Europe after Germany. And it is very important because this gives visibility, also political visibility, to a sector which is producing for this moment about 3 million jobs in the country. So, and that sometimes gets lost in the whole, this conversation about the general manufacturing industry. And I think that organize many green, you know, industry events and to make them very visible beside the usual renewables, etc., would also be another way to have a new and positive narrative. New, I don't know, positive narrative.
Very good. Thank you, Monica. And maybe it is good from here to ask Nicolas, as you have mentioned the relevance of the Spanish building sector and in conjunction with the taxonomy, how sort of the green economy aspect can become more visible at that end if we look at the upcoming funding.
Yeah, it must. I think that we have this opportunity and it's the moment to do it, because Christian said before that the motivation of people to renovate this house, these homes, are the comfort and so a new and modern house, but it's not the same in all the countries in the EU, okay? Because we have big difference on that. And the climate motivation nowadays is not the most important motivation in renovation of homes in Spain, okay? Because we don't have the same problems on climate and heating that other countries we have in freezing, but not in heating. In my region, yes, it's a cold region, but not Spain. Not all Spain is a cold region. So we don't have the same problems in this energy consumption. So our clear motivation is the money that we can save with this investment. As I was a deputy mayor in my city, to justify an investment in energy efficiency in public buildings, I had to justify these investments with savings, not reducing CO2 emissions. Okay, so we have to change our public view also, from the public responsibles, change the view, is also communicate to the people. It's not only a money saving, it's also a climate saving. This is also a responsibility as public servants. And of course, I think that an important tool, I want to say that on final remark, because an important tool is information. And this is one thing that we are doing now. And energy efficiency needs to be measured. What is not measured cannot be improved. And what is not improved is always degraded. So let's do it. I fully agree with the perspective of Christian, but it's difficult to say the same speech here. We are in a previous step in this kind of speeches to the people. First is saving money, then is saving emissions, and this is a new pathway to explore for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe to check, Katalin, you mentioned that in Hungary, the relevance of sort of providing or raising the potential for better lives in poor areas is an important element. So that has the potential for a narrative. Now, what Cristiano also mentioned is that there is a strong correlation between political antagonism in the political spectrum and successful implementation of policies. So what we said is we need to get the whole topic of energy efficiency out of the political front lines and make it more mainstream. So would you say that also for the case of Hungary, like for many other countries, has a potential more raising that in terms of a narrative and building a dedicated narrative around that?
Well, very good question. And I think it will be, of course, clearly desirable to take this out of the political battleground, because indeed this question is way over that. Unfortunately, I'm not sure whether all sides share this kind of perspective on this. And if one side uses political arguments to defend their goal, it's quite hard, I think, to come back with a purely technical response. This is, of course, scientifically more valid, and I'm sure that a lot of organizations would prefer such an approach. However, quite honestly, I think the entire question, everything around climate change, will be political, even more politicized in the coming years. And we've already seen that, and I think the COVID crisis will just further amplify it. It will be paired with, on the other side of the game, with arguments that it will be expensive, it's exploitative, they will force you to do things you don't want to do. And I think the arguments that counter it necessarily have to be political, unfortunately. However, they have to be smart political, not populist political, and therefore we need a very solid grounding on how we base our case for the fight against climate change, for the fight for energy efficiency in this very particular sense. And I'm very much in agreement with what was said before, that it shouldn't be only about savings. However, in certain regions, unfortunately, savings and money and costs are the biggest motivation of people. And I do know that we also have in Hungary areas where, the case for renovate your house to fight for the planet really sounds well. But in the most impoverished areas, unfortunately, people don't really care about that so much. And I'm sorry to say that. But if you just don't have your money to heat your house properly, you wouldn't necessarily consider anything above that in the Maslow pyramid. And this is why I think so many things depend on the legislators. For us in the European Parliament, in the European legislation, to give a framework, give tools, and these tools are usually very often there, and give possibilities for these financial tools to be utilized to the fullest. This is why the new budgetary envelopes, such as the Just Transition Fund as well, will have such a crucial role to play. I feel that there is indeed a gap of ambition between governments in Europe, and this is why we need to insist on binding targets and a closer scrutiny in order to overcome this ambition gap. And I think it's like a basically wrong approach to over-politicize the technical policy fields such as energy, but unfortunately some governments are doing that. As long as there are member states that ban the deployment of wind turbines, for example, the EU as a whole is being dragged behind in the process. And it really depends on political decision makers how the ensuing economic crisis will affect our fight against climate change and for a greener future. And I think that we have to do everything we have to counter those voices who prioritize industrial recovery at the expense of climate goals and without climate proofing. And let me just add one more thing, that it's when we talk about communication, it's very important to make it clear what we want to achieve. And let me just stress once again the potential to deliver jobs, growth, to improve the way of life, and also to contribute to build more resilient societies, and stress the importance of energy efficiency in this endeavor. And I think this is the argument we have to use when politics starts at technical fields. Be technical but political. And we also have the instruments, and we also have the technologies that we need for this transformation. So I think we are in a good position. If we think about it, renewable energy is getting cheaper. Low emission mobility is way more developed than ever before. And our energy efficiency is improving by the day. 10 years ago, we did not have an action plan to carry out renovation work on buildings. Now we have that. So solar and wind energy were 10 times more expensive than what it is now. So we have all the tools in hand. We just have to use it smartly. But let me just stress by closing that I think, of course, for us politicians, it's very important to depart from purely technical arguments and bring it closer to the heart, because this is what the other side is using. And if we do not want to engage this debate, of course, it's a fair choice, but then we will lose the battle. And I think the planet couldn't afford that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very strong statement. Maybe before we move on, as you mentioned, it is pretty well understandable that if people have very sort of individual struggle about their economic situation, it is pretty understandable that climate change doesn't rank highest on their individual agenda. So that is not only a situation of Hungary, but of many states, also Western European. But what helps, what was a personal experience of mine a while ago, we've been a part of a US company for some years now. It was interesting to compare the drivers in the US, so independent from the Trump administration, but most of the music plays on the state level in the US, to compare the main drivers there with those in Europe. So in Europe, it is all triggered or initially triggered by climate change. Well, some movements reach further back to the oil crisis, etc., and the saving idea in the center. But the debate is now steered mainly by the climate topic. In the US, that plays an important role, especially in some states. But there, the initial look, and that is then a bridge between the traditionally more conservative part of the spectrum and those more open to the climate dimension, is, are we using the full economic potential in the business opportunity. So comparable to the telecommunications market, it popped up as a question, are we really using the full economic potential of a sector if we are just selling generated units of energy or barrels of oil? Or can't we go and sell more complex services? So that was interesting for us as Europeans, having been in the field since mid-80s and having gone through all those political debates here, to compare those standpoints and actually to combine. So that has a lot of potential. Just to throw that in as a thought, that was an interesting personal insight I had. And with that, maybe over to Kieran, because we are also doing in the Watch business stakeholder workshops, and the participants from Ireland, the business people from Ireland, were the most pronounced about talk business, don't sell anything that isn't a business case. So is there, well, combining that with the US example that I just brought, is there anything that we should consider that we haven't done so far from your perspective?
Yeah, I think it's been very interesting to look at the data that Christiane Egger showed us, and then to hear Kathleen talk about the messaging in her country. The narrative, the communication, the tools we use are so different depending on who you're talking to. You know, throughout the last few speakers, I was thinking, how would you sell this to Trump? Or how would Trump sell this to you? And I think if we get out of our comfort zone and think about how others see this, the reality in so many countries in Europe, I know here in Ireland, during the pandemic, some people have been so adversely affected, but others have the same income, the same jobs as before, and they are saving money. And the question is, what are they doing with that money? Some people are buying enormous SUVs. Other people are putting in secondary glazing or a heat pump. So we have not just reach out to the people we know, but if I was Trump, I think I would say, make your home secure. American workers first. Build America, better walls. But, you know, joking aside, we do need to think about how others will buy into this. And more specifically, when it comes to how we scale this up, scalability is really important. And it is difficult, certainly on the Renovation Wave side, to scale things up. So I think we should work with state and semi-state actors. And in doing so, we can achieve this just transition if we improve the homes of the least well off, those who are living in fuel poverty. We can A, get the scale, and B, tackle energy poverty as well. You know, the trigger points are really crucial in all of this as well. Certainly just sticking with the Renovation Wave for a moment. When a building lease changes or a purchase, we need to find ways within the different, you know, legal systems in different member states to push the things along. I think as well then with the big infrastructure projects, the ocean energy.
Sorry, you are breaking up at the moment. Maybe you can switch off your video, then the sound may come through more clearly. Can you still hear us, Kieran?
He has connection issues for sure. So
that's
probably
unfortunate.
I write him. Go on with someone else. I'll check with.
Yes. Okay. Then maybe that bearing that in mind, question to Carlos. When we are talking about the Renovation Wave, what would you say, how can we ensure that we are not just compiling lists of put it a bit provokingly, expensive buildings and boost renovation there, but actually make that a self-sustaining development, not only from a legislative or instrumental perspective, but also from a narrative perspective.
Yes, no, thanks, thanks, Daniel, for the question. Yeah, I think indeed that's self-sustainability is one of also one of the key point, a key element that that has to be looked at. I think, yeah, well, I think Renovation Wave is looking into that as well. I think you know that one of the lead actions goes in this direction. So yeah, I mean this life cycle analysis is very important, and we are definitely working into this, and we will continue working into this in the next months and years. Because Daniel, as I was saying at the beginning in my presentation, what it is positive, I think, is that, and it's important to take into account, is that I think the Renovation Wave communication was extremely timely because of different aspects, and in particular because of its links with the recovery. And now we are starting looking into that and realizing how timely it was, because we are seeing that really Renovation Wave is really impacting, and it's really impacting in the plans that member states will put in place in the framework of the recovery. So we are going to see how this recurrent resilience facility is going to turn into the biggest EU source for building renovation for energy efficiency in the next years. So I think that was extremely good and extremely timely. But it is also very important to mention that this is the start of a process in a way. Although I mean it is a continuing process, an effort that has been done for years and years and decades. But in any case, the communication and Renovation Wave communication, it is a strategy, but it includes an action plan. And the action plan contains a very detailed list of actions that will be implemented in the next month and in the next years for the different lead areas. So that's what I was saying, that somehow setting the precedents and setting the master plan of what the Commission, with the help, of course, of all the different actors that are key elements into this chain, will be doing in the next years.
Sorry, we can't hear you any longer. It seems you are muted.
Carlos, you're muted.
Yes.
Sorry, Carlos. Yeah.
No, I
okay.
think I will stop here for the moment, Daniel.
Okay. Thank you.
Kieran is back. Kieran is back.
Okay, Kieran. That's great. So don't recall exactly where it broke off, but maybe if you just summarize your thought.
Yeah, I had gone on a rant about how you would sell the issues we're discussing to Trump, or how Trump would sell them to us. And I think in contemplating that, it allows us to think about how we bring other people with us on this journey. Those of us gathered today, we know what we want to achieve. We're very clear, but I think we just have to get out of our comfort zone quite often to think about how to persuade others. And Christiana's research I found really useful, looking at the variations by member state, and I think that certainly is food for thought for all of us. And then I was just going on to say that I think when it comes to the Renovation Wave, the trigger points are quite important when a lease changes or an ownership changes, and within our lives maybe we have 6 or 7 points where things change significantly, and that's the moment when we can make the right choice. And silly things like an older person saying, I don't want to put insulation in the roof, all my things are stored up there, I don't want to move them. We have to, moving people out of their comfort zone is quite challenging. And I think we see that as well with the big projects, with the ocean energy projects. People say, well, look, I'm happy, the way things are now, can't we just continue? So we have to spend a lot of time thinking about the messaging, thinking about the narrative, thinking about how to persuade those who are not of a similar mind to ourselves. That's it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's actually what you said, that we have to take people out of our comfort zone, or the image of, is it really a burden, a challenge, or is it actually a chance? The view on that highly determines our willingness to act. So I had also an anecdote. I once moderated a session on energy efficiency at the embassy of the United Arab Emirates here in Berlin. And the ambassador, a very friendly and charming person, a big fan of life in Berlin, etc., said, look, he was about in his mid-50s or so. When I was a boy, I lived in a settlement where we didn't have running water and power. And now look how things in my lifetime have changed. And of course, the Arab Emirates is not comparable to just any place in the world or so, but still, he said, we managed, and we managed successfully. And so therefore, I'm very confident that we can manage another time and another transition. So that was so refreshing, because there was not at all the attitude of a burden associated with it. So that was an interesting, again, change of perspective. But now I would like to go to Adrian. As you said, you expressed how disappointed you were with the low number of jobs predicted to come along with the renovation wave. In terms of messaging and narrative, how would you, I guess, from my experience, that this relatively low number has to do with the high uncertainty. Will jobs really materialize, or is this just another politician's announcement to sound fancy or so? I guess that is where it comes from, that it ranges so much on the conservative end. So what can we do to make the according narratives more convincing, or to make politicians feel more comfortable if they make such an announcement? What would you say, Adrian? What would you advise?
So Daniel, thanks for bringing me back in. And before I answer your question directly, I wanted to temper my earlier remarks by praising the European Commission and the European Parliament, because those two institutions are really on the page now. They've really they really speak the language the right way from our perspective. And I'm on record as saying that the Renovation Wave strategy is a courageous publication by the Commission, because a lot of what's in there is going to be challenged by the member states. But it is, of course, what we think the European Commission should do. They should be courageous. And the European Parliament, Kieran, your own report is really groundbreaking on energy efficiency potential in the building sector. And another report on affordable and decent housing is about to go through committee stages next week. So it is why I came down heavy on the member states, because I see the council as the laggards in our field. But there's a great deal I'd like to say on what was discussed so far. But Daniel, to come to your question first, the Renovate Europe campaign commissioned Building Performance Institute Europe just this last summer to update the numbers on job creation potential for energy renovation. And in the work that they carried out for us, they reviewed more than 30 reports from across the European Union and indeed the globe, in order to come to a figure of an average of 18 jobs created per million euro. Now, it seems that putting out good scientific evidence doesn't convince anymore in the world of Twitter and social media, where opinions count more than scientific and well-founded research. And I don't have today an answer of how to overcome that problem. And indeed, the mention of Trump, raised the hairs in the back of my head. But Kieran is always challenging, and he's right. We should sit outside our comfort zones as often as we can. And indeed, we're in a comfort zone because all of us are convinced about what we're talking about today. And I think we're all more or less on the same page. But what I hope Kieran didn't mean was that we ought to look with jealousy towards the United States and their approach to our topic, because it's my firm conviction that Europe has the best approach to energy efficiency policy on the globe. We have a unique opportunity here to remain a global leader that we shouldn't waste. And I think the Commission and indeed the Parliament appreciate that. I personally, and it's a personal remark, in the United States, the dollar is king. It seems to be the motivation and the value set for everything. In Europe, fortunately, that's not universal. And there's a great deal of talk now about a just transition. And keeping that social dimension is crucially important for me. I don't perceive it so much in US policy. So I just hope we're not looking jealously across the pond at the United States. And maybe in your closing remarks, Kieran, you might address that. But I was also wanted to come back on the pictures question that Christiane brought up, because she's absolutely right. Pictures that we can create in the minds of people stick much more robustly and much longer than words or other senses. And I wanted to try and create a picture in your mind which arises from the Energiesprong approach in the Netherlands, where they have adopted an industrialized approach to renovation of buildings. In doing that industrialized approach, they can offer a whole new look to a home. They can undertake the works for a terrace of 4 houses in 5 working days. And at the end of the day, the occupants pay 0 energy bills, but more importantly, they feel much more comfortable and healthy in their home because the indoor environmental quality is dramatically increased by the works that they have done. Because in those industrialized approaches in the Netherlands, you have the services incorporated. So new ventilation, new heating approaches, new electrics are monitoring rather are incorporated into the industrialized approach. So we're marrying energy efficiency and industrialization and in digitalization in one package. And there you have a non-disruptive, relatively inexpensive, long-lasting solution that creates resilience in your home. So I think I hope that creates an image in your mind. And I wanted to link it to the question, I think it was Daniel mentioned it, how do you create sustainable business models? Well, Kieran knows it very well. You have integrated renovation plans at community or area level, and you create scale across all the different building types within an area, creating a very large project that can be much more attractive for financing and which can then be replicated across different areas in cities and regions across Europe. And thinking about regions, I lament the fact that the survey shows that rural development is falling way down the scale. Although I saw for Ireland was the country that had rural development quite high up in the survey, because we have a tendency to be a bit metropolis-centric in our debates, and a high number of Europeans live in rural settings. And actually, I was heartened in the renovation strategy because there's an announcement in there that's not been commented on much, that the Commission is working on a rural development strategy within this field. And I welcome that wholeheartedly. I think it's a really important initiative because I don't know what the numbers are, but between 30 and 45% of our population live in rural areas and they're getting very little attention. So I wanted to make that point too. I have other points that I have jotted down in red here, taking another layer on my comments, because again, we're struck by the numbers in the renovation strategy. Of course, buildings is my main interest. The strategy aims to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions from the buildings by 60% by 2030, but in the same period, only reduce energy demand by 14%. Now, for me, that's a very worrying statistic, and I would like to know the methodology behind choosing those numbers, and I haven't actually seen that to date. Now, why am I worried about it? Because my interpretation is that it's a strategy that's going to lean a lot on replacing the energy supply with green or decarbonized supply, and not do as much renovation of the buildings, improving the quality of the fabric, the quality of the equipment and controls within the building, to give control to people around their energy use. It's a rather a replacement thought. Because 14% reduction in demand by 2030, where 35 million buildings are renovated, if my numbers are right and my maths is good, that means each of those buildings is getting an 80 to 85% reduction in energy demand, because you can't get there. So I welcome that. That's the right level of ambition. But if you have green supply into a building with a poor envelope, the comfort levels are really low and the cost of heating the building is very high. So it's a potential risk from a policy perspective, if we don't put the sequencing right, to end up turning off a desire and demand for renovation and works to buildings moving forward. So I did want to make that point too. I think it's maybe it's quite controversial, and I need a longer sit down with the officials in the Commission to understand fully what's behind the numbers in the renovation strategy, which we welcome enormously, by the way, even if we have a critical appraisal that we sometimes transmit about it. And then the last thing that's not been mentioned, and I really will stop after that, is...
Yeah, sorry, Adrian, that's really, if you make it short, because I just learned we need to make the picture before 16:30. Yeah?
No problem. Literally, Daniel, 1 minute. I just wanted to praise President von der Leyen for the concept of the Bauhaus platform and the wish to deliver sustainability with style. And I sincerely hope that we can really engage right along the construction value chain in the Bauhaus platform to fully understand each actor's role and to optimize that role for a really positive result. And I can tell you this much, I'm ready to work in that direction. So I'll stop there, Daniel. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, and thanks for bringing up the rural development. We need to deepen that another time, because we were struck by that as well. As some people have to leave by past, namely Katalin mentioned that, maybe a last just one sentence at the end. What is highest on the agenda regarding messaging, regarding narrative, Katalin, from your side, and then we'll do the group picture.
I think what should be highest in the agenda is that the Green Deal and all policies related to it will be Europe's edge if we do it right. We will profit for them at all layers, in businesses, homeowners, the poor people, those who just want to live a bit more comfortably. But if we don't do it right, then we will be behind in history and we will suffer a loss. It will be very, very hard for us to recover from. So I would use that as a closing statement. And just a half more sentence. We are always very, very critical in these panels, but let's not forget where we started from. We, of course, want higher ambitions, but the policies were always there. The science was always there. And finally, I think the political will is there. So let's be ambitious and appreciate where we are, and of course, fight harder for where we want to be at in a few years.
Excellent.
Oh, Nicolas now he has to run as well, right, Nicolas?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, I have to go because I have another political meeting after this. I want to say thank you to everybody. It was a nice debate, and I think it was very productive because we changed our opinions in a very good mood. And of course, we are in a big change, in our lives, a change that at least is going to be until 2050. And of course, I think that to the end of the century, we face big challenge. We have to build a new legal framework. Every day we are building new legal framework in our different countries. So let's do it, be ambitious, as Kathleen said before, and let's do it together, because we are Europeans and we have to do it better than we are doing now, but we are the leaders. Trust in that. Thank you.
Thank you. So before the two of you have to go, we would like to do the quick group picture, Jan, and then we can have another 2-3 statements to finalize the panel, right?
Yes, exactly. So are you all ready? Who wants to come on video? Probably also the teams, because now it's the moment to take the last picture. I'll do the thank you afterwards. Rachel, Leticia, if you can, Megan, Kinga, if possible, then we just count down quickly and take that photo. So, perfect. 3, 2, 1. Excellent. The brightest smiles from this day. So Daniel, keep on going.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So thanks, Catalin and Carlos for your for your participation, Nicolas. Now I would quickly like to give the word to Carlo Bach from Luxembourg, who has also been attending and participating this morning, about the case of Luxembourg. What narrative elements are you using to sell your large political reforms to the population? Because you must have skeptical voices in your small country as well, right? So how do you win them over?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very good question. I would say that I mean, we have been discussing about job opportunities, and that has been used in our country. And for instance, small enterprises and their union, their organization, they are using that argument quite strongly, because you have to know, Luxembourg is a country which is relying quite strongly on people coming to work from France, Belgium, and Germany. Every morning, we have about 250,000 people coming to work to Luxembourg. So job opportunities is something very important in our countries for quite a few. I mean, there are quite a few arguments for that. But without jobs, you see, our country, I mean, from people coming to work from outside country will not survive. So that's an argument which is quite useful. But I don't know from the rest if our arguments are so well suited in our countries. In our country, perhaps people are more convinced in the sense that they see what's going around in other countries, what's happening in other countries. But I told you also the example of free transport. For me, that's also a big opportunity for the future. Unfortunately, COVID now, the pandemic has now blocked this project because people are now a little bit reluctant to use public transport. But this idea of doing free public transport means also we sit together in the same car and not staying in our own car. And this message, together with a lot of, I would say, young people coming to work also to Luxembourg, will support this argument quite strongly.
Mm-hmm. 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 Thanks, that is very insightful, and we need to see in the future how that sinks in also in other contexts, because I think that is a crucial part of the message. So now that we are heading towards the end of our session, I would like we did with the two that had to leave, give everyone the opportunity for a final brief statement. What is, in your opinion, the most important messaging or the most important message that needs to be given to sell or to implement energy efficiency policies not only the Renovation Wave, but if you want the Green Deal as such. Maybe starting this time with Carlos.
Thanks, Daniel. So just to be very brief, so I would say that we have very ambitious objectives. So we have the Green Deal with ambition to be climate neutral by 2050. We'll have also, and we'll have even more ambitious 2030 targets. We also have the Renovation Wave, that it is at the same time setting very ambitious and quantified objectives as well, like doubling the renovation rates. So I think in all this exercise, we need to put the citizens in the center of the discussion, in the center of our initiatives. We need to explain them also very well how it is important energy efficiency, and I think it has been mentioned today how energy efficiency contributes towards the transition, the climate transition, because it is not always, I mean, it is true that more or less everyone knows that, you know, emissions are high when we talk about transport. But when you talk about energy efficiency and you talk about buildings, it is not so clear that everyone is really aware of the importance of these sectors into the climate transition. So very important elements. So I think and also building on the narratives that it was the main idea of the discussion, that I think it was very useful. Yes, we need to develop these strong initiatives with a focus on the citizens. But to conclude, it is true we have very ambitious objectives, but also we have a very good opportunity, and I would like to finalize with this positive message. To have a very good opportunity now in the framework of the recovery. What are the measures that the European Union has been able to put in place to fight this COVID crisis, and with the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the plans that the member states will put in place, we'll have really the opportunity to scale up the efforts that has been done so far in the field of energy efficiency. Thanks.
Thank you. So now over to Adrian.
Thanks, Daniel. Indeed, the one message I would give, and in fact Carlos has referred to it, and we didn't discuss it much, is the recovery and resilience plans of the member states. That this is really a golden opportunity to put building renovation centrally in those plans. And we ought to message to the member states that this is a great way of creating jobs. It's an opportunity by using other facilities that are available at European level to increase training, to improve skills, and finally, the number of workers can be increased to face the challenge by absorbing workers from sectors like tourism and hospitality that have been so badly affected by the COVID crisis, because the building sector can absorb workers from those sectors into new skills like industrialization and digitalization in the construction sector. So joining up those things together under the national recovery and resilience plans, which themselves are subject to the national energy and climate plans and the semester recommendations, is my key message. Put buildings front and center. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Maybe before Kieran comes in with his closing remarks, we briefly give over to Christiane. So what is your take?
So 2 words of thank you to EUFORES for having me, to my colleague Megan, who is also with us for all the number crunching, the millions of numbers, for Kieran to summarizing the spirit of this whole work in this sentence, how would Trump sell this to us? I think I will use it now. I will use it in my trainings. We will train people on narrative development, and I think this is a very super fun and fruitful exercise, because it's such an awful picture. So the image in your mind is strong and fun. So thank you for that. For the comfort zone, I've used the same words already for ourselves. We ourselves have to leave the comfort zone in terms of talking about other things to other people. But of course, we need to also motivate everyone along the value chain to leave their comfort zone. And one message is the fastest recovery is the green recovery. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, with that, I hand over to Kieran, who will now do a wrap up and conclusions. And I would at this point like to say thank you to all of you. It's been a pleasure to moderate this session. And I also personally found it very inspiring and got a lot of new insights and interesting arguments and aspects to the debate, and hope we can, during the running time of Energy Efficiency Watch, still have some live meetings again, in-person meetings, to further deepen that. So thank you, and over to you, Kieran.
Well, thank you very much for that. And I think really this was an amazing day. We kicked things off this morning with Kadri Simpson, Commissioner for Energy at the European Commission. And who better to mark the 20th Inter-Parliamentary meeting on renewable energy and energy efficiency. And, you know, Commissioner Simpson said, this is energy intensive. Now, she was perhaps a little bit low in terms of the numbers of jobs that might be created. And I think, Adrian, you're right. We can go a lot further in terms of jobs that come out of this. But she did make the point that there are 34 million Europeans living in energy poverty. And she also echoed the point that this needs to be done well. And the European Bauhaus will be a way in which we can design for the best solutions in all of this. She also talked about the legislative train picking up speed. The 10E regulations will be published next month. In the spring, we will have the Energy Efficiency Directive and the Renewable Energy Directive reforms and the methane strategy next year as well. But also this morning, we had Ariana Richter, and she said, Europe is a leader. And we need to coordinate and cooperate and show the rest of the world how well we are doing and can do in the future. And then Peter Sweatman went on to talk about the 1,000 bucket-ready, shovel-ready projects. But he also made a really interesting point that there is 17 trillion euro invested in the buildings, the homes we have in Europe. 7 trillion of this is tied up in mortgages, which leaves 10 trillion in equity. And if the European Commission can borrow at 0.3%, imagine if we all could borrow at that rate, how quickly we would be able to bring about the transition that is needed, certainly looking at the Renovation Wave, but also the bigger projects. Think about this money. Then we had a panel of parliamentarians and issues, issues from Central Europe of gas, energy security came up. Can we move away from fossil gas now, or will it take time? And there was concerns from a colleague in Germany, Nina Scheer, about the large-scale projects and making sure that they don't, take on a life of their own and be completely beyond the involvement of ordinary citizens in controlling the direction that we go in. We had a great panel of updates on renewable energy, and we also had a session then, which I was part of the new narratives to drive energy efficiency. Christiana, you said it in a phrase. The Green Deal is the growth strategy of the European Union. We need to improve our narratives, but we never thought we would be in this space a few years ago. That's so important to remember. Adrian, you talked about how we have to reach out to rural communities. We need to improve the skills. We need to focus on this new Bauhaus and the design. But more crucially, a just transition has to be at the heart of this. And I look out my window at the Guinness Brewery here in Dublin, lots of waste heat simply going up into the air, and yet families living in energy poverty right next, just a stone's throw away. So we need the mechanisms that can allow that energy, the waste heat, to be used. And I think we can do that. I think we can improve the quality of people's homes, people's jobs, and the initiatives that can happen around Europe. When I talked about the comfort zones, I wasn't really saying that we need to get others out of their comfort zones, or if I did, I said it incorrectly. But we need to get out of our own comfort zones to bring others with us. And that's why I brought the current president of the United States into the frame. And, you know, I think I've spoken a bit about Trump, but I think Joe Biden will be really interesting because his energy plan is very ambitious. He may not be able to get it through Congress and the Senate, who knows, but certainly the headline figures are impressive. And I think Europe will be a beacon of light that will show the US what can be done over there as well. And those messages, those narratives, I mean, some want to save the world, others are simply focused on saving money. And I think we can and should appeal to both. I want to conclude by just talking about a building, a home I was in recently here in Ireland. The photovoltaic panels on the roof came from Italy. The windows came from Austria. Most of the other building materials came from Ireland. There was a storage battery, an inverter, and a car beside the house, a Volkswagen, an e-Golf from Dresden in Germany. All of these are connected. The home, the energy sources, the mobility, the app on your smartphone, and the jobs that this creates. And the energy bills for that dwelling and the transport are under €400 a year. This just shows what is possible if the will is there. And I think we do need to be ambitious. We do need the big ocean energy projects, but we also need to bring people, bring communities, and bring neighborhoods with us. And if we lose that connection between the top and the bottom, then we won't go as far as where we want to go. But look, this is an amazing time for EUFORES. It's an amazing time for Europe when we see that green is the color of the recovery, of the jobs that we'll create, not just over the next few years, but I think all the way to the year 2050, when we want to be carbon neutral, if not before. So with that in mind, I just want to thank Jan and his team, Leticia, Virginia, Kinga, and Rachel. I would love to offer you a glass, a cocktail to celebrate at this point, but sadly, we'll have to wait a while. Hopefully in 12 months' time, we'll be able to meet in person and toast a glass to, I think, the European Green Deal, an incredibly transformative period for the European Union, for the world, and I think it will benefit everyone. And I'll toast a glass, I'll raise a glass to that future. Thank you, and back to you, Jan.
Kieran, you speak from my heart right now. We definitely need that. We keep that on the long list of promised drinks. And that will come back for sure. We will see that soon, probably the next IPM next year. But let me thank for today for this first time ever online webinar, Pan-European Parliamentary event on the Zoom platform. I hope you were all more or less happy with how it went. On my side, I'm pretty happy, and we are learning and still improving, but I think it was a good way already to do that for now. But again, nothing beats, of course, the physical meetings, because usually we would now go into a big gala dinner and site visits, tourist tours, like we did in Vienna, you remember, Christiane, or in Portugal, we went up to the castle to have Portuguese music and stuff like this. So we miss that a lot, but that will come back, so no worries. The most important is that we're all still alive. We all need each other for 100 years at least. So I would like to thank the members of European Parliament. Thanks, Kieran, for leading all of this the whole day. Thanks to the national members of Parliament to come in from Cyprus to Portugal, from Ireland to Italy. It was amazing to have you all on board. And also lots of advisors from the Parliament, several people from European Commission, including the Commissioner, of course, German presidency. Thanks to all of you. Thanks also to the teams who are behind this, because, well, I just show my face here on screen, but the real work is done behind the scenes. And that's why I would love to bring my full team on stage now. So Rachel, Kinga, Virginia, and Letizia, I hope you are there. And also Megan, who is working with Christiane Egger in Austria, so that we also do a final group photo of the day, including the team. So Megan, are you ready this time? Because before you couldn't make, she's coming. So now I have the countdown. I count down at 0. You have to smile, okay? So 3, 2, 1. It didn't work. Do it again. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Excellent. I just pushed the button of the calculator. I have no idea why. So, dear friends, what is remaining to say? Of course, you know, we also need some other support, and I would like to stress also the fantastic last-minute support that our event supporter EWE from Germany made possible in the last days. As you all know, we organized this pretty on short last-minute urgency because there were so many things happening in Brussels, but it went pretty well. So thanks also EWE. Yes, and just to let you know, this all has been recorded and it's still going out live via YouTube. You can continue to watch it, go back and check if there are some things that have to be heard again, or just forward the link to interested colleagues. We will publish the presentations as far as we are allowed to on our website in the coming days. And then, yes, let's just stay safe and healthy. Let's get the vaccines in, and hopefully we get more and more immune and not sick of it. And hopefully, probably second half of next year, there might be a chance that we go back to a physical meeting. So it might be with the Slovenian presidency, probably in Ljubljana, or probably half year later with the French presidency. We have to see where we go, but it would definitely be fantastic to meet you personally. If not, we will continue that. Also to let you know, we will have quite a lot of events in the European Parliament, the EUFORES Academy, where we bring in experts, scientists, European Commission to discuss with the MEPs. And we still have an incredible rollout to the national parliaments. And also, Carlo, I look at you. We will be in the Luxembourg Parliament, or let's say virtually, of course, only in a few weeks. So a lot is in the pipeline. We organize basically 1 or 2 national parliamentary workshops to also have this debate on a more national focus with all of you. Okay, enough now. Thanks for everything. Have a great evening. I hope the weekend starts for you with good food, a good glass of wine, and lots of fun and relaxing after such a tough and extensive but fruitful day. Thanks a lot, my friends, and see you soon again. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
You are
Thank
great.
you.
Bye, everyone.
Love you.
Bye bye.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.